Chapter 92. The black-robed youngster held a green dagger in his hand. His footsteps were strange, and he seemed like a slippery loach as he shuttled through the crowd of dozens of barbarians. His footsteps were elegant, and he looked like a dancer who was dancing gracefully. The green dagger in his hand fluttered with his footsteps. Occasionally, a bewitching glint would flash in his eyes, causing a berserker who was approaching him to freeze for a moment. Then he would slowly and gently draw a line across the berserker's neck with the dagger. The barbarian's neck immediately split open with a red wound like the mouth of a baby. In an instant a stream of blood shot out. Then the barbarian's eyes bulged and he fell to the ground with a loud bang. Damn. 17. When did your young master become so fierce? The light in his eyes is the Yu family's illusion technique? The green dagger in his hand is at least a treasured weapon, right? How did great elder Yi Qingyu's galloping bull steps become so elegant and confident under this kid's feet? Feng Ming rubbed his head and looked greedily at the green dagger in Yi Qinghan's hand. It must be known that if he had a transcendent artifact like the one in Yi Qinghan's hand, that barbarian emperor wouldn't have been able to escape. He would have been able to kill him instantly. But thinking about it was just thinking about it. He knew that this transcendent artifact was something that could only be discovered by luck and not sought after. It must be known that a transcendent artifact and above was something that none of the craftsmen in the continent could create. The rare treasured weapons on the continent as well as the divine weapons could only be obtained by luck from one place. That was the most dangerous place on the continent, the God-slaying mountain. And with his strength, if he entered the God-slaying mountain, he would most likely die. Aunt Yu of course was not a fairy, nor did she have the temperament of a fairy. This marquis of the Yu family did not have the temperament of an expert at all. Her mature and beautiful face constantly rippled with a soul-stealing charm, making her look somewhat like a madam of a brothel. At this moment she looked at the strange light flashing in Yi Qinghan's eyes and faintly frowned. Puzzled she said, "That's not right. This kid doesn't seem to be using the Yu family's illusion technique. His speed is faster than theirs and the confusion lasts longer. And although he is Yu Shui's son, I've never heard of a man being able to awaken the Yu family's bloodline. Learning the Yu family's illusion technique? This kid, he really has a lot of secrets. Hee. Of course. Let me tell you, Yi Qinghan is the future patriarch of the Yi family." Of course, Knight 17 knew that the light in Yi Qinghan's eyes was his body fusion combat skill. However, he wasn't stupid enough to tell everyone that Yi Qinghan had a holy beast and a heaven-defying body fusion combat skill. However, as they looked at the young man in front of them who was gradually growing up, they thought of his amiable smile and his extremely close relationship with them. In the future, once Yi Qinghan became the patriarch of the Yi family, their lives with Yi Shisan would not be too bad. Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingwu had complicated expressions on their faces. Yu Qingqing looked at Yi Qinghan, who was dancing gracefully in the midst of the barbarian tribe and killing one person with each step. Her quick-witted eyes became blurry. This was her future man, the man whom she would spend the rest of her life with. She thought about how Yi Qinghan had confidently and calmly explained the tune he had sung on the boat to Tranquil Lake Island and how he had recognized her at a glance. She thought about how Yi Qinghan had heroically sung the song Breaking the Formation on Tranquil Lake Island and how Yi Qinghan had looked down on the world. She sighed in her heart that her choice back then wasn't wrong. Since it wasn't wrong, then she would continue down this path. Of course, Yi Qingwu had seen Yi Qinghan kill people. Back in the Yi family castle's Garden of Enchantment, Yi Qinghan had killed people in a fit of rage. It was also this demonic light that had flashed and instantly killed the Emperor Realm Yi Rong. She thought about the young figure standing proudly in the Garden of Enchantment. At this moment he had gradually matured from an inexperienced youth. She looked at Yu Qingqing's infatuated gaze and thought about how Yi Qingyu had sacrificed her soul without hesitation that day in the Garden of Enchantment. An inexplicable feeling welled up in Yi Qingwu's heart. It was a little sour, a little jealous and a little lost. This massacre didn't last for long. Seeing the last barbarian fall to the ground, Yi Qinghan raised his hand to wipe the bloodstains on his face. However, the more he wiped, the dirtier it became. He didn't have time to think about why everyone was looking at him. He just quickly wiped his hands on his clothes and started to get busy. Everyone also started to get busy. They started to gather the corpses and waited for Yi Qinghan to collect the points. After a while, Yi Qinghan saw that the points on the ring in his hand had increased from more than 700 to nearly 1,000. He grinned. Unexpectedly, when he smiled, his blood-stained face became somewhat ferocious and terrifying, scaring the people around him. Without caring about their reactions, Yi Qinghan confirmed that all the points had been collected. Then Yi Qinghan gestured to Yi Shisan that they had succeeded. Everyone retreat. Return to the cave last night. Yi Shisan ordered decisively. They retreated to the cave where they had rested and reorganized yesterday. This battle had lasted for half an hour. If they didn't retreat now, they might attract the attention of nearby alien race squads. After cleaning up, the Hua family assassins quickly dispersed and everyone turned around and ran back. As for the barbarian corpses on the ground, they obviously didn't have the time and energy to care about them. At night, demonic beasts would appear in large numbers and devour the corpses that died in the battle during the day. Today's first battle was a victory. Everyone needed to rest and think for a while so that they could be more familiar with each other in the next battle and expand the battle results. Today's battle results were good. They defeated a barbarian squad and killed more than half of the barbarians without any deaths or minor injuries. It was a pity that most of the barbarian marshals in the squad ran away. In the end, only 2 or 3 barbarians were killed. It was also a pity that the barbarian emperor had escaped. It seemed that they had to make a battle plan. If they encountered such a situation in the future, they wouldn't let these shining points escape from under their noses. The squad rested for a night and set off again the next day. They didn't go deep into the danger zone. They just wandered around the temporary gathering place. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, they finally encountered another squad of the demon clan. After confirming that it was just an ordinary squad, the whole squad began to attack. After yesterday's battle, the elites of the 4 families cooperated more tacitly. After 2 short rounds of attacks, the squad of the demon clan was completely defeated. In the end, Yi Shisan decisively sent out 5 vassal realm powerhouses. Following the collective charge of the large squad, the 5 vassal realm powerhouses instantly killed 2 demon emperors of the demon clan. In the end, out of the entire squad of the demon clan, only a dozen people luckily escaped. The rest became the points on Yi Qinghan's ring. Just like that, the super elite squads of the 4 families wandered around every morning. After the Hua clan assassins confirmed the strength of the enemy, they immediately started the battle and quickly retreated after killing. Within half a month, they actually slaughtered 8 squads and obtained more than 1,000 points. Adding the original points, the number on Yi Qinghan's ring was almost 3,000. The crazy slaughter of the super elite squads of the 4 families finally attracted the attention of the demon clan and the barbarians. They began to gather a few squads and started to intercept the squads of the 4 families. However, under the advanced detection of the Hua clan assassins, they calmly retreated. At the same time, their squad also became famous in the House of Ares. On the chaotic battlefield, a rumor about Yi Qinghan's super elite squad began to appear. According to the rumor, the 4 great clans of the House of Ares had jointly assembled a super elite squad. They were dressed entirely in black and masked. The squad's combat strength was incomparably valiant. They won every battle and all of them were complete victories. Until now, they had slaughtered more than a dozen elite squads of the demon clan and the barbarians. Most importantly, the squad's casualty rate was pitifully low. After more than a dozen battles, only a few people died and more than a dozen were severely injured. Of course, this rumor about Yi Qinghan's squad had also spread, but their casualty rate was indeed very low. The squad's tacit understanding increased day by day, and the squad members also gradually grew through each battle. The Hua clan assassins were like ghosts. Every time a squad member was in danger, they would instantly kill. The Yu clan's illusions and the Feng clan's flying swords were impossible to guard against. The few vassal realm powerhouses hidden in the crowd could provide support at any time. 120 martial realm powerhouses and 7 vassal realm powerhouses. Moreover, most of the people inside were descendants of the ancient gods. They possessed the bloodline of the gods and possessed nature-defying skills. With such a powerful and luxurious lineup, if they still couldn't win a complete victory against a squad of foreign clans that was so much weaker than them, Yi Shisan, the commander, should just bang his head against a tree and commit suicide. Chapter 93. In the chaotic battlefield, the super elite squads of the 4 clans massacred a few squads of the 2 clans within half a month after a round of wanton killing. After a short period of panic, the barbarians and demon clans reacted immediately. The super elite squads led by the son of the demon god, Yao Kaka, and the super elite squads led by the young patriarch of the barbarians, Mangon, began to intercept them. In the next 10 days or so, the 4 clans' teams had almost run into each other many times under the careful planning of the 2 squads. However, after being targeted by Yao Kaka's squad for the first time a few days ago, Yi Shisan had already spread out all the Hua clan assassins. With every operation, all the Hua family assassins had already been completely dispersed out. The perimeter of vigilance had been expanded by twofold. Therefore he could easily discover the squads that came to intercept them in advance and quickly retreated. This made Yao Kaka and Mangan so angry that they stomped their feet and cursed. It was not that they were afraid of these two squads. In fact, Feng Zi had suggested many times that she wanted to fight these two squads alone and completely cripple them. However, Yi Shisan and a few Marquis Realm experts discussed and decided not to fight these two squads if they encountered them first. Firstly, they came to the prefecture battle mainly to gain experience and gain points. There was no need to risk their lives. First, they should obtain enough points. Secondly, the two squads had not wantonly slaughtered the elite squads of the House of Ares. Therefore Long Sinan did not stand out and there was no need for them to risk their lives. Whether they could win or not was one thing. The few young masters and ladies in the squads were the treasures of their clans. If anything happened to them, they would not be able to atone for their sins. Therefore in the following days they carefully wandered around the chaotic battlefield. With self-preservation as the priority, they would immediately start the battle when they found an opportunity to attack. Then they would quickly leave after obtaining points. Although the probability of obtaining points was much slower this way, it was safer. The temporary base camp of the House of Ares. As a large number of squads had gone to the illusory forest to participate in the battle, the temporary base camp had quietened down. Only the 4 squads of the 4 clans that had not been selected and the wounded who had been sent back from the illusory forest remained in the base camp. Of course, there was also the Shui Wuhan squad that had not gone out yet. Shui Wuhan had been lurking here all this while, allowing his family's team to either cultivate or play. As long as they didn't leave the base and didn't do anything that crossed the line, he couldn't be bothered to care. After more than 3 months of cultivation, he finally broke through the bottleneck that he had been stuck at for more than a year. He stepped into the level 1 martial realm. Although his realm was not too high at this age, he had always been relying on his family's insect breeding skill instead of his battle chi cultivation base. His 12 golden-shelled insects were more powerful than most of the elders in his family. That was why he was appointed as the young patriarch. The 4 clans formed a super elite team and headed to the illusory forest to participate in the battle. He hadn't participated in the battle with them in the first place, and he naturally wouldn't go out again now. He knew that he had a bad reputation among the descendants of the 4 clans. Feng Zi and Hua Hua were very unhappy with him, and Yi Qinghan wanted to eat his flesh and blood. Since Yu Qingqing followed Yi Qinghan, she probably wouldn't treat him well either. However, he didn't care. What he cared about was his cultivation base and the promise that Tu Qianjun had given him. Tu Qianjun had told him that he could still survive after the prefecture battle and that he could follow him. He could follow him into the Divine City and climb out of the Fire Dragon continent. That was why he wouldn't foolishly participate in the prefecture battle and put himself in danger. However, on this day a special guest suddenly came to the temporary base camp. This made him a little helpless but also a little excited. Today the sky above the temporary base camp was suddenly covered by a dark cloud. Looking at the huge body of the magical beast above their heads, the temporary base camp fell into a panic. The temporary base camp fell into panic at first, but after a moment when they saw a person suddenly jump down from the magical beast, their emotions changed from panic to respect and envy. The dark cloud wasn't a magical beast that escaped from the illusory forest, but a winged dragon, a mount specially used by the Divine City. This person wore a white robe and jumped down from the winged dragon, emitting a golden radiance. He was someone from the Divine City. Although they knew that no one was allowed to participate in the prefecture battle after the transfer point was closed, since he was someone from the Divine City, it was only natural. Moreover, this person obviously wasn't here to participate in the prefecture battle. He just walked straight into Shui Wuhan's bamboo house. After discussing for a while, he once again rode the winged dragon and disappeared into the horizon. After a while, Shui Wuhan appeared and immediately gave an order to his team. Prepare immediately. We will enter the illusory forest tomorrow and participate in the prefecture battle. He looked at the team that quickly got busy because of a single sentence he had said earlier. Looking at the illusory forest in the distance that was like a black hole that was constantly devouring lives, Shui Wuhan's gray and black eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness. Young master, didn't you say that we won't participate in the prefecture battle? Are we going to the Divine City after training in the temporary base camp for a year? Why did you change your mind now? The 2 youths beside him had an ominous premonition when they saw the ruthlessness that flashed in Shui Wuhan's eyes. Shui Wuhan didn't answer immediately. Instead, he looked at the illusory forest in a daze and said faintly, I originally didn't want to, but now I have to complete a mission to prove my loyalty to the Divine City. Of course, it can also untie a knot in my heart. Go and prepare, the following things will be quite fun. After the huge winged dragon soared into the sky, it didn't immediately fly away from the netherworld island. Instead, it flew towards the illusory forest. However, it flew a little too high, so the people on the ground didn't sense it at all. The winged dragon finally landed in the temporary base camp of the demon race. The white-robed man flew down and had a discussion with the leader of the temporary base camp of the demon race. Then he got up again and went to the base camp of the barbarian race. After another discussion, he flew away from the netherworld island and flew directly towards the fire dragon continent, disappearing completely. After that, the temporary base camp of the demon race and the barbarian race immediately sent out a small team to inform Xianxia and Mangan, who were in the chaotic battlefield in the illusory forest, about what the white-robed man had discussed. After Xianxia and Mangan received the news, their tightly knitted brows finally relaxed. They hurriedly gave a series of orders that made their subordinates feel puzzled. Of course, Yi Qinghan and the others didn't know about these things that happened in the dark. The small team still went out carefully every day to look for prey. At this moment they were in an extremely large canyon. The assassins of the Hua clan had already spread out in all directions. The assassins of the Hua clan were on guard on both sides of the canyon, so they weren't so worried that they would encounter the attacks of Xianxia and Mangan. After not meeting the small team of the barbarian race and the demon race for 2 days, the small team was a little listless. They walked silently in the canyon. The canyon was very long, more than 10 miles long. There were many chaotic battlefields in such a canyon, and it was also very common. The assassins of the Hua clan came to report the nearby information from time to time. According to the report, the other small team was very surprised. There were actually many transportation formations in front of this canyon. There were more than 10 of them. There weren't many places with such dense transportation formations. The surroundings of the canyon were barren. It was obvious that it wasn't a good place to squat. So the small team gave up on squatting here. After all, their small team's combat power was extraordinary. They could defeat an ordinary foreign tribe team in an instant. There was no need to waste time here. Report. The assassin of the Hua clan reported again. Looking at the solemn expression of the dark and skinny man, it was obvious that something big had happened. Everyone didn't dare to continue chatting. They all focused their attention on this assassin. Ahead, not far from the transportation formation, we found a huge cave. There's a cruel and brutal aura coming from the cave. It's suspected that there are demonic beasts of at least the 7th rank and above. I suggest that the small team stop first and investigate the situation before moving forward. When Yi Shisan heard this, he waved his hand decisively. The entire team stopped moving forward. Then he discussed with a few Duke Realm experts and gave the order, everyone retreat 5 miles. The Hua clan's Duke Realm expert Hua Xan will go ahead and investigate. We'll make a decision after the situation is clear. Chapter 94. Yi Qinghan and the rest didn't say much as they decisively retreated 5 kilometers with the rest. After all, safety first. A 7th rank beast was a powerful existence comparable to a duke. If it was an 8th rank magical beast, then it would be too much. If their team encountered it, at least half of them would die. The team retreated 5 kilometers and waited in silence for Hua Xian's report. If it was an inferior 7th rank magical beast, then the team could probably go back and deal with it. After all, a 7th rank magical crystal was a treasure that was difficult to obtain. It was a treasure not only for cultivation but also for alchemy. Roar! However, in less than 10 minutes an earth-shattering roar suddenly sounded in front of them. Everyone's expressions changed. Yi Shisan decisively ordered the team to be on high alert. They retreated again and only stopped when they reached the entrance of the canyon. As for the loud roar, it only sounded once before it didn't sound again. Everyone stood at the entrance. Seeing that Hua Xan still hadn't returned, they were just about to send 2 more dukes to investigate when they unexpectedly saw a battered and exhausted Hua Xan quickly running over with blood dripping from the corner of her mouth. Superior 8th rank magical beast, Silver Moon Two-Headed Wolf. Everyone retreat quickly. Hua Xian's expression was bitter and pale. It was obvious that she had just been injured by the magical beast. When everyone heard this, they hurriedly issued a secret signal, indicating for the Hua family scouts to quickly retreat. Then the entire team turned and began to run at full speed. What a joke. Superior 8th rank magical beast, Silver Moon Two-Headed Wolf. This was a superior 8th rank magical beast. Their own team wouldn't be enough to devour it. Although they knew that high-level magical beasts usually wouldn't leave their territory and follow them, it was best to stay far away from this malefic star. However, it was better to stay far away from such a malefic star. If it was angered by flowery hearts probing and followed after them, it would not be harmonious. The urgent march lasted for 3 hours. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief when they returned to the Divine Battle residence and gathered at the team's gathering point. As if they had escaped from death, they all jumped for joy. They secretly committed this location to memory. In the future, they would never go near that canyon again even if they were beaten to death. After all, that was one of the most dangerous places on Nether Island. If they completely angered the Silver Moon two-headed wolf, it could even tear apart 10 teams. The team entered the familiar battlefield, and the entire army immediately began to relax. This was a place guarded by Long Sinan. There were also many teams from the House of Ares nearby, so there was no need to worry about any unexpected situations. Hua and the others started to chat and laugh. They started to ask Hua Xian about what had happened. Hua Xian was obviously frightened just now. She only recovered after walking halfway. Now that Flora was asking questions, the people around her were listening attentively. He smiled bitterly and started to explain. There was a huge cave about 500 meters in front of the tightly packed teleportation arrays. Hua Xian walked to the side and a fierce and brutal aura greeted her. Hua Xian did not dare to be careless and immediately went into stealth. However, just as he stepped more than 10 meters into the cave, he heard a loud roar coming from inside. Then he saw 2 giant wolf heads bigger than a human's head and 2 pairs of cold, bloodthirsty eyes. He was almost scared out of his wits by the loud roar. Now that he saw the giant wolf heads, he immediately split into 5 clones and fled in all directions. However, the Silver Moon two-headed wolf was obviously unhappy with the human who had barged into its cave. The wolf head on the left spat out a mouthful of green gas, instantly shattering the 4 doppelgangers. Hua Xian's original body was also hit and sent flying. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and started to escape as soon as he saw the giant wolf head, so he was not seriously injured. After being sent flying, he immediately went into stealth and fled frantically. Finally, he was lucky enough to survive. Scary. The few of them looked at each other in horror. The Silver Moon two-headed wolf was indeed a powerful 8th-rank magical beast. In a single exchange, he had sent a Duke Realm expert flying, nearly heavily injuring him. It was probably impossible to kill it without the strength of a 3rd-level emperor. Alright, let's go back and rest for a day. Hua Xian, take care of your wounds and cultivate hard. In the next prefecture battle, when you reach the Sage Realm, you can destroy it. Yi Shisan smiled and patted Hua Xian's shoulder to comfort him. As the only Duke assassin in the team, Hua Xian was a powerful combat force that the team couldn't do without. He had to calm down so that he could fight better in the future. Hee, that's right, brother Hua Xian. We'll come back in 30 years and destroy this little bastard. We'll avenge you. Fengzi chuckled. After hearing Yi Shisan's words, he began to imagine what level he would reach in 30 years. Most of the people here would probably become the pillars of their respective families in 30 years' time. They chatted as they walked. Unexpectedly, a Hua family disciple brought them a piece of surprising news. They found the Shui family's team up ahead, and Shui Wuhan was among them. Huh? This coward is here too? Fengzi raised his eyebrows and didn't hide his disgust. He waved his hand and smiled. Let's go and meet this lackey who defected to the Divine City. Yi Qinghan's eyes flashed with a hint of excitement. He had thought that Shui Wuhan wouldn't come out for a long time. He couldn't do anything if he stayed in his temporary headquarters. Now that he had come out, it meant that his chance had come. The humiliation on Song City's Nyolan Street, the ambush by Shui Yi and the others in the Savage Mountains, and the Yi family's instigation of Yi Qinghuang and Yi Rong to murder his sister. With so many debts added together, he had long since listed Shui Wuhan as a must-kill target. However, Yi Qingyo had told him that he could and had to do it. However, he had to do it discreetly without leaving any evidence. Otherwise, the Yi family wouldn't be able to answer to the other major families. There had been some friction between the 5 major families in every generation, resulting in many disciples who didn't see eye to eye with each other and fought. But no matter what, the 5 major families were actually of the same branch. They relied on and supported each other for thousands of years. It was allowed for there to be conflicts and friction between the disciples of the families. But until now, there had never been an incident where a core disciple of a family was killed in public. After thousands of years, the 5 major families had formed a tacit understanding. It was an invisible rule. If there was something, it could be done in secret. As long as it didn't destroy a family, as long as it didn't shake the foundation of another family, and as long as there was no evidence, everything was fine. If you had the ability you could do it. In Song City, Shui Wuhan discovered that Yi Qingyu actually had the Jade Spirit Body, one of the two saint bodies on the continent. He didn't hesitate and immediately started to do it. But in the end he didn't succeed. Fortunately, he was the fastest to escape and wasn't caught red-handed by the Yi family. There was no direct evidence. Therefore the Yi family had no choice but to kill Shui Wuhan directly. They could only send Yi Qingyu to extort money from him. And at this moment in the prefecture battle, Yi Qinghan had the ability to kill Shui Wuhan in a second. Therefore he could secretly kill Shui Wuhan. Of course he could only do it secretly and secretly. He couldn't leave any evidence. Shui Wuhan had been holed up in the temporary headquarters, so he naturally didn't have a chance. But now that Shui Wuhan had come out, it meant that he had a chance. Therefore he started to smile. It was a lewd and happy smile. He followed the team and strode toward Shui Wuhan's team. Shui Wuhan was in a good mood. His gray and black eyes flashed with a smile. He waved the fan in his hand casually. It was as if he wasn't on the dangerous Nether Island, but strolling on the 13th street of Tsang City. The two marquis beside him were guarding him at all times. The 200 martial-level experts that the Shui family had prepared for him were scattered around. He had no reason to be afraid. At least here in the territory guarded by Long Sainan, he wouldn't be afraid. The emissary from the Divine City had brought him a mission and a promise. A promise from Tu Qianjun. Ever since he accidentally met Tu Qianjun more than 10 years ago, he had been waiting for this day, waiting for this opportunity. Tu Qianjun had given him hope in the calm Lake City, and he had received a positive answer a few days ago. As long as he completed this mission he could walk into the tall Divine Mountain and the tall Divine City. Then he could soar into the sky and have the opportunity to fly out of the dead well that was the Fire Dragon continent. For himself and for his family, he could win generations of glory and limitless development. As for the dislike and dissatisfaction of the younger generation of the four families, he didn't care at all. Now that his horizons had been broadened, his mentality had also changed. Would a person get angry with a group of ants? Of course not. Therefore when he saw the gloomy Yi Qinghan and Feng Zi walking over, he smiled happily at them. His smile was very bright as the purple roses on the calm lake island. Chapter 95. Young Master Shui, you actually have the time to visit our suffering compatriots? Are you here to see how we will be bullied by the monster and barbarian residences? Feng Zi's tone was filled with anger. Even an idiot could hear the mockery and disdain in his words. Hua Chao also pouted. His feminine and beautiful face clearly expressed his dislike for Shui Wuhan. He said sharply, I thought young Master Shui went straight to the Divine City. What? Are you tired of staying in the main camp? Are you here to relax? Yu Qingqing didn't say anything. She already knew everything that Shui Wuhan had done in Song City from Yi Qinggu. She didn't even have the mood to mock such a person. She just looked at Yi Qinghan worriedly. She frowned slightly, making one's heart ache. Yi Qinghan didn't say anything either. He just looked at Shui Wuhan in a daze. His lips curled into a slanted smile. His eyes were burning as if he wanted to melt Shui Wuhan. Haha, everyone is talking as if Wuhan is going to betray the 5 big clans and become your enemy. No matter what, the 5 big clans are one family, aren't they? Shui Wuhan could hear the mockery and disdain in their words. However, his skin was thicker than the city walls, so he didn't care at all. The corners of his mouth curled up into an intoxicating smile. He didn't seem to care about everyone's ridicule and hostility as he spoke calmly. His eyes drifted past Yu Qingcheng's beautiful face. Greed flashed in his eyes and he immediately shifted his gaze. When he finally saw Yi Qinghan, his eyes were burning as if he wanted to melt Yi Qinghan. Alright, we still have things to do. We won't disturb your trip. Feng Zi saw that Shui Wuhan's smile was still the same as before, but it didn't feel like a spring breeze anymore. Instead, he felt disgusted and snorted coldly. Looking at this smiling face, he didn't even want to say any more polite words. He prepared to leave, no longer looking at Shui Wuhan's hypocritical smile. Flowers and grass nodded as well. In the past, when they saw Shui Wuhan's friendly smile, they felt that it was an eyesore. They didn't want to say anything more and wanted to leave. Don't. It's not easy for us to meet, why don't we sit together? Shui Wuhan was still smiling amiably as he suggested enthusiastically. Feng Zi snorted coldly again. His tone had become very unfriendly. Forget it. We're here to do something, not to travel. The flowers and plants lowered their heads. Yu Qingqing turned around and whispered to Yi Qinggu. He looked as if he had heard Shui Wuhan's words and was about to leave. Yi Qinghan still didn't move, nor did he say anything. He was still staring at Shui Wuhan blankly. Then let's do it this way. Shui Wuhan's eyes flashed, and he put away the folding fan in his hand. He looked at Yi Qinghan and said solemnly, I'll take up a few minutes of your time. I have a few private words with young Master Han. Can young Master Han do me the honor? Everyone looked at Yi Qinghan in surprise. Shui Wuhan seemed to have a deep hatred for Yi Qinghan. The two of them actually had a private conversation? Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingwu looked at Yi Qinghan nervously, as if reminding him that they were worried about him. Young Master. Yi Shisan, who was at the side, looked at Yi Qinghan worriedly and reminded him. It's fine. Yi Qinghan waved his hand and gave Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingwu a reassuring look. Then he looked at Shui Wuhan with interest and smiled happily. He said, Young Master Shui, since you've given the order, how would Yi Qinghan dare to disobey? Everyone please wait for a moment. I'll have a good chat with young Master Shui. Although he was a little surprised that Shui Wuhan wanted to talk to him alone, he naturally wouldn't be afraid of Shui Wuhan's schemes when there were so many experts here. Even if Shui Wuhan really wanted to do something, he wasn't afraid of anything. He was 100% sure that he could kill Shui Wuhan in a second. Young Master. This time, it was the Marquis next to Shui Wuhan who began to worry and remind him. They had received a death order from their families that they couldn't let Shui Wuhan leave their sight. Even if he went to the toilet they had to follow him. So, of course they were worried. Shui Wuhan didn't say anything. He waved his hand and gave them a determined look. Then he smiled and gestured to Yi Qinghan to follow him. Yi Qinghan shrugged his shoulders and took the lead to walk towards the small bushes. Shui Wuhan cupped his hands at everyone to express his apology, then followed Yi Qinghan. Shui Wuhan, what can I do for you? Yi Qinghan narrowed his eyes and looked at Shui Wuhan. The hatred in his eyes was very obvious, as if he hadn't tried to hide it. Shui Wuhan scanned the surroundings. After making sure that no one was watching or listening in, his expression changed and he said with an ashamed expression, Young Master Han, I was wrong in the past. I sincerely apologize to you here. Moreover, the Shui clan has also compensated your family with a large amount of treasures and resources. Do you think the hatred between us can be resolved? As long as it can be resolved, Wuhan is willing to agree to any condition. Resolve? When Yi Qinghan heard this, his eyes became more and more dazed. It was as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. The faint sneer at the corner of his mouth became more and more obvious. He raised his head in amusement and said, I can resolve it. You just have to slit your throat immediately and there will be no more hatred between us. Moreover, I will promise you that I won't go against your family again. Sigh, do you have to be so extreme? Shui Wuhan sighed helplessly. It was as if this was the answer he didn't want to hear the most. His eyes dimmed. Extreme? When Yi Qinghan heard this, he raised his eyebrows and was a little angry. He laughed coldly and pointed at Shui Wuhan and asked, What do you mean by extreme? Let's not talk about the slap you gave me at Nyolan Street. You sent people to the barbaric mountains to kill me and you won't forgive me? You sent people to murder my sister and you won't forgive me? Do you know that my sister is lying in the back mountain of the Yi clan, and her life is hanging by a thread? Do you think the hatred between us can be easily resolved with just a few words from you? Sai, I didn't know that she was your sister. Shui Yi and the others were also secretly sent by Old Shi, so I didn't know either. Now that things have come to this, I don't want to. Whether you believe me or not, my apology is sincere. Shui Wuhan smiled bitterly and said helplessly, Alright, I don't want to say anything more. If that's all you want to say, I think there's no need for us to say anything more. When Yi Qinghan saw Shui Wuhan's hypocritical expression and words, he resisted the urge to slap him to death. After he finished speaking coldly, he turned around and left. Sigh. Shui Wuhan looked at Yi Qinghan as he left coldly and sighed helplessly. However, when he saw a few insects the size of ants on Yi Qinghan's back quickly drilling into Yi Qinghan's hair and disappearing, the corners of his mouth suddenly rose into a silent smile. His gray and black eyes were shining brightly, and they were as deep as the sea. He stood at the same spot for a long time until Yi Qinghan and his team had completely left his sight. Only then did the corners of his mouth gradually widen. From a light smile it started to become a big laugh and finally, it became a crazy laugh. Young clan leader? Why did you plant a hidden insect in Yi Qinghan's body? When the two Duke Realm bodyguards saw Shui Wuhan's actions, their expressions darkened. They waved their hands and dispersed the team in all directions. Then one of the Duke Realm powerhouses asked in confusion. With their strength and understanding of the art of breeding insects and insects, they could naturally see that Shui Wuhan had secretly planted a tracking hidden insect in Yi Qinghan's body. Because I want to kill him. Shui Wuhan calmed down after laughing loudly. He waved the fan in his hand again and said faintly. The two Duke Realm powerhouses looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Their expressions changed at the same time as they scanned their surroundings vigilantly. Then they said with a serious expression, "Young clan leader? This cannot be done. Not to mention that there are so many powerhouses around Yi Qinghan. Even if we can kill him, Yi Qinghan has such an important position in the Yi family. If Yi Qinghan dies, the Yi family will completely riot. When that happens, it will be a disaster that will befall the family. I'm not that stupid. The ones who did this are the barbarians and demons. I'm only responsible for revealing his whereabouts. Once this matter is done, I can soar to the sky in one go and establish a foundation for the family for 10,000 years." Shui Wuhan waved his hand faintly as a fervent and excited light flashed in his eyes. This is even more unacceptable. Colluding with a foreign race to harm one of our own. Once the matter of daylight is exposed, the family will also be unable to establish a foothold in the House of Ares. We will definitely not agree to this. The two Duke Realm powerhouses became even more anxious when they heard this. They hurriedly pulled on Shui Wuhan's hands and said anxiously. They were just short of kneeling before Shui Wuhan. Shui Wuhan ignored the two's frightened and anxious expressions. He took out a red token from his bosom and said with a resolute expression, "Father has already given me the floating blood token when he came. I have already decided that unless you want to betray the Shui family, you will all listen to my commands. Don't worry, I will definitely do this secretly. No one will find out. Once this matter is done, the Shui family's glorious future will be born in the hands of the three of us." At this moment, Yi Qinghan obviously didn't know that Shui Wuhan had taken the opportunity to have a private chat with him and had secretly planted a tracking bug on him. He also didn't know that Tu Qianjun had set up a large net and Shui Wuhan, Yao Kaka, and Mangan had already quietly enveloped the sky above him and were waiting for him to walk directly into the net. He just leaned against the cave he was resting in and closed his eyes as he recalled the past. He thought about the weak, white-haired, white-clothed girl who was quietly lying in the mountain behind the Yi family. The more he thought about it, the more the murderous intent in his eyes became. It was like a warm summer wind, the more it blew the hotter it became. "Shui Wuhan, just you wait. If I have the chance, I will definitely kill you." Chapter 96. Yao Kaka was in a good mood. As the only son of Xianxia, one of the two saints of the demon race, his status in the demon race was similar to that of Mangan. Furthermore, he had the pure bloodline of the Berserk lion race and was extremely talented. At the age of 28, he had the strength of an inferior-grade demon emperor, which gave him a unique status in the demon race. According to his father's wishes, he shouldn't participate in this prefecture battle. After all, Xianxia was an old man and was afraid that something might happen to him in such a chaotic region. However, he had been staying in the demon race's demon city for a long time and was very bored. Therefore, when he heard that there was such an exciting and fun event, he naturally wanted to come out and relax. Under the persuasion of another Saint Venerable, his father finally agreed to let him participate in the prefecture battle. From the looks of it, it was the right decision to participate in the prefecture battle. Previously, a small team of the human race had snatched a precious herb from him, which infuriated him and made him lead his team to kill many small teams of the human race. During this period of time, the elite teams of the four clans had also killed many small teams of the demon race. However, his current mood was exceptionally good. Yesterday, the headquarters had brought a piece of very good news and a very precious item, which made his mood better. The God City, which had never participated in the internal affairs of the three prefectures, actually took action because of a young master from the Yi family? He was slightly afraid of the God City. This fear came from the last words of his ancestors. His ancestors were afraid of being beaten and killed by the God City. Their last words were not to be enemies with the God City. Therefore, the order from the God City was for him to kill the young master of the Yi family. Of course, he wouldn't object and would try his best to complete the order. The human race had always been the mortal enemy of the demon race. Killing a human race member was a matter of course. Furthermore, the God City had sent over a high-grade treasure this time. Caressing the smooth and straight longsword in his hand, Yao Kaka shook his head of golden hair that resembled a lion's mane. The corners of his mouth curled into a bloodthirsty smile. What kind of deep hatred did the descendants of the Yi family have with that young master from the God City? Killing his father? Impossible. The God massacring guards were still living in the God City. Stealing his wife? This was probably not possible. If Tu Qianjun wanted a woman, which girl wouldn't wash herself clean and deliver herself to him? After thinking for a while, he still couldn't figure it out, so he decided not to think about it anymore. In any case, he would be a dead man sooner or later. He and Mangan led a team to jointly pursue and kill. He did not believe that anyone could escape. What's more, wasn't there someone from the Shui clan in charge of tracking and transmitting the target's coordinates? Although he had always hated the insects of the Shui family. However, there was no doubt about their tracking ability. Thinking about how that young master from the Divine City actually made the three clans, who hated each other as much as the sea, join forces just to kill one person, he couldn't help but feel that it was funny and a little awkward. However, the emissary of the Divine City sent a message saying that whoever killed the young master of the Yi family first would receive a favor from Tu Qianjun and a sacred tool. A sacred artifact. This temptation was irresistible and he could not refuse it. Therefore, although he felt uncomfortable, he still decided to do it with all his might. How could he not be in a good mood when he thought that he could kill the abominable team of the four clans that had slaughtered countless disciples of the demon race and obtain the sacred tool that he yearned for day and night? Tu Qianjun was also in a good mood. At this moment he was standing on the tall divine mountain, looking up at the eastern sky. It was as if he could see the big net that he had laid on the netherworld island in the eastern sea quietly spreading out, tearing that abominable youth into pieces and turning him into a pile of minced meat. He was the only male descendant of the four guards of the Divine City. Since young he had enjoyed the life of a crown prince. He was used to being high and mighty, and he was used to slapping people into ashes with a snap of his fingers. However, in the tranquil lake island of the enchanting city, he, the crown prince who had never been disobeyed or humiliated since young, was slapped hard in the face. He thought about the youth in black who always had a faint smile on his face. When he thought about Yu Qingqing's beautiful face and how she had resolutely said that she wanted to choose Yi Qinghan, he felt as if he had been slapped hard in the face. Due to certain rules, he couldn't act violently in front of the tranquil lake island. Of course, he couldn't swallow his anger. Hence, when he returned to the Divine City, he made his move. He wanted to find an opportunity to vent his anger and regain his reputation. He mobilized all his men to investigate Yi Qinghan's whereabouts. When he found out that Yi Qinghan had entered the Netherworld Island to participate in the palace tournament, he laughed. It was easy to kill someone in such a chaotic palace tournament. Swish. An air-piercing sound came from behind, dragging his thoughts back to reality. He tilted his head and glanced at the direction. He didn't care and continued to look at the mountain range in the distance, enjoying the pleasure of looking down at the other mountains. Young master. It was a man in a white robe. His face couldn't be seen under the white robe, but from his voice he seemed to be a little old. Tu Qianjun nodded and didn't turn his head. He continued to admire the mystical mountain scenery that was surrounded by the white mist. After a long time, he turned his head and asked, "Is the matter settled?" "I have given the order. Shui Wuhan, Yao Kaka and Mangan said that they will definitely do their best. If the three forces kill one person, Yi Qinghan will definitely not be able to walk out of the Netherworld Island." The man in the white robe said respectfully. Tu Qianjun sneered, "To vent my anger, I have spent 2 treasured artifacts and 1 sacred artifact. If I still mess up this matter, they will all be useless." The treasured artifacts and sacred artifacts are a small matter. However, young master, if we do this, we will violate the rules set by the Divine Master. If this matter is exposed, I am afraid the Divine Master will be enraged. Do you want to inform your father, the Massacre God Guards? The man in the white robe was stunned. He lifted his head and said. His tone revealed the worry and fear in his heart. Divine Master. Tu Qianjun was slightly stunned. A trace of fanaticism and fear flashed across his eyes. Then he shook his head and said indifferently, Divine Master has already been up there for 5 years and has yet to return. I reckon that he will not return for a few years. After a few years, everything will be fine. What is there to be afraid of? I will naturally inform my father. Don't worry. Pay close attention to everything on the Netherworld Island. If there is any information, report back quickly. Yes, young master. The man in the white robe nodded respectfully. He turned around and leaped down the mountain peak. After a few leaps, he disappeared into the white fog. The Netherworld Island seemed to have become quieter these few days. The elite teams of the human race had been wandering outside. However, they rarely found the elite teams of the brute race and the demon race. However, when a team was wandering, they found another dangerous place. The lair of an upper-tier 8th-grade black dragon. This lair was located in a valley near the Scarlet Plains. An elite team of the House of Ares accidentally entered the lair. However, apart from hearing a series of screams, no one was able to escape from the valley. Coincidentally, there was a team in the vicinity. They heard a dragon's roar coming from the valley. They also saw a giant black dragon's tail. Then Long Sinan immediately sent people to investigate and confirmed that it was an upper-tier 8th grade black dragon. In addition, Yi Qinghan and the others found the double-headed silver moon wolf. Long Sinan immediately made a map of the 2 dangerous places on the chaotic battlefield. She distributed the 2 dangerous places to the team leaders. These 2 places were listed as areas that must not be approached. Entering would mean certain death. Yi Qinghan and the others also received a map. Thinking about the terror of the double-headed silver moon wolf, they believed that this black dragon was definitely not an existence that could be provoked. At the very least, an upper-tier 8th grade demonic beast was not something that all the elites in the elite prefecture battle could afford to provoke. Although everyone knew that the most valuable treasures in this prefecture battle were in these 2 demonic beasts' lair, they still needed to be alive to obtain the treasures, right? Black Dragon Valley? According to past experience, the danger is proportional to the treasures. I'm afraid there are sage weapons, sage techniques, or divine herbs and fruits inside. Feng Zi looked at the map and touched the corner of her mouth, revealing a greedy expression. Then she glanced at the flowers and plants beside her and said with a smile, "Xiao, why don't you sneak in and take the treasures inside? I'll keep watch for you. How about that?" "Get lost." Hua Chao rolled her eyes and pouted. She snorted and said, "If you want to go, go by yourself. There are so many lonely girls in Luohua City waiting for me to comfort their lonely hearts. I don't want to die." Sage weapons, sage techniques. When can I have them?" Feng Zi was a little dejected. She looked at Yi Qinghan who was walking in front of her and said with jealousy, "Young Master Han is so good. You're so young, but the Yi family already gave you sage techniques. I'm afraid that the old guys in my family will only give us sage techniques when we advance into the Emperor realm." Yi Qinghan didn't say anything. He looked back at Feng Zi, who was a little sullen, and continued walking in silence. Of course, his feet were surrounded by battle aura, and he was constantly using the shadow step. Recently, the demon race and the barbarian race seemed to have become a little strange. The team hadn't met a small team of the mutated race for a few days. It gave him an indescribable sense of unease, so he was constantly cultivating to deal with more dangers. Report. A small team from the House of Ares has appeared in front of us. They want to see young Master Yi Qinghan. This was a scout from the Hua family. A person quickly walked over and reported this with cupped hands. "See me?" Yi Qinghan was slightly stunned. He didn't seem to know anyone recently. Was it Yi and the others who had been missing for a long time? Ignoring the surprised looks on the side, Yi Qinghan and Yi Shisan looked at each other, nodded and said, "Bring him here." Chapter 97. Bring him here. Yi and the others had been missing for a long time. Ever since Yi Qinghan heard that they were being chased by Yao Kaka, they had not received any news from their team. After that, Yi Shisan went to inquire about them on his own, but he did not receive any news from them. Why did they suddenly appear now? Of course, Yi Qinghan and the others were surprised and pleasantly surprised. "No, I'll go and see him. You guys keep moving forward. I'll catch up with the team later." Just as he was about to call the Hua family scouts to bring Yi over, he suddenly remembered that Yi and the others had been hiding their identities. Therefore, Yi Qinghan immediately stopped the Hua family assassin who was going to call for Yi. At the same time, he turned his head and gave Yu Qingqing and Feng Zihua a look to tell them that it was okay. "I'll go with young master." Yi Shisan quickly followed up and dispelled everyone's worries. With Yi Shisan's protection, it would not be a problem for them to escape if they could not win. The team continued to move forward. Yi Qinghan and Yi Shisan left the team and walked towards Yi and the others. Under the guidance of the Hua family, Yi Qinghan and Yi Shisan walked to a small lawn. They looked at the rough and burly man in front of them and a friendly smile appeared on their faces at the same time. "Go ahead and do your thing. He's my friend." Sure enough, their guess was right. It was indeed Yi whom they had not seen for a few months. Yi Qinghan nodded at Yi and then turned to speak to the Hua family. The Hua family did not say much. They cupped their hands and left quickly. "Big brother." Yi Shisan looked very excited. He strode forward and gave Yi a bear hug. His eyes were faintly misty and his voice was choked with sobs. Yi Qinghan stood at the side and looked at the two with a smile. He knew the relationship between Yi and Yi Shisan. They were not biological brothers, but they were better than biological brothers. When they came to the chaotic area, Yi Shisan and Yi Shisan were worried about the missing Yi and the others. He was very happy to see that Yi was safe and sound. "Young master, this way please." Yi Yi and Yi Shisan exchanged a few pleasantries before cupping their hands respectfully toward Yi Qinghan. The three of them walked to the side and entered a dense forest. Finally they came to a hidden cave and saw Yi 3rd, Yi Jiu and Yi 11th, as well as the rest of the Yi family's death squad. 3rd brother, 9th brother, 11th brother. Brother Jiu, what happened to your hand? Yi Shisan greeted everyone with a cordial smile, but his face suddenly darkened. He found that one of Yi Jiu's hands was empty. His left arm was missing from the shoulder. Yi Jiu. Yi Qinghan also noticed Yi Jiu's empty left hand and couldn't help but cry out. Hee, young Master Han, 13, I was accidentally ambushed by a high-grade demon emperor beside Yao Kaka. Don't make a fuss. Isn't it just a hand? Now I can still chop people with my sword. Yi Jiu's expression was the same as usual. He was still smiling warmly as if it wasn't a hand that had been crippled, but a small fingernail. 13, don't be coy like a woman. Don't embarrass yourself in front of young master. In our line of work, as long as you don't die, it's a great fortune. It's just that old Nine's crippled hand is a bit sullen. Damn it. Yao Kaka, that golden-haired lion, if I have the chance I'll definitely cripple him. Yi said angrily, a trace of hatred flashing in his eyes. Yi Qinghan was silent for a moment. He stared at Yi and said, What happened? Tell me in detail. Yi Shisan was also anxious. He said with hatred, Big brother, was it that demon Kaka who did it? It started more than a month ago. Yi frowned slightly as if he didn't want to recall that experience. He said a bit sadly, In the beginning we divided the squad into 2 teams. The first team was made up of the weakest ones as bait, and Yi Jiu hid his presence and led the team. The rest of us followed behind and let them attract the attention of the strange races to hunt them. Then we would be the aureole behind them and the 2 teams would counterattack. The effect was very obvious. We successfully hunted down a large number of strange races and obtained a lot of points. But later on we killed too many and were targeted by the barbarians and demons. We started to be surrounded by Yao Kaka and Mangon. We also knew that we were being targeted, so we were very careful every time. However, in the previous month, Yao Kaka had actually imitated our strategy and used a small team to lure us out to hunt. In the end, while we were hunting, we were surrounded by 4 of his small teams. Luckily, one of the scouts that we had placed outside wasn't instantly killed and successfully sent out a signal. That was how we managed to break out of the encirclement. As for Yi Jiu, he was ambushed by 2 of Yao Kaka's demon emperors and lost an arm. In the end, we only managed to save his life after we tried our best to rescue him. As for the small team that was sent as bait, they were completely annihilated. Even though Yi Yi's explanation was very rough, it was a very short one. However, Yi Qinghan and Yi Shisan could imagine from his words that the situation was critical and tragic at that time. Both of them didn't look good. After a moment of silence, Yi Qinghan asked again, How did you escape later? Why haven't you heard from me for a month? That's right, big brother. It's been a month. You don't know that we haven't received any news from you. 17 and I are so worried. Yi Shisan, who was usually as steady as the commander of the 4 families' teams, could not remain calm at this moment. The hatred and worry on his face were very obvious. We were chased all the way here. 4 demon race squads and more than 10 demon sovereigns. We were no match for them. The way back to the temporary camp of the House of Ares was blocked. Left with no choice, we could only run away. In the end, we entered a valley that was naturally suitable for escape, Yi said as he patted Yi Shisan's shoulder. What valley? Yi Qinghan asked in surprise. There was actually a valley that was naturally suitable for escape? Black Dragon Valley. Yi San chuckled and said. He seemed to be very proud of their successful escape this time. Yi Qinghan and Yi Shisan looked at each other and exclaimed, Black Dragon Valley? Isn't that the lair of an 8th grade black dragon? What's going on? Isn't that a dangerous place? You actually managed to hide in there for another month? Young Master Han, let me tell you. There is a small cave on the left side of the valley. The entrance is very small, but it is very deep. Although the black dragon is powerful, it can't enter the cave at all. However, when we were being chased, we accidentally entered the valley. Of course, it didn't take long to lure the black dragon out. At that time, we just happened to be next to the cave, so we all entered and didn't encounter the black dragon. Of course, Yao Kaka and the others weren't so lucky. Through the cave, we discovered that at least half of them were dead or injured. As for why we stayed at the cave entrance for a month, of course it was because once all of us left the cave, we would definitely alarm the black dragon. 1 dragon breath would kill at least half of the remaining people, so we could only hide in the cave. It wasn't until a few days ago that a small team accidentally entered the valley that we managed to escape in the chaos. Yi explained the process of their escape in detail. Listening to him, Yi Qinghan and Yi Shisan couldn't help but sigh. They were lucky. Otherwise, they would have been completely annihilated. Chapter 98. How many points did you get? Yi Qinghan pondered for a while and asked with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Almost 5,000. Yi said with some shame. Not bad. What's your next plan? Do you want to come with us? Yi Qinghan nodded. It was already very good that they could get so many points. After all, the super elite teams of the four families only got less than 4,000 points. Thinking about it, Yi Yi's bait at the beginning was very good. Of course, they didn't attract the attention of the Demon Clan and the Barbarian Clan at the beginning, so it was relatively easier to get points. Moreover, they were all orphans adopted by the Yi family and didn't have the blood of the Yi family, so the Demon Clan and the Barbarian Clan didn't think that they were from the five families, so they didn't attract too much attention at the beginning. Later they killed more Demon Clan and Barbarian Clan and attracted the pursuit of Yao Kaka and the others. Yi shook his head and looked at Yi Shisan. His face became serious and he said solemnly, "Go with you? Young Master Han, your team is now more famous than we were. We heard about it on the way back. You're in the light while we're in the dark. The purpose of meeting you this time is mainly to tell you to be careful not to be surrounded and killed like us. It was better to be careful." This was what the old instructor had repeatedly told him. Safety first. Spirit pills can't only be obtained through the prefecture battle. Don't be too desperate. Yes, we know. From tomorrow onwards, I will double the range of the Hua family's assassins. Be careful, big brother. Don't worry, brother Jiao will definitely avenge you if we have the chance. Yi Shisan nodded, looked at Yi Qinghan and got up to leave. Their team had already gone some distance away, so they had to catch up quickly. Yi Yi and the other three watched Yi Qinghan and Yi Shisan leave, then turned and walked back to the cave. Yi San asked doubtfully, "Big brother, what should we do next?" Yi was silent for a moment and said, "What should we do? Now that we've been noticed by the two sides, we can't do it in the dark, so we'll do it in the light." Young Master Shui and the others wandered around the chaotic battlefield every day. When they encountered a target, they would attack it if they could. If they couldn't, they would retreat. Young Master Han's team is too famous now, we have to help them divert some of the attention from the outsiders. Life and death are decreed by fate, and riches and honor are determined by the heavens. We still have 5,000 points left and we're going to give it our all. After this, we'll be able to enjoy the rest of our lives. After less than an hour, Yi Qinghan and Yi Shisan caught up with the main force. After reuniting, Yi Shisan took command of the team and immediately doubled the range of the team, from the original 5 kilometers to 5 kilometers. Although the increase in scope made the people on guard even busier and more laborious, after learning about Yi Jiao's situation, Yi 13 decisively issued this order. After all, safety came first. It had been 4 months since they arrived at Nether Island, and the super elite teams of the four families had only obtained almost 4,000 points. Yi Qinghan was a little worried and anxious. Although Yi Qinghan had never said a word, everyone could feel his urgency and helplessness. Therefore, their team had been wandering around the chaotic battlefield for the past few days, hoping to meet a team from the outsiders and quickly collect points. However, the Demon Clan and Barbarian Clan were a little strange these days, and they didn't encounter a single team. No one dared to be careless and could only walk around the island in frustration. "Are Yi Yi and the others okay?" As they walked, Yi Qingwu secretly leaned over to Yi Qinghan and asked. There was a touch of worry on her pure face. Yi Jiao lost one of his hands. It was Yao Kaka who did it. Yi Qinghan gritted his teeth and blue veins faintly appeared on his forehead. He was a little sad. Yi Qingwu narrowed her eyes and shook her head. She bit her lip lightly and sighed. It's good enough that he survived. Let the family compensate him in the future. On Yi Shisan's side, Yi Shisan finally got the news he had been waiting for a month. Although it wasn't bad news, Old Ninth's hand still made him feel a bit upset. Therefore his face was a bit gloomy and his eyes were very angry. He looked around randomly as if he wanted to find a bunch of demons and barbarians in the forest to let him vent his anger in anger. There were no demons or barbarians in the forest, only cool breezes and greenery. It was just that, one of the Hua family scouts brought back a piece of news that caused his eyes to brighten and radiate with radiance. It had been 4 or 5 days and this was the first time they had found a team from the Demon Clan. Stand by and prepare for battle. Hua Team 1 continued to scout. Find out everything about that team and report back quickly. Yi Shisan's orders were a little cautious. Although he recalled Yi Jiu's empty arm and the unconcealable heartache on his face, he had the urge to rush up and kill. However, he resisted the urge and gave the order to scout and stand by. After a few days they were finally going to fight again. Hua Hua and Feng Zi's eyes were obviously full of fighting spirit as they silently stroked the swords in their hands. They didn't object to Yi Shisan's careful arrangements, but their obviously heavy breathing betrayed the hidden urgency in their hearts. Yi Qinghan stood silently and didn't make any extra movements. He just lowered his head and gently stroked the ring in his hand. Of course, the ring was yellow, not bronze. Yi Yi's dark line obviously didn't play a decisive role. The battle between the two clans had become orderly because of the two young princes in the clan. Obviously, it wasn't as chaotic as before. Therefore, the dark line that was supposed to be very stable was now unstable. He was a little anxious, worried, and disappointed. More than 10 minutes later, the Hua family assassin reported back with very good news. There were no foreign clan teams within a radius of 10 miles, and the demon team was all leopards. There was only the aura of a demon emperor among them. Let's do it. Yi Shisan and the other marquis from the other clans looked at each other and nodded. They gave the order to start the battle. Hee hee. Feng Zi grinned and narrowed her eyes. She shook the huge sword on her back. Hua Hua and Hua Xian nodded. They waved their hands and countless Hua family assassins started to move stealthily. Their figures gradually disappeared and spread out. Yi Qinghan slowly took out the blue dragon dagger from his boots and walked with Yi Qingwu to the Yi family's elite team. The team moved forward quickly and quietly. Everything was in order. 4 months of training and battles had already allowed them to have a very good rapport. This had already allowed them to have a very good tacit understanding. They were already very used to these bloody battles. Even the eyes of many of the Yu clan's women were suffused with a sparrow's desire to try it out. Chapter 99. The Demon Clan squad was made up of members of the Leopard clan. They were short and had pointy, thin ears that stood up straight. Their eyes were as small as mung beans, but they were constantly moving. Their skin was covered with grayish-white spots. Yi Qinghan and the others were not unfamiliar with the Leopard clan. They had encountered them in the previous battle. However, this was the first time they had encountered a squad of more than 200 leopards. There was no excessive greeting or nonsense. Of course, they could not understand nonsense. It was said that only the royalty and high-level demon sovereigns of the Demon Clan and the Barbarian Clan could understand the human language. The foreign clans that the squad had encountered in the past few months did not understand the human language. Therefore, when Yi Shisan was about a kilometer away from the Demon Clan squad, he ordered the entire squad to speed up and begin the battle. Then they prepared to retreat quickly. However, the situation did not seem right. To be more serious, it was very wrong. The Demon Clan squad seemed to have discovered Yi Qinghan and the others when they were about a kilometer away from them. Just as they were about to speed up and start the battle, the Demon Clan squad turned around and fled. What's going on? Yi Qinghan and Yi Shisan looked at each other, somewhat puzzled. There had never been such a situation in the past. They had fought against the Demon Clan and the Barbarian Clan more than a dozen times, but there had never been a Demon Clan member who ran away upon seeing a human squad. Moreover, looking at their formation, they seemed to be running very happily, like a flock of sheep that had seen a lion. They were running rather wildly and without a care for anything else. Apart from him, the other dukes in the squad had not revealed their strength. Why did the Demon Clan run away? Yi Shisan's mind spun rapidly. However, he could not figure out why no matter how hard he thought about it. Therefore, as he ran, he looked carefully at the Demon Clan squad. Everyone speed up and catch up. Send a message to the Hua family. Half of you will harass and delay them and the other half will be on full alert. The leopard demon sovereign is injured. Don't let them escape. After a while, Yi Shisan finally shouted, a trace of joy flashing in his eyes. When the members of the team heard this, they were all shocked. An injured demon emperor was worth 100 points, and a team without a demon emperor would be able to slaughter them easily, wouldn't it? Therefore, everyone in the squad rushed madly toward the Demon Clan as if they were injected with stimulants. Xiao. On the Demon Clan's side, the Hua family's assassins began to make their move after receiving the message. The assassins who had been lying in ambush near them constantly flashed, leaving afterimages as they stabbed their swords at the Demon Clan squad. Regardless of the outcome of the attack, his figure flashed and disappeared into thin air. Following the flashing figures and dazzling sword rays, the Demon Clan squads were constantly being assassinated and stabbed to death. However, this small team of demons did not seem to care. They continued to run madly. As long as the injured demons could still move their legs, they would hold onto their bleeding wounds and run madly. The demon clan's formation began to show signs of chaos after the Hua family's assassins' wild stabs. From the initial square formation, it gradually turned into an inverted arrowhead. At the forefront of the arrowhead was the demon emperor whose back was bleeding. As more and more demons were injured, the team's formation began to lengthen. Those with higher cultivation realms, those who were stronger and those who were not injured ran to the front. As for the weaker ones and the injured ones, they followed behind in a sparse manner. Send an order to Xianxia. Leave that demon emperor behind. Also, ask the Hua family's assassins to specifically stab the Panther clan's calf. We must leave all of them behind today. Xianxia spoke to the messenger beside him as he ran at high speed. He blamed himself for being too careful. If he had ordered his team to attack after receiving the information, they might have already started fighting. He was stunned when he saw the demon clan begin to escape. Now the distance between the two teams had increased. Although it would only take a few minutes for them to catch up with the demon clan squad, he had made a mistake in his judgment. Bang! A violent explosion suddenly came from the front and attracted everyone's attention. The explosion happened at the forefront of the demon clan squad. It was Xianxia who had made her move. The Hua family's most powerful warrior was indeed extraordinary. She actually created 9 identical afterimages in the air and stabbed at the demon emperor who was running for his life from 9 different directions. The demon emperor seemed to have anticipated this. His short and stout body emitted a purple airflow and collided with Xianxia's sword. The airflow exploded. Although it did not cause any harm to Xianxia, it successfully stopped her fatal sword attack. The moment Flower Heart exploded, the deity turned invisible and sneaked away. After the demon emperor destroyed the other 8 afterimages, he obviously paused and staggered a little. He took a deep breath and then started running again. The explosion in front of them did not stop the team behind them. Instead, Xianxia was excited and increased his speed. He shouted as he ran, "Burn your demonic power. This demon clan member is indeed seriously injured. Continue to chase. We will definitely get these 100 points." Swish. Xianxia appeared again, causing the demon emperor to burn his demonic power again to protect himself. On the other hand, the Hua family's assassins also appeared in a flash continuously. They stabbed towards the thighs of the demon clansmen that were running at the forefront. Although the Hua family's assassins did not cause much damage, they successfully prevented the demon clan members from escaping. Finally, after 2 minutes of chasing, Yi Qinghan and the others finally caught up. Not caring about the injured demon clan members, the team directly charged at the back of the demon clan. The first to attack was the Feng family swordsmen. Rows of flying swords rose into the air and turned into deadly talismans. They hovered in front of the demon clan, cutting off their path forward. The members of the Yi family immediately merged with their battle beasts and released their battle aura towards the densest area of the demon clan members. Roar! 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 The demon clan members saw that their path forward was cut off and that waves of battle aura were continuously flying towards them. When they realized that there was no way they could escape, they finally ignited the blood in their bones. They no longer ran away. Instead, they turned around and screamed. Their soybean-like eyes were bloodshot as they began to attack the team in a frenzy. It was obvious that they knew that there was no way out and wanted to fight to the death. They wanted to fight, but the team of the 4 clans would not give them the chance. The Yu family's woman immediately released a beautiful ray of light and began the first round of spiritual attacks. Immediately after, the members of the Yi family quickly rushed forward and hacked, cutting down a large number of demon clan members. E17 and the other vassal realm warriors no longer concealed their strength. Their colorful auras enveloped the entire battlefield, and the battle immediately heated up. The heated battle lasted for more than 10 minutes and ended with the victory of Yi Qinghan's team. 6 vassal realm experts directly joined the battle, ensuring that there was no suspense in this massacre. There were also no fatal injuries. The team began to deal with the aftermath. Yi Qinghan began to get busy. He was already used to collecting corpses after a battle and collecting points. Chapter 100. This demon emperor is quite strong. He actually managed to block several of Mai and Xianxia's assassination attempts. If it wasn't for Fairy Yu, it wouldn't have been so easy to deal with him. Fairy Yu's charm is boundless. She can even knock out a demon emperor. E17 felt a little happy. The matter with Yi Jiao had made him feel a little less sullen. Looking at the demon emperor's corpse with bulging eyes and a sinister expression, he somewhat gratefully said to Yu Clan's madam, "Yu Clan's madam. Haha 17, don't flatter me. This demon emperor was clearly seriously injured. He was mentally and physically exhausted by Huaxian and his soul was in a mess. Otherwise, how could I have knocked him out so easily? Although Fairy Yu's words were harsh, she clearly enjoyed Yi 17's flattery. Her charming face bloomed into a smile and her curvaceous body trembled even more violently. Fairy Yu, I'm afraid 17 has other thoughts. He told me that he has been secretly in love with you for a long time. Huaxian laughed and teased Yi 17. Yi 17 was obviously not afraid. He secretly smiled and raised his eyebrows. He stared at Aunt Yu's towering chest and said, Hee hee, fickle heart has spoken my mind. I'm just afraid that Fairy Yu doesn't like a boorish person like me. How can the two of you just stay there? Many girls in the Moon Tower have told me that the two of you are the most licentious of the 5 clans. I am not an innocent girl who can be deceived with just a few words. If you want to deceive my feelings, you are still far from being able to do so. Fairy Yu rolled her eyes. She was clearly not interested in their teasing. She laughed and scolded them. She twisted her plump buttocks and walked toward the Yu family women. Alright, 17 Huaxian, stop fooling around. Tidy up and prepare to retreat. Yi 13th glared at Yi 17 and motioned for the two of them to get to work. Yi 17 shook his head and walked away while rubbing his nose. Huaxian laughed mischievously. Her figure flashed and she sneaked away. However, in less than a quarter of an hour, Huaxian appeared again. This time, his expression was no longer playful and casual. Instead, it was very gloomy. Level 1 alert. 3 demon clan squads have appeared ahead. 5 kilometers away. Retreat to the south. Level 1 alert. There are 3 demon clan squads ahead. Retreat to the south as fast as you can. Level 1 alert. There are 3 demon clan squads ahead. Retreat to the south as fast as you can. Huaxian's voice wasn't loud, but it was sharp and urgent. After shouting 3 times and making sure that everyone heard him, he snuck out. Huaxian's urgent and sharp words finally woke everyone up after he shouted them for the 3rd time. They were all in an uproar, not knowing what to do as they looked around in confusion. What are you looking at? Everyone retreat. Yi Shisan's face quickly darkened. He didn't care about everyone's expression and shouted. The prestige that Yi Shisan had built up in the team over the past few days began to take effect. Everyone came to their senses and threw away the items in their hands. Yi Qinghan did not care about the small number of points he had yet to collect and quickly gathered with the team. They began to run towards the south in an orderly manner, gradually turning from running into a frantic escape. Report. There are 3 barbarian clan squads in the south. They are surging in our direction 5 kilometers away. At the next moment, a member of the Hua family's investigation team brought back another piece of information that shocked the entire small troop. Their swift footsteps halted abruptly. Yi Qinghan and Yi Shisan looked at each other and saw a trace of shock and confusion in each other's eyes. Hua and Fengzi also looked at each other, a little lost and a little confused. Report. There is a demon clan squad in the west. They are suspected to be led by Yao Kaka. They are rushing here 15 kilometers away. Report. There is a barbarian clan squad in the east. They are rushing here 10 kilometers away. They seem to be led by Rongchao. Confirming now. What happened? What was going on? The team was like an exploding pot of ants. They began to panic and fear and confusion appeared in everyone's eyes. Were they surrounded? How could they be surrounded? And surrounded by the demon clan and barbarian clan? Looking at the situation, it seemed like the demon clan and barbarian clan had joined forces to trap them here. But, how could the demon clan and barbarian clan join forces? Not to mention the blood feud between the 2 clans, it was impossible for them to join forces. Even if they had joined forces, how could they have appeared so coincidentally and arranged so well? Also, how did they know the exact location of their squad? What right did they have to charge straight at his team? There were many puzzles, many questions and many questions in the process. But Yi Shisan knew that he could not understand, nor did he have the time to think. He only knew that they were in danger now. Extremely dangerous. So dangerous that if they were not careful, the elite squad of the 4 clans, the future heirs of the 4 clans, and the 7 dukes would all die here today. Next year this day would be their death anniversary. So he did not ask for the others' opinions and directly gave orders. All troops listen up. Head southeast as fast as you can. Huaxian Yi Shisan, bring 10 people from the Hua family to the front. See if you can lure the 3 southern squads away. The rest of the Hua family disperse. Remember to stay alive. At the same time, Yi Shisan quickly transmitted his voice to the dukes. If it did not work, they could only execute the second retreat plan. According to the original plan, if there was no other choice, only the dukes could escape with their young masters and mistresses. In such a tense situation, the dukes did not have any good ideas. They could only see if they could escape. If they could not, they could only abandon their clan members and protect their young masters. Yi Qinghan, Hua Xi and Fengzi, and the others did not speak. They quickly followed the group southeast. The squad could clearly feel the oppressive and suffocating atmosphere. Some of the Yu family women even began to tremble. They knew how serious the situation was. Perhaps in the next second, they would all become cold corpses on the ground. Run. Run at full speed. They could not care less about the weeds and mud on the ground, which had already messed up their clothes. They could not care less about the brambles on the ground that had cut through the skin on their feet. They could not care less about the silk scarves that hung by their ears. They did not even know where to throw them. They knew that if they did not run now, the foreign races around them would tear them to pieces. Damn it. Yi Qinghan spat out a blade of grass from the corner of his mouth and cursed. He looked worriedly at Yu Qingcheng, whose face was flushed due to her slight panting. His complexion was not good at all. Mangan and Yao Kaka had joined forces? They knew where they were? They had surrounded them? Chapter 101. Yi Qinghan knew that his team was very strong. They were strong enough to fight against any team on the Nether Island. However, he also knew who was currently rushing towards his team in a frenzy. He also knew that once they were surrounded, only death awaited them. They would be completely dead without a trace of hope. Death. He was not afraid. He had faced death many times. He was afraid that his sister, who was lying in the mountain behind the Yi family, would never wake up. He was afraid that the people around him would die because of him. If these people died so easily because of him, he was afraid that he would not be able to rest in peace. Therefore his mood was very complicated. He was very unhappy, very anxious, very confused, and did not know what to feel. Bang! Bang! There was a sound of an explosion in front of them. Everyone's eyes flashed a glimmer of hope. If Yi-17 and Hua Xian could lead the three teams away, then they might have a way out. At least there was a chance to escape, right? However, a moment later Hua Xian and Yi-17, who looked gloomy and embarrassed, made their mood fall to the bottom. There are 4 barbarian kings in front of us. We can't lead them away. They seem to know where we are going. We will meet in 3 minutes. Hua Xian's words caused everyone who was running to stop in their tracks. Their faces were completely gloomy. 600 people for barbarian kings? They would meet in 3 minutes? Yi-13 did not think much. His eyes were bloodshot, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he roared with a ferocious expression, "Forget it! Forward, if you encounter the barbarians, rush over and execute the first retreat plan. Kill, kill, kill." A trace of blood flashed in the eyes of all the members, and they took out their weapons. Without the slightest hesitation, they rushed forward madly. The first retreat plan was already known to everyone. That was, in a situation of absolute danger. The whole team disregarded everything, disregarded any casualties, did not hesitate to fight, and did not conserve their strength. They charged forward with all their might, and their main goal was to break out of the encirclement and survive. Of course, it was up to God whether they could survive or not. They all knew that they had no other way out. The 3 barbarian squads in front of them were actually not that scary. If they had the time, they could definitely fight against the 3 barbarian squads head-on and win. But they didn't have time. Once the 2 super elite teams and the 3 demon teams caught up to them, there would only be one outcome. They would be completely annihilated. Not even half of their lives would be spared. Since the super elites of the 4 clans could be called super elites by the various clans, and since they could obtain such cultivation at such a young age, none of them were idiots. Therefore, when he first realized that he was surrounded, there was a brief moment of confusion and fear. However, after a few minutes, he heard Yi Shisan's hysterical roar. They quickly regained their composure and thought through everything. In a short period of time, everyone's fighting spirit soared. Since there was no way out, he could only rely on the saber and sword in his hands to open a path. Charge! Charge! The team surged forward in a frenzied manner. Even the women of the Yu clan pulled out their daggers, their eyes burning with passion as they dashed forward. Not a single one of them showed any emotion of fear, and not a single one of them showed any confusion in their eyes. There was only an indomitable super battle intent. Yao Kaka was in a good mood. Although the running made him sweat a little and he didn't feel very comfortable. However, he couldn't help but feel better when he thought about how the plan that the 3 clans had worked together to carry out was finally going to be a success. The target was right in front. To be more precise, the sacred weapon and two Qinjuan's favor were right in front of them. Furthermore, they had already been surrounded. They were just waiting for him to go over and reap the spoils at will. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Speed up. Don't let the barbarians snatch it away. That's a head worth a sacred weapon. Look at the target's image clearly. Once you discover him, don't worry about anything else. Just kill him first. Yao Kaka flung his golden curls as he roared at the team behind him. My lord, the target is heading south. He is escaping in the direction of the three small teams under Mangon. At that moment, a lady from the Fox clan beside him held a transparent crystal ball in her hands and shouted. There was a red dot in the transparent crystal ball that was constantly moving in the opposite direction. It was very strange. When Yao Kaka heard this, he quickly turned his head and looked at the crystal ball in the lady's hands. He realized that the red dot was constantly moving. He cursed anxiously, Huh? Why isn't he running towards us? Damn it. Don't let Mangon's subordinates kill him. Faster, faster. Bang, bang, brr. The sound of battle chi tearing through the air rang out in the distance. There were already countless angry roars, indicating that the teams of the four clans had already clashed with the three barbarian teams. The deafening sound and the terrifying explosion caused Yao Kaka to feel a little anxious. He had planned for many days and waited for an entire night. Today he finally had an excellent opportunity. If he let them escape this time, it would be hard to find another opportunity like this again. Thus, his expression darkened. He increased his speed again and began to run with all his might. He believed that as long as the barbarian teams could delay the elite teams of the four clans for a moment, he would be able to completely kill them all and turn them into minced meat on the ground. Yi 13th was in a bad mood. He felt as turbulent as the battle chi explosion in front of him. The combined attacks of his 7 Marquis and 200 marshals were actually unable to break through the human wall in front of them. He looked at the barbarians in front of him, who were like rows of stone pillars, and felt the countless demons and barbarians surging towards him from behind. He became even more anxious. He roared loudly, Damn it, aren't they afraid of death? If they aren't afraid of death, then kill them all. 2 minutes ago, they had all raised their swords in high spirits and were ready to go all out. Unexpectedly, they encountered the human wall in front of them. The 300 barbarians seemed to have already predicted their arrival. They had actually formed a fan-shaped defensive formation in advance and used the human wall to completely block off the 3 escape routes in front of them. The 4 barbarian emperors stood in front of them like 4 mountains. Behind them, rows of barbarian elites stood behind them, eyeing them like tigers watching their prey. Their defenses were fully activated and blocked off all the escape routes. The moment Yi Shisan saw this formation, he knew that if he tried to forcefully charge in one direction with this formation and the barbarians' extremely strong defense, he would be completely surrounded by the 600 barbarians like dumplings wrapped in a dumpling. Let's not talk about whether or not they would be able to escape before the demon race and barbarian race arrived. Even if they could, at least 2/3 of the team would remain here forever. Thus, he immediately gave the order for all the elites to release their battle chi and attack in one direction. His idea was not wrong. The power of the battle chi attack of over 200 people was indeed very strong. One attack could sweep a path forward. As long as the barbarians dodged or were attacked until their formation was messed up, they would have the opportunity to use their speed to charge out of the encirclement. Chapter 102. However, the barbarians fought with their lives on the line. They didn't care about their casualties and stubbornly withstood the first round of attacks. Although they suffered heavy casualties, their formation wasn't chaotic at all. Instead, it was very orderly. A path was quickly blocked by the barbarians on both sides. The injured barbarians continued to stand firm and stubbornly, trembling. The dead or crippled barbarians were quickly carried away by the barbarians next to them. The barbarians didn't fall into disarray. They continued to stand in front of them like rows of stone pillars. The barbarians were using human lives to buy time. They were using living flesh and blood to block the escape route of the 4 clans. Attack the original attacking areas without holding back. Feng clan, use your swords to pierce the eyes. You clan, use your illusions. Everyone else, release your battle chi. Yi Shisan's expression was ferocious as he roared. His hands and feet didn't miss a beat. His battle chi turned into a huge spear and he shot it straight at the barbarians. Damn it, you'll have to pay with your lives if you want to keep us here. Countless small swords appeared on the backs of the 2 Feng clan experts at the same time. They whistled forward with a boundless aura and stabbed at the barbarians in front of them. Feng Zi was very excited without a trace of fear or timidity. His huge black sword was like a reaper's chain, taking away one barbarian after another. His eyes were bloodshot as he roared with laughter. "Damn it, I'll die like a bird in the sky. Brothers, let's *CK them up. Let's kill them all." For a moment, the front was filled with battle chi. Countless flying swords shuttled back and forth, occasionally causing a series of explosions. Countless barbarians fell, but countless more barbarians rushed over. No one was cleaning up the corpses in front of them. They were piled up in a mess, but the line of defense didn't seem to have been broken. Yishi once again shot out a cyan spear. Looking back at the surging red dust not far behind him, he sighed helplessly and waved his hand. Exchanging glances with several marquee realm experts from various clans, he issued an extremely unwilling order: "Everyone charge. Execute the second retreat plan." The second retreat plan. Yi Qinghan's expression turned ashen when he heard these words. Feng Zi, Yu Qingqing, and Yi Qingwu's expression also became extremely ugly. The second retreat plan was for the entire team to charge forward and fight to the death. They covered the escape of a few dukes with the young masters of the various families. In the current situation, if they carried out the second retreat plan, then apart from them and the marquee realm experts who might be lucky enough to escape with their lives, everyone else would basically die in battle. No. Wait. Yi Qinghan kept shaking his head as he released his battle chi in the form of huge palms and waved them forward crazily. He knew very well that these people, these elite disciples of the four great clans, were here because of him. It was because of him that they had come to such a chaotic battlefield and fallen into such a tragic and desperate situation. If these 200 people all died because of him, he would never be able to rest easy for the rest of his life. Therefore, Zhang Tai uttered unconsciously as he released his sparse battle chi in a disorderly manner. Execute. Yi Shisan coldly swept his gaze over the elite disciples of the Yi family and nodded to Yi 17. He leapt forward and moved to Yi Qinghan's side. He lifted Yi Qinghan with one hand and released his battle chi to the fullest. A green aura bloomed from his body as he waved his hand forward and roared, "Everyone charge." As soon as Yi Shisan moved, the dukes also moved, quickly bringing the young masters and young ladies with them. They released their auras and roared at the same time, "Charge! Charge! Charge!" The 200 elite disciples roared at the same time. They had been trained by their families for many years, and as the saying goes, soldiers are trained for 1,000 days to be used in a single moment. Now was the time for them to repay the kindness of their families. Knowing that there was no way out, and with the determination to die, they collectively released an unprecedented battle intent. The entire team was like a torrent of steel, crashing toward the barbarians. Brr, brr. The barbarians immediately reacted. The remaining few hundred people quickly gathered together and waved their fists and giant clubs at the four family teams that were swarming toward them. The battle immediately became white-hot. It was either you die or I live. As long as you live, I'm invincible. Bang bang. Just as the group of barbarians was about to collide, something unexpected happened, causing the four family teams to tremble. Behind the small team of barbarians, waves of battle chi flew out of thin air. They were densely packed and colorful. It was a spectacular sight. As expected, the battle chi directly smashed into the barbarian squad that was about to collide with the squads of the four clans. Immediately after, a black torrent abruptly pierced into the barbarian squad from behind. It was like a sharp iron spear, fiercely stabbing into them, causing chaos. It's our people. Reinforcements are here. Retreat plan number 2, retreat plan number 1. We're invincible. Everyone charge. A hint of joy flashed in Yi Shisan's eyes, and his aura became even more dazzling. With a long roar, he sped forward like a ferocious tiger. Yi, it's Yi and the others. Ah, we're saved. Everyone kill. Yi Qinghan looked at the group of black-clothed men in front of him like a group of lions pouncing on a flock of sheep. Yi and the others in front of him were no match for them. His face instantly lit up with ecstasy. Holding the blue dragon dagger, he followed closely behind Yi Shisan and used the shadow step to charge into the barbarian team. Yi and the others' powerful reinforcements finally caused chaos among the barbarians, who were already low in morale. Under the lead of Yi Shisan and the other 6 marquee realm experts, the barbarians were attacked from both sides and finally fell into complete chaos. However, with the loud roars of the 4 barbarian kings, they barely managed to deal with the battle. Shisan, what the hell are you fighting for? Do you want to die here together? Break out quickly. We'll bring up the rear. Yi waved the Zamadeo in his hand, and the purple saber radiance sent a barbarian flying. He raised his head and roared at Yi Shisan, who was fighting the barbarians. Ah! Yi Shisan was slightly taken aback by Yi's roar. He looked at Yi Yi's furious eyes and immediately understood what Yi Yi meant. He could not help but call out hesitantly, "Big brother? Third brother? Ninth brother? 11th brother?" Seeing Yi Shisan's hesitation and somewhat bashful call, Yi Yi became even angrier. He ruthlessly split a barbarian in half from head to toe and roared with bulging eyes, "Hurry up and leave! If the elites of the 4 clans die here, how are you going to explain yourself to the patriarch? If anything happens to the young masters and ladies, none of us will be able to atone for it. Hurry up and scram. Shisan, hurry up and leave. Ninth brother, I'm here to settle scores with Yao Kaka. I'll find you for a drink later." Yi Jio's left sleeve was empty, but his right hand was wielding a black gold saber. He laughed wildly and shouted heroically. Chapter 103. Everyone listen to my command. Don't fight. Break out of the encirclement together. Kill. Yi Shisan roared. He knew that this was not the time to be pretentious. The main force behind them was about to catch up. If they didn't leave now, they would all die here. Yi was right. It didn't matter if they died, but if the elites or young masters of the other families stayed here, all of them would not be able to atone for their sins. He could only suppress the grief and helplessness in his heart. He reluctantly gave the order for the whole team to break out of the encirclement. Kill? Yi Shisan didn't say much. He looked at Yi Yi and the others deeply. The saber in his hand turned into a blue saber chi that broke through the air and slashed several barbarians in front of him. Let's go. Yi Qinghan didn't say much. He looked at Yi Yijio with bloodshot eyes. Then he pulled Yi Qingwu and followed behind Yi Shisan and Yi Shisan. Let's go. Hua Xian and Feng Meng looked at each other and saw the helplessness and bitterness in each other's eyes. They led Hua and Feng Zi in a killing frenzy. 1 minute later, Yi Yi and the others attacked with all their might. The 4 families' teams paid a small price to break out of the encirclement. They ignored the chaotic battle behind them and ignored the barbarians who were roaring angrily. They all ran for their lives. Bang bang bang. The battle behind them became more and more intense. The barbarians tried to send people to chase after them several times, but they were stopped by Yi Yi and the others. They couldn't help but vent all their anger on Yi Yi and the others. Yi Yi and the others also knew that they would die. They all killed madly with the mentality of killing 1 to break even and 2 to make a profit. Full speed ahead. Yi Shisan resisted the strong desire to turn back. He closed his eyes and ran madly. His voice was full of bitterness and anger. He knew that the danger had not been resolved. Yao Kaka and the others were still behind him. He didn't want to waste the chance to escape that Yi Yi and the others had exchanged their lives for. He suppressed the pain and sorrow and commanded the team to run. Boom. After a few minutes they had already run for more than 10 miles. Suddenly, there was a violent explosion and a shocking roar behind them. Big brother. E17 finally couldn't help but look back and let out a heart-wrenching roar. The entire team turned their heads to take a look. They saw the chaos in the world caused by the terrifying energy explosion. They looked at the billowing smoke behind them and listened to the violent explosions and angry roars. Everyone fell silent, and their sprinting footsteps paused for a moment. They all knew that Yao Kaka and Brute Gon's team were already facing off against Yi Yi's team. But Yi Yi had actually chosen to self-detonate. Such a powerful explosion and such chaotic heaven-earth yuan qi could only be triggered by the self-detonation of countless martial artists. What are you standing there for? Do you want them to die with everlasting regret? Everyone run. Hua family, investigate with all your might. Yi Shisan's voice was cold and his face was covered in frost. Xiu xiu xiu. Everyone began to silently march, turning their grief, anger and pain into energy to run. Even the women of the Yu family did not care about their image and began to run. Some were injured and had to be carried. Some were unconscious and had to be carried by 2 people. Some were crying silently, pursing their lips and lowering their heads as they ran. Yi Qinghan's face was as white as snow, no longer ashen like before. There was no pain, no grief, and only a deathly gray look in his eyes as he lowered his head. Run, run, run. There was no emotion, no sound, no extra movement. Everyone was like a group of busy ants on the ground, running in the forest, in the canyon, and on the river. Report. The Demon Clan and Brute Clan teams are now 30 miles away from us. They are chasing us in a straight line. Report. The 50 miles ahead is safe. We will reach the temporary stronghold of the House of Ares in about an hour. The Hua family assassins were the busiest. They went back and forth to investigate, patrol, and run. Fortunately, the Hua family's speed was definitely the best among their peers. Otherwise, just running alone would have exhausted them to death. As expected, Yi Yi's group was completely annihilated. However, they had bought a whole 10 minutes for the 4 clans' small teams, allowing them to widen the dangerous distance between them to 30 miles. After Yao Kaka and Mangan had flattened Yi Yi's small team, they were obviously unwilling to let their prey escape. After killing Yi Yi and a few other dukes, they quickly organized their men and madly chased after Yi Qinghan's small team. Yi Yi's sudden arrival had torn apart the large net that they had meticulously laid out and resolved the death trap that they had set up. This had allowed Yi Qinghan's cooked duck to escape. Furthermore, they had self-destructed before dying, causing the Demon Clan and Brute Clan to suffer even greater losses. This also caused Yao Kaka and Mangan to stomp their feet in anger and curse. They swore that they would not turn back until they had flattened the 4 clans' small teams. Thus, an unprecedented chase began. Both sides' speed had reached its peak. Both sides were panicking and did not know where they were going. They climbed mountains, waded through rivers and burrowed into holes. This won't do. 13 We have injured people and we have just gone through 2 battles. We are no match for the Demon Clan and Brute Clan in terms of physical strength, battle force and morale. If this continues, they will catch up to us in 10 minutes. Xianxia's steps were still light, but the worry on her face was very obvious. I know, but other than running, what else can we do? How can the Demon Clan and Brute Clan know our whereabouts like the back of their hands? This doesn't make sense. The grief on Yi 13's face was still very obvious. However, after 10 minutes of adjustment, he had recovered a little. The dead were already dead. He had to think of the living. He had to think of a way to bring the remaining 100 people back safely. Xianxia was also baffled. She said in confusion, "Who knows what kind of witchcraft the Demon Clan and Brute Clan have mastered? How can they know our whereabouts? Something like this had never happened before. Damn it, we are in big trouble this time. Let's try our best to speed up. Hopefully we will encounter the House of Ares' team when we reach the temporary stronghold. Or maybe Yao Kaka and Mangan should retreat in advance." Yi 13 was silent for a while. He could not come up with any ideas. He could only shake his head helplessly. The crazy chase continued. The 2 sides were indeed getting closer and closer. After chasing for half an hour, the distance between the 2 squads was only slightly more than 10 kilometers. However, after half an hour of crazy running, the temporary stronghold of the House of Ares was not far away. If they continued at this speed, Yao Kaka and Mangan would probably be close to the temporary stronghold of the House of Ares even if they caught up with the teams of the 4 families. In that area they could encounter the elite teams of the House of Ares at any time. Moreover, the temporary stronghold had a large number of teams of the House of Ares. If they were to engage in battle, they would attract the army of the House of Ares. Yao Kaka and Mangan would probably die. However, in the next second, the elite scouts of the Hua family brought back a piece of news that brought everyone's mood to rock bottom. Chapter 104. 4 small teams of demons and barbarians had appeared in front of them. They were fanning out towards them. History repeated itself. Everyone looked at each other in shock. They looked blankly at the sky and scanned their surroundings. It was as if there was a pair of invisible eyes coldly watching them from the sky. That pair of invisible hands seemed to be arranging everything behind their backs, as if to kill them here and now. K them. I don't believe it. Everyone turn around and flee to the west. The demons and barbarians have caused such a huge commotion. They must have attracted the attention of the House of Ares. Let's hold on a little longer. Reinforcements will probably arrive soon. Yi 13's expression was no longer sorrowful. Instead, it was sullen, terrified, bitter, and helpless. Today's situation was beyond his ability. He felt powerless to reverse the situation. Their small team was unparalleled and could face any small team on Nether Island head-on. The 4 families' heaven-defying special skills, their practiced and tacit cooperation, and the 7 marquis of the team were extremely powerful. But today he felt as if he was an ant that could be easily smacked and crushed. Moreover, the demon race and the barbarian race had joined forces for the first time. They had suddenly surrounded him in a strange and chilling manner. His whereabouts, which he could not figure out no matter how hard he tried, had been exposed. Everything made him shudder. He was at his wits' end. The strange movements of the barbarians and demons were very obvious. He also hoped that the House of Ares would notice the abnormal situation here. He also knew that as long as Long Sinan was not an idiot, she would definitely come to help immediately. However, today's abnormality came so suddenly and strangely that he didn't have the slightest confidence in his heart. He could only hope that Long Sinan's performance was as wise and decisive as ever. No. A crisp voice suddenly rang out. It was very decisive and resolute, causing the somewhat confused group to suddenly awaken. They looked towards the source of the voice in surprise. "Let's go east. We can't put all our hopes on Long Sainan." The one who spoke was Yi Qinghan, who had been very quiet along the way. At this time Yi Qinghan's face was still pale, but his eyes were shining like the blazing sun in broad daylight, making people not dare to look him in the eye. Yi Qinghan's eyes were cold like lightning. He said coldly, "Let's head east. Do you still remember the valley where we encountered the Silver Moon twin-headed wolf? If I remember correctly, it's just a few miles to the east. There are a lot of teleportation arrays there, and there's a Silver Moon two-headed wolf there. Head east. Go to the valley where the Silver Moon two-headed wolf lives?" Was Yi Qinghan crazy? When everyone heard Yi Qinghan's words, their first reaction was to think that Yi Qinghan had gone mad. Behind them there were tigers and wolves chasing after them, but he said that in front of them, there was a Silver Moon two-headed wolf, an upper 8th grade magical beast that was even more terrifying than the demon race and barbarian race pursuing them. Wasn't this the same as hanging himself? Was he tired of living? But Yi Qinghan wasn't crazy and the team wasn't stupid. The first to react were the few marquis. Yi Shisan's eyes suddenly lit up. He looked at Huaxian and Feng Meng and smiled coldly. He shouted, "Yes. Head east. Head east. Everyone change direction. Our target is the valley where the Silver Moon two-headed wolf is." The entire team began to change direction, and began to secretly discuss as they ran. After a while, all the elites began to understand what was going to happen next, and a fiery light appeared in their eyes. When Yao Kaka and Mangon found out that the team of the 4 clans had suddenly turned east through the transparent crystal ball, they didn't feel the slightest bit strange or astonished. Instead they collectively roared in joy. The 4 teams of demon race and barbarian race in front of the 4 clans were the last chess pieces they had arranged beforehand. Their goal was to change the escape route of the 4 clans. After all, if the 4 clans had continued to escape in the direction of the House of Ares, they would have caught up to them and killed them. This would definitely take a while, and this time would be enough for the hateful woman from the House of Ares to arrange everything and make them stay there. So when they found out that the 4 clans were escaping east, they were very pleased and delighted. Yao Kaka and Mangon each led 400 people in hot pursuit. The 2 teams were separated by a few hundred meters, but they turned at the same time and rushed east. They knew that their prey was about to fall into their hands. Based on the people in their hands, none of the teams could completely annihilate the 4 clans. Of course, as for this fat sheep, it would depend on each team's strength and luck as to which family would get the holy weapon in the end. Later we'll catch up to them. You 2 take down the target first. I'll reward you handsomely when we get back." Yao Kaka said to the 2 members of the snake race as he ran with all his might. His golden curly hair swayed, and his cold eyes were filled with cruelty. On the side of the barbarian race, a relatively short and bald barbarian wearing golden leather armor in the middle also began to instruct a few tall and big men beside him at the same time. "When you meet the target, whether it's the human race or the demon race, as long as it dares to obstruct you, smash it to pieces." The voice of the bald barbarian with golden skin was calm, but there was a hint of dignity and arrogance in it. The barbarians beside him did not dare to refute or ask any questions, and at the same time, they expressed that they understood. The other barbarian next to him held a transparent crystal ball that looked like a toy in his huge claw hand. He leaned over and pointed at the red dot on the crystal ball in his hand, saying, "Young clan leader, the target is slowly decelerating. Is there any conspiracy? Who cares what conspiracy he has, chase after them and flatten them." The bald barbarian in golden armor waved his hand unconcerned, and continued to run with his thick and long legs. "Everyone withdraw your battle aura and move forward with your physical bodies. Form groups of 5, and each find a transportation matrix. Stay where you are. Hua family disciples, use all your strength to investigate the surrounding situation. Huaxian, you go and keep an eye on that Silver Moon wolf. If there's any abnormal movement, quickly teleport away." Yi Shisan withdrew his aura and said softly as he lightened his footsteps. Under Yi Shisan's arrangement, the small team was divided into their own groups. All of them withdrew their aura and began to cautiously walk into the canyon. The canyon was still the same, gloomy. Both sides of the canyon were still densely covered with old vines and weeds. When Yi Qinghan suggested to go east toward this canyon, Yi Shisan immediately reacted. This was a path of survival, and if used well it could also be a path of revenge. Yi Shisan knew that Yi Qinghan wanted to use the dense transportation matrix here to escape. Moreover, he wanted to use the 8th grade magical beast, the Silver Moon wolf, not far from the transportation matrix to severely injure the demon clan and the barbarians who were chasing after them. This was to avenge the tragic deaths of Yi and the others. Therefore, along the way he quickly thought through all the details and quickly arranged everything. He wanted to strive for a perfect escape and teach the demon clan and the barbarians a painful lesson. Chapter 105. Although this canyon was the territory of the two-headed silver moon wolf, it was obvious that this wolf was very lazy, or perhaps it could be said that it was very lazy. Last time, the team of 200 people rumbled in the canyon for a long time. In the end, when Xianxia tried to enter its cave, it released a stream of air and sent Xianxia flying. Moreover, it didn't seem to chase after them. Therefore, Yixisan was very confident that they could successfully approach the teleportation array and escape. Of course, to be on the safe side, he told the team to retract their battle auras and move forward cautiously so as not to alarm the terrifying overlord in the depths of the cave. More than 10 minutes later, they successfully arrived at the teleportation array area. The information they received was good. The monster clan and barbarian clan were still 10 miles away and the silver moon wolf was still in its cave abode. There were 41 teleportation arrays, so there was still space for 5 people to teleport. The team began to squat next to each teleportation array according to their groups, waiting for Yixisan's order to teleport out together. Everyone listen up. When the teleportation circle opens, everyone will be sent to different locations in the psychedelic forest. I've marked out 10 points on the map. Everyone will gather at these 10 points according to the map. The final gathering point will be the temporary base camp and the temporary stronghold in the disordered territory. The only mission I'm giving you is to successfully survive until we meet again. After the battle, the Yi family will definitely reward you generously. Yixisan's low voice began to resound. Every 5 people began to split up into a map with 10 coordinates marked with red dots. Finally, everyone began to bid farewell to each other. This teleportation might directly teleport you to the temporary stronghold of the House of Ares, near the monster clan, or even to the center of the barbarian clan's team. Everything was random. Whether one could survive or not depended on the will of the heavens. The monster clan and barbarian clan had used some kind of spell to predict their whereabouts in advance. The way back to the temporary stronghold of the House of Ares in the disordered battlefield was blocked. Their team had the relatively weak Yu family girl and more than 10 injured people. If they continued to escape using the old method, they would be caught and slaughtered. Moreover, under such a strange situation, who knew if there were other monster clan and barbarian clan teams lying in ambush ahead, waiting for them to take the bait? Therefore, teleporting away through the teleportation array was the best option at this time. Moreover, there was an upper 8th level silver moon double-headed wolf nearby. It was just the right time for them to take revenge for being hunted down and Yi and the others being slaughtered. Of course, they chose this path without hesitation. The 4 families' teams suddenly stopped moving, attracting the attention of Yao Kaka and Man Gon. This caused them to hesitate slightly as they ran with all their might. But after a while they started running again. The 4 squads on the left quickly converged with them, and a few more squads were rushing over from behind. Such unprecedented battle prowess gave them great confidence. They believed that even if Long Sinan led a few teams from the House of Ares there to ambush them, they would not be afraid. This time they had brought along half of the elites of the demon race and the barbarian race. They believed that even if there was a dragon in front of them, they would be able to beat it to the ground. Of course, there were no giant dragons. There was only a level 8 silver moon double-headed wolf. The canyon was located near the temporary base of the House of Ares, and it was quite secluded. Therefore, the barbarian race and the demon race did not have any information. When they found out from the transparent crystal ball that their target was in the canyon in front of them, they did not hesitate. They had no time to hesitate. Instead, they frantically rushed into the canyon. But when they finally saw the famous silver moon double-headed wolf face to face, they were collectively stunned. When they rushed into the canyon, they saw more than 100 sneering faces and countless brilliant lights. Then behind the lights, there was an earth-shaking roar, and they saw a ferocious silver-white beast with 2 huge heads. The light was the light of the teleportation array being activated. The beast was the silver moon double-headed wolf that Xianxia had lured out with a palm strike towards the cave in the distance before she flashed into the teleportation array. Looking at the empty canyon, they could feel the piercingly cold and furious aura from the barbarian double-headed wolf. Man Gon and Yao Kaka licked their dry lips at the same time and cursed in unison. Then they turned around and started running. Their speed was even faster than before. A few minutes ago they were still swearing that they could even smash a giant dragon into the ground. But when they really saw a double-headed wolf that was one level lower than a giant dragon, they finally understood what fear was, what pressure was, what aura was, what coldness was. The two of them could retreat, but the people beside them could not. The barbarian race and the demon race teams could not retreat. The teams quickly split into a line. A barbarian king and a demon emperor brought Xianxia and Mangan respectively and retreated quickly. The strong warriors beside Xianxia and Mangan roared in anger and pounced towards the Silver Moon double-headed wolf. The barbarian race and the demon race teams followed the strong warriors and pressed forward. They knew that this was a terrifying demonic beast that could make them tremble in fear with just its aura. They definitely could not fight against it. If they charged forward, they would definitely die. However, they also knew that if their master died, then they would definitely die as well. Moreover, their families would also die. Either way, they would definitely choose to die by themselves, and they would die unwillingly. Bang! 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 As expected, the Silver Moon double-headed wolf revealed a mocking smile in its 4 cold eyes that were the size of copper hammers. Then, the 2 wolf heads opened up at the same time and 2 different air currents rushed out. One of them was gray, and it exuded a threatening cold aura. It was red hot, and the heat wave rushed to the sky. The 2 air currents slowly flew towards the sky. When the strong warriors of the barbarian race and the demon race came close, the 2 air currents suddenly blended together. Then, a violent explosion occurred and the 5 strong warriors who rushed forward were all blown away. The 3 barbarian kings of the barbarian race were fine. Their defense was very strong and they only suffered some minor internal injuries. Their organs were shaken to the point that their positions were shifted. The 2 demon emperors of the demon race fell to the ground and could not get up. Both of them were blown beyond recognition. They had been severely injured in just one move. The monster race and the barbarian race sucked in a breath of cold air at the same time. Originally, the elites who had wanted to catch up to the experts and kill the magical beasts all froze in place and staggered back 2 steps. Then they remembered that Mangan and Xianxia had not escaped to a safe distance. They could not help but tremble and stop retreating as they stared at the terrifying monster in front of them in fear. Chapter 106. Whoosh! The 2-headed Silver Moon wolf clearly did not have much patience. It opened its mouth and spat out 2 streams of air that were even larger than before. The 2 streams of air shot towards the demons and barbarians, blocking the way. The red and gray streams of air did not mix again, so there was no explosion. However, the damage caused was even more obvious. The gray streams of air passed through the small group of demons and froze the hundreds of people on the left into ice sculptures. Meanwhile, the red streams of air ignited a monstrous fire on the barbarians' side. The entire group was like a grassland that had been ravaged by magma. Awoo! The 2-headed Silver Moon wolf was very satisfied with its battle record and killing power. It was also very satisfied with the fear and respect in the eyes of the demons and barbarians. It let out a proud howl and slowly walked towards the entrance of its cave while twisting its huge butt. In order to teach these little insects a lesson, it had wasted the energy it had accumulated for many days. Now that it had achieved its goal and the insects had lowered their heads, of course it would walk away in disdain. Standing at the entrance of the canyon, Mangan and Xianxia met up with the barbarians and demons who had hurried over. They looked at the barbarians and demons who had lost more than half of their members and were frantically escaping the canyon. Their eyes were filled with anger and hatred. Taking the crystal ball from the hands of the demon beside him, Xianxia saw that the red dot on the surface was still flashing. He gritted his golden teeth and laughed sinisterly. Chase after them. If I don't tear this damned human into pieces, I won't be able to vent my hatred. Chase after them. Mangan did not say much. He only looked coldly at the red dot on the crystal ball and uttered a single word. Where is this? Yi Qinghan looked at Yi 13th, Yi 17th, and Yi Qingwu beside him and scanned their surroundings vigilantly. They found that they had been teleported to a quiet valley. The valley was very large and lush with trees. There was even a small lake in the middle of the valley. Don't speak. Yi 13th stretched out his hand to stop Yi Qinghan from speaking. His expression was solemn and he looked slightly nervous. Yi 17th had also taken out a long saber from behind his back after teleporting over and nervously looked around. Yi Qingwu slightly twisted her graceful body and responded softly. She blinked her big eyes and looked around curiously. However, after looking at it for a moment, she asked in a low voice with some doubt, 13, is it really safe? Why are you so nervous? Yi Shisan was still nervously looking to the left. He didn't respond to Yi Qingwu's words and only exchanged a glance with Yi Shisan. Seeing Yi 17 nod with a wry smile, Yi 17's face couldn't help but turn ashen. What's inside the valley? Yi Qinghan sensed that something was wrong with their expressions and asked in a low voice. We all sensed a powerful magical beast in the valley, and its strength was no weaker than the silver moon two-headed wolf. Yi Shisan shook his head as if he had run into a ghost. He had just escaped from the wolf's den, and now he was teleported to the tiger's den. His luck was really terrible. Ah! Yi Qingwu exclaimed in a low voice and hurriedly covered her mouth with her hands. Her eyes were filled with horror. The silver moon two-headed wolf was an upper 8th grade magical beast. How could they be so unlucky to be teleported to the lair of another high-grade magical beast? She took 2 deep breaths and calmed her emotions. Then she lowered her voice again and said, "Then? Do we teleport away again?" "No. The teleportation array has a cooldown time. We can't hope to teleport away in half an hour. Don't move and don't make a sound. If we lure out the magical beast in the valley, we will all be finished. God bless us, it didn't notice us." Yi Shisan wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and forced himself to calm down. Then he carefully looked around again. Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingwu didn't speak anymore and silently began to carefully look around again. However, a loud roar suddenly came from the left side of the valley. The 4 of them, who had been very careful and didn't dare to make a sound, were so shocked that their legs turned to jelly and they almost fell to the ground. A dragon's roar? We've been discovered? Yi Shisan's eyes widened and the hairs on his body stood on end. He released his battle aura and reached out to grab Yi Qinghan to escape. "Don't move. Wait." Yi Shisan also grabbed Yi Qingwu and started to run. But just as he lifted his leg, he seemed to discover something and hurriedly reached out to stop Yi Shisan. "Shisan?" Yi Shisan looked at Yi Shisan in confusion. Unexpectedly, another dragon's roar came from the left side of the valley. Yi Shisan was so shocked that he fell to the ground again. He looked to the left nervously and the saber in his hand emitted a fiery saber light. He was ready to fight at any time. "Shisan, quickly retract your battle aura. The magical beast didn't discover us." Although Yi Qinghan was also shocked by the earth-shattering dragon's roar, he quickly calmed down. At this moment he finally saw some clues and quickly whispered to Yi Shisan. Yi Shisan was stunned. He quickly retracted his battle aura and crouched down. He stuck close to Yi Shisan and looked to the left side of the valley. After a short period of panic, he finally realized what was going on. Only a giant dragon could roar. Although the valley was very big, a giant dragon could reach it in the blink of an eye. And at this moment the giant dragon was still roaring. It probably wasn't because of them, so they were relatively safe for the time being. However, if they ran with all their might, they would definitely attract the attention of the giant dragon on the left side of the valley. Then, no matter how fast they ran, they would still die. But dragons were at least 8th-rank magical beasts. In the same valley, Yi Shisan and Yi Shisan could feel the supreme dragon's might. Why didn't the giant dragon notice them? Why didn't it immediately crush them into minced meat? Instead it kept roaring? What should they do? The temporary safety didn't make Yi Shisan and Yi Shisan, who had been crawling on the line between life and death for many years, feel any relief or happiness. In the Yi family they had gone on many missions and faced many dangers. They had also danced at the fingertips of the Grim Reaper many times. More than 10 minutes ago, they had also encountered the most dangerous adventure since they came to Nether Island. But they had never felt so helpless as they did at this moment. Half an hour ago, they learned that they were surrounded by the barbarians and demons. They were surrounded by hundreds of barbarians and demons. They were very helpless and anxious. But they knew that if they wanted to, they could take the 2 young masters in front of them and escape at any time. At this moment, they were not facing thousands of troops, but only a powerful magical beast that they had never seen before. But they didn't dare to move and they couldn't move. They had no confidence that they could successfully escape from the giant dragon in the valley. Chapter 107. However, what should they do if they didn't move? Continue to wait and wait for the transportation matrix to reopen? Wait for the dragon to get tired of roaring and then fall asleep? Obviously, this wasn't a good way to go. Furthermore, they seemed to have a vague feeling that the giant on the left side of the valley had already discovered them. Or perhaps, it had already discovered them the moment they were teleported over? However, they didn't dare to take the risk, nor could they. After all, they were betting on 4 lives and the future of the Yi family. Run. It definitely wouldn't be safe. If they didn't run, it would probably be very dangerous. At this moment, Yi Shisan and Yi 17 were extremely anxious, like ants on a frying pan. Shisan, observe the valley on the right carefully. At this moment, Yi Qinghan, who had been watching coldly from the side, spoke up. His voice was very soft but very firm. This caused the disorderly Yi Shisan and Yi 17 to shiver and turn to look hopefully at Yi Qinghan, wanting to hear if he had any ideas. Yi Qingwu, who had been pretending to be calm, also looked at Yi Qinghan in surprise and excitement. She then looked towards the right side of the valley with some doubt, but didn't see anything special. Do you think there will be 2 dragons in this psychedelic forest? Yi Qinghan's words didn't give any ideas, and the contents of his words were somewhat nonsensical. However, the frowning Yi Shisan's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he looked towards the valley on the right with excitement. Dragons were upper-tier 8th-rank magical beasts, and were even more powerful than the Silver Moon Wolf. Currently, the most powerful fighters in the Elite Academy tournament were at the peak of the 3rd level of the Marquis realm. For example, Long Sainan, the snake race woman beside Yao Kaka, and the 2 Superstone Masters beside the golden-armored bald man Gon. However, it was obvious that these powerful beings weren't a match for the upper-tier 8th-rank Silver Moon Wolf, let alone a dragon. Therefore, there couldn't be too many of such powerful magical beasts in the Elite Prefecture tournament. Otherwise it wouldn't be a 3-race battle but a 3-race battle beast horde. Therefore Yi Qinghan's meaning was very clear. The mighty dragon on the left side of the valley could only be the Black Dragon in the Black Dragon Valley. The valley they were in matched the geographical features of the Black Dragon Valley. Of course, this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that Yi Yi and the others had once stayed in this Black Dragon Valley and had been trapped here for a month. In other words, there was a safe place in this valley. And this place was on the right side of the valley, on their right. Yi Shisan naturally understood what Yi Qinghan meant and what Yi Qinghan was referring to. In his heart, he secretly admired this future hope of the family. His brain was indeed more agile than his own. At the same time, he also began to carefully investigate the right side of the valley. 13. What's the situation? Knight 17's brain was obviously not working as well. He looked at Knight 13th, whose eyes were shining in bewilderment. Then he looked at the plain weeds and trees on the right side of the valley. Although he didn't know what Yi Qinghan and Yi Shisan knew, he could feel Yi Shisan's excitement, so he couldn't wait to ask. Yi Shisan didn't answer him. His eyes were shining as if he was admiring the naked body of a beautiful woman. He carefully scanned the valley on the right side. He didn't miss a single place, nor did he miss any suspicious places. Finally, after scanning the area 3 times, he discovered a very subtle difference. It was a boulder under an ancient tree. The boulder was surrounded by ancient vines and weeds, but there was a small trace of human activity on the side. Found it. Yi Shisan excitedly clenched his fists, then turned around, pointed at the boulder and said to Yi 17, 17, do you see that boulder? There's a cave behind the boulder. It's absolutely safe there. Later, take young Master Han and Miss Wu and run there quickly. I'll stay behind just in case. Remember not to use your battle aura, and try to be as light as possible. Okay. Yi 17 looked at the boulder curiously, and his eyes began to light up. He had heard Yi Shisan's words for many years. Since he said there was a cave behind the boulder, there must be, and it was definitely safe there. Therefore he didn't say much and nodded at Yi Shisan. He held Yi Qinghan with one hand and Yi Qingwu with the other. Like an ape, he began to run through the weeds. His footsteps were very relaxed and he didn't make the slightest sound. At his level, carrying 2 people, which weighed nearly 100 kilograms, was obviously very easy, even if he didn't use any battle aura. Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingwu were carried like 2 objects. Although they were a little shy, they didn't have any objections. If they used their battle aura, they might be able to do it as easily as Yi 17. However, if they didn't use their battle aura, there would inevitably be some accidents. Therefore, being carried by Yi 17 was the best solution. Yi 13th followed behind, but his mind was completely focused on the left side of the valley. He was worried that the giant on the left side of the valley would suddenly descend and give them a random dragon breath, completely killing them here. Brr. The dragon's roar continued in the valley. It was a short journey, but the 4 of them were so scared that their backs were all wet. Only when they finally reached the bottom of the boulder and found a 2-meter-high and 1-meter-wide hole on the side did they finally breathe a sigh of relief. The 4 of them filed in and walked into the dry hole. The hole was very deep and it twisted and extended all the way inside. Pah! Yi 13th opened the fire in his backpack and lit up the way. The 4 of them followed the winding path inside the cave all the way inside. Although they didn't know what was going on at the other end of the path, at least they were now out of danger. Therefore, the 4 of them didn't feel as heavy as before, and their expressions also calmed down a little. After walking on the winding path for more than 10 minutes, the 4 of them suddenly found that the path ahead was gradually widening, and there was a faint light coming from it. The four of them were shocked and quickened their pace toward the faint light. After a while, they reached their destination. The first thing they saw was a natural cave the size of a square. Half of it was a stone wall and the other half was a small pool. There were a few small holes on the top of the cave, through which the dazzling sunlight sprinkled mottled light into the cave. Now that they were out of danger, the four of them felt like they were about to collapse. They sat down on the ground in exhaustion. Even Jianghu couldn't care less about her ladle-like image and sat down on the stone slab. Looking at the obvious traces of people living in the cave, Yi 13th sighed. At this time he thought of Yi and the others who had died tragically. His expression was a little sad and painful. He said with some pain, "This is probably where Big Brother and the others lived for a month. I'm the one who implicated everyone. I'm useless." Sigh. Chapter 108. Seeing Yi Shisan and Yi 17th's desolate expressions, Yi Qinghan was in a bad mood. He lowered his head and his eyes glazed over as if he had lost his soul. He thought about where the elites of the four clans had been teleported to and whether they would be in danger. He thought about how Yi and the others had rushed to the barbarian race team to save them. He thought about the earth-shattering self-explosion. He thought about whether the four of them could walk out of the Black Dragon cave alive. He thought about the less than 4,000 points. He thought about his sister who was in a deep sleep in the back mountain. He fell into a very complicated situation. Maybe he was disappointed, maybe he was helpless, maybe he was in pain, maybe there were more. A few months ago he had walked out of Tsang City with great ambitions and a mighty team. He had thought that he could rely on his unique sacred beast and divine weapon with super healing ability to kill everyone in the prefecture battle. He had successfully obtained a large number of spiritual pills with a large number of points, returned home in glory and saved his sister. However, before he had entered the prefecture battle island, he had heard of very cruel news on the way. The strength that he had always been proud of was actually at the bottom of the prefecture battle. Then when he learned that Yi Tianlong had arranged 2 secret teams, he was a little relieved. On the Nether Island, Yu Qingqing had united the 4 clans and formed a super elite team, which gave him hope again. And in the next few months, the super elite team had also successfully wiped out the monster race and barbarian race. No team was a match for them. During that time he had been very excited and happy. He had imagined that if this continued, he would successfully obtain 10,000 points. However, the strange turn of events today had caused him to lose all hope. Not to mention whether the elites of the 4 clans could escape this time, he himself was not sure that he could escape from the Black Dragon cave. Yi and the others were lucky enough to escape when a team accidentally broke in and took advantage of the chaos. Would they have the chance to escape? It just so happened that a small team had foolishly barged into this place. Let them take advantage of the chaos to escape? Taking a step back, even if they managed to escape, how could he face the other 3 families? Taking a step back, even if they reunited once again? How could they dare to hunt the outsiders again like they did before? If they were to encounter the same situation again, what should they do? Therefore, no matter how he thought about it, it seemed that regardless of whether he could escape or not, the chances of getting those 10,000 points were very slim. Little Han, don't be discouraged and don't be sad. There will always be a way. It was obviously the first time that Yi Qingwu had encountered this kind of situation. She wanted to comfort Yi Qinghan but didn't know how. She could only sigh, bite her lip and say, "Little Han, don't be discouraged. Young Master Han, we're not blaming you. Don't think too much about it. There will always be a way." Seeing this, Yi Shisan sighed again and put away the sorrow and pain on his face. The dead were already dead and the living had to live on, right? Why can't you blame me? If not for Yi and the others, how could they have come back to participate in the mansion battle? How could they have died? Solution? What else can we do? Yi Qinghan became more and more depressed as he spoke. At this moment he was deep in self-blame and helplessness, and he spoke in a low voice mockingly. Seeing Yi Qinghan act like this, Yi Shisan and Yi Qingwu wanted to say something, but they couldn't say anything. Instead, Yi Shisan raised his eyebrows, bulged his eyes and scolded, "Young Master Han. It's not that I'm always lecturing you, but if you're a man, don't act like a woman. Big Brother and the others are just like us. They were orphans when they were young and were raised by the Yi family. They were taught a lot of skills and now they've returned the favor to the Yi family. I don't think they feel touched. Big Brother said that if you don't come out, you'll have to pay for it sooner or later. If you feel that their deaths were not worth it, then you have to pull yourself together, cultivate hard and take revenge for them. That's what a man should do. If you're so depressed, Big Brother and the others will have died in vain. Do you still want to save your sister?" Say, "Oh, can she still be saved?" After being scolded by Yi Shisan, Yi Qinghan barely managed to raise his spirits. He raised his head and looked at Yi Shisan in a daze. Whether or not she can be saved is one thing, but if you continue like this, you'll definitely be finished. Your sister will also be finished with you. As for the methods, there are many. For example, 13 and I can break through to the Emperor realm, or you can break through to the Martial realm. With your heaven-defying fusion technique, you can instantly kill any Marquis. As long as we have a chance to escape from the Black Dragon Cave, we can still obtain 10,000 points. So as long as we work hard, anything is possible. Yi Shisan's words were clearly vague and half-hearted. Could even be said that he was spouting nonsense. However, when Yi Qinghan heard these words, a glimmer of hope ignited in his heart. His dim eyes slowly lit up and a glimmer of light appeared in them. Long Sinan was in a very bad mood. She was like the scorching sun on a hot summer day, causing people to subconsciously feel a trace of displeasure. A few days ago, she had received news that something big had happened on the disarray battlefield. It was something that made her break out in a cold sweat. The demon race and barbarian race had actually joined forces to besiege the four family squads. When he finally received the news and quickly led his team to rescue them, he found out that the four clans had successfully escaped from the teleportation array of the Silver Moon Two-Headed Wolf. Moreover, the demon race and barbarian race had also been heavily injured by the Silver Moon Two-Headed Wolf. However, she was still in a very bad mood. How could the demon race and barbarian race join forces? How could they join forces? How could they join forces? This was a very serious problem, very difficult to solve and very illogical. It was just that this very illogical thing actually happened, and it happened as if it was a matter of course, righteous and above board. This was a question worth thinking about. According to the information reported by the four family squad's elites who had been teleported to the House of Ares' stronghold on the disarray battlefield, it seemed that yesterday's encirclement and pursuit were a little inexplicable. It was as if the demon race and barbarian race had placed an invisible spy beside them, and their whereabouts were like the back of their hand. This was simply an inconceivable thing. Such a situation had never happened in the history of the Mansion Wars, and it was a problem that could not be solved. Today, Long Sinan received an even more inexplicable piece of information. A few days ago, Yao Kaka and Mangon had retreated from the Silver Moon Canyon. Today they actually began to gather their subordinates and rush towards the same place in a majestic manner. Although the two parties were taking different routes, their final destination could be deduced. Their final destination was actually the same place, and that place was very famous and very terrifying. That place was the lair of an upper 8th tier magical beast, the Black Dragon Valley. Both of them brought at least 1,000 people, and they rushed towards the Black Dragon Valley in a majestic manner. When Long Sinan received this piece of information, her first reaction was that they were going to slay a dragon. There was a treasure in the Black Dragon Valley? However, she immediately rejected this crazy idea. Chapter 109. There would definitely be valuable treasures. The risk and treasures of the previous Mansion Wars were proportional. Needless to say, the huge black dragon was a priceless treasure. But, could they take this treasure? Even if all the elites of the entire Nether Island went, the result would be the same, not to mention their 2,000 people. An upper-tier 8th-rank black dragon was comparable to a human warrior at the peak of the Emperor realm. The difference in this realm could not be made up for with numbers. If Yao Kaka and Mangon wanted to slay the dragon, they would probably be slain by the dragon. But there was always something wrong. Long Sinan did not dare to be careless. She sent out scouts to closely monitor the whereabouts of Mangon and Yao Kaka. She also sent out countless teams to the 10 gathering points that Yi Qinghan and the others had agreed on. They were to receive the elites of the four clans who had teleported to the illusory forest. In the past prefectural battles, the teams would usually fight separately. Very few teams would join forces to fight together. This was a habit, not a rule. For generations, the higher-ups of the battle god dwellings of the demon race and the barbarian race had treated the battle god dwellings as a form of training. They wouldn't really target the opponents who were at the same level as them. They were all big shots, so they should have the demeanor of big shots. They did not care about their subordinates fighting for points and treasures. They did not want to participate too much. After all, their lives were very precious and they did not lack anything. They did not need to risk their lives and fight for points and treasures. But this time Mangon and Yao Kaka broke the rules first. Long Sinan would not be polite. She used her strength at the peak of the Marquis realm and her identity as the only daughter of the dragon to gather all the teams of the House of Ares in the chaotic battlefield. This was so that they could respond to sudden situations and be ready to fight at any time. Yao Kaka and Mangon would not be stupid enough to slay the dragon. Yesterday they had been busy for a whole day. In the end they did not succeed. Instead they were tricked by the four clans. Not only did they lose soldiers, but they were also in a difficult situation. At that time they were so angry that they were about to go berserk. Looking at the red dot in the crystal ball, they wanted to chase after him and continue their journey of hunting him down. They wanted to take revenge and take the sacred tool as well as Tu Qinjuan's favor. However, the team had suffered heavy casualties and morale was low. They had no choice but to return to their temporary base camp to rest and reorganize. On a night a few days later, they once again welcomed a guest. It was a messenger from the Divine City. The messenger of the Divine City brought them two pieces of news. One was very bad and the other was very good. Yi Qinghan and the others were teleported to the Black Dragon Valley. Moreover, they seemed to be very safe and comfortable in the Black Dragon Valley. The Black Dragon in the Black Dragon Valley seemed a little abnormal. It seemed to be giving birth. After Yao Kaka and Mangan had witnessed the ferocity of the Silver Moon double-headed wolf, they were naturally even more afraid of the Black Dragon, which was even more ferocious. Moreover, over a month ago, Yao Kaka had gone to the Black Dragon Valley to hunt Yi Yi and the others. He had personally witnessed the terror of the Black Dragon. It was an existence that could not be defeated. Now that Yi Qinghan was hiding in the Black Dragon Valley, they naturally did not have the guts nor the strength to kill him in exchange for a sacred tool and a favor. However, if the Black Dragon was really giving birth, then they definitely had the guts and the strength to twist the whiskers and kill Yi Qinghan who was hiding inside. Moreover, that young master from the Divine City seemed to really hate Yi Qinghan to the bone. In order to encourage Yao Kaka and Mangan to go to the Dragon's Cave to kill Yi Qinghan, he actually raised the stakes and increased the number of sacred tools to 3. Therefore Yao Kaka and Mangan did not think too much about it. The next day they gathered their men and surged towards the Black Dragon Cave. The two of them thought hard for a night and finally made a decision. This matter could be done and it had to be done. Since it had already been done they had to finish it. Therefore they decided to bring some people to take a look. If things were not as the Divine City's emissary said, they would retreat. The Black Dragon Valley was located in the middle of the chaotic battlefield. After a few days and nights of rushing, Yao Kaka and Mangan's army finally arrived outside the Black Dragon Valley. Hearing the occasional dragon roar from within the valley, the two of them did not feel the slightest bit afraid. Instead they revealed expressions of ecstasy. The Divine City's emissary's information was correct. This dragon was indeed giving birth. After the two races sent out a few scouts to investigate, they once again confirmed this information. The scouts entered the valley. Although they did not dare to approach, they discovered that the giant dragon was lying in the first huge cave on the left side of the valley, howling non-stop. From afar, the giant dragon seemed to be in great pain as its body was constantly trembling and twisting. The giant dragon that was giving birth was extremely weak and did not even have 50% of its strength. With the army in their hands, they were completely unable to slay this dragon. Thinking about the sacred weapon that was within their reach and the giant dragon that was covered in treasures from head to toe, the two of them were in an extremely good mood. Therefore they hurriedly ordered to set up camp and cook. They rested for a night and prepared for the official start of the dragon-slaying journey the next day. The temporary base camp of the House of Ares. In a cave that was not very wide, it was filled with dozens of people. Outside the cave, there were even more people who were ready to set up camp. I just received news that Yao Kaka and Mangan each brought over 1,000 people and are setting up camp outside the Black Dragon Valley. There is an unusual dragon roar coming from within the Black Dragon Valley. Furthermore, it seems that this black dragon has been roaring for a day and a night. In the middle of the cave, a heroic-looking woman spoke slowly when she saw that everyone had gathered. The leaders of the teams in the cave fell silent. They all had different expressions as they pondered over the meaning of this statement. Looks like the news is correct. Mangan and Yao Kaka have really joined forces. This is simply impossible. How can the monster race and barbarian race join forces? A team leader was the first to speak. He frowned and his expression was very complicated. A few days ago, Long Sinan began to gather them and told them about what had happened to the teams of the four clans. For a moment they could not believe it. It could even be said that they could not believe it at all. If an unknown person had told them that the monster race and barbarian race had joined forces, they would definitely have sent him flying with a kick and treated it as a fart. However, the source of the news was Long Sinan, the only daughter of House Master Long and the strongest person in this prefecture battle. Therefore, although they still had some doubts, they had already begun to take this matter seriously. Today Long Sinan gathered them again and once again informed them that Yao Kaka and Mangan had gathered at the Black Dragon Valley. Therefore they no longer doubted the authenticity of this news. Instead they began to think about the reason for their alliance. In the past prefecture battles, there had been cases of two prefectures joining forces. More than 300 years ago, there was an incident where the monster race and barbarian race joined forces. However, that was because an extremely powerful person had appeared at the house of Ares, Yi Ruoxue of the Yi family. Back then, Yi Ruoxue had relied on her unique sacred beast and body fusion combat technique to kill in all directions. She had killed so many people that the monster race and barbarian race could not raise their heads. In the end, the monster race and barbarian race were forced to join forces to fight against the house of Ares. Chapter 110. At this moment, Yi Qinghan's mind suddenly heard a voice that he hadn't heard for a long time, causing his chaotic thoughts to jolt. Following which, his face revealed an ecstatic expression as he exclaimed, "Blackie? You've finally finished cultivating?" Long Shuelu, who was sitting to one side, had a worried expression on his face. He said with some doubt, "This matter is very strange. Although the teams of the four clans have killed many members of the monster race and the barbarian race, they shouldn't have caused such a big commotion. Moreover, they joined forces yesterday and almost killed the four family squads. Why did they run to the Black Dragon Valley today? What is their plot?" As soon as Yi Qinghan's words fell, a black stream of air suddenly emerged from his chest. The air slowly condensed and finally took shape, transforming into a jet-black lion-nosed dog with a single horn on its head. Is this dragon crazy? It has been howling for several days and nights. Isn't it tired? E17 leaned against the side wall of the cave and shook his head helplessly. For the past few days, they had been listening to the continuous roars of the dragon. They had not had a good night's sleep. The battle and running a few days ago had already exhausted them mentally and physically, and now they were even more exhausted. It's called Xiaohe, the soul-devouring beast. You are not outsiders, so I summoned it. Previously, because there were too many people and Little Black had just passed its weak period and needed to cultivate for a period of time, I didn't summon it. Just now, Little Black sent me a voice transmission. It said that it knows what happened to the Black Dragon outside. What is wrong with the Black Dragon? Should I find a way to go out and take a look? Maybe this is a chance to escape from the Black Dragon cave? Yi Qinghan silently thought to himself. After staying in this cave for several days and nights, barely surviving on dry rations, he felt like he was about to go crazy. From time to time, images of Yi Yi and the others who had died tragically appeared in his mind. His little sister who was sleeping in the mountain behind the Yi family flashed across his mind. Of course, Yi Qinghan and the others did not know that more than 2,000 barbarians and demon race members had gathered outside the Black Dragon Valley. They also did not know that the Black Dragon was giving birth. They could only stay in the cave and listen to the dragon's roar in fear for several days and nights. Yi Qinghan, your beast is so cute. I can actually transmit my voice to you. That 7th grade snow fox of mine can only understand my words. Furthermore, it was injured last time and has been recuperating. Otherwise, I can summon it to play with Xiaohe. Yi Qingwu smiled, her eyes curved into crescent moons. Long Sinan sighed and said helplessly. Originally, she had an indescribable feeling that something would definitely happen at the Black Dragon Valley. She had held this meeting today to see if she could lead a large group to investigate. However, everyone was of the same opinion at the moment, so she didn't dare to act rashly. She could only give the order to wait and see. Miss Long, quickly send out more scouts to investigate the situation. We can discuss the plan again. That little worm is laying a dragon egg. Xiaohe twitched his nose and said in a childish voice. Yi Qinghan was stunned for a moment, then told everyone what Xiaohe had said. The four of them were immediately stunned. Looking at the three of them looking at him as if he was a fool, Yi Qinghan said helplessly, "Xiaohe, come out. We are all on the same side here." Strange, so strange. Yi Qinghan's sudden voice startled Yi Shisan and the others. Looking at the joyful Yi Qinghan, they looked at each other in confusion and felt that this was strange. Yi Qinghan reached out to pick up Xiaohe and said to the three of them. Since leaving the Yu family, Xiaohe had told Yi Qinghan that he had just entered the growth stage and needed to cultivate for a period of time. He would fall into a deep sleep the rest of the time, unless he was forcefully summoned by the battle beast fusion. Today he finally woke up on his own. Yi Qinghan was also very surprised. For a time, everyone expressed their views and opinions, but basically, everyone maintained an attitude of waiting to see what would happen. After all, the alliance between the monster race and the barbarian race this time was too strange. Of course they didn't dare to act rashly. It was just that there had been several alliances in history because one of the prefectures had an extremely powerful figure. What was the reason this time? Well, that's all we can do. Everyone set up camp here for a period of time. Also, pay close attention to the movements of the monster race and the barbarian race. Let's wait and see. Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingwu rolled their eyes. These words were indeed of a high standard. As one of the strongest existences in the elite prefectures, the black dragon had actually roared continuously for several days and nights. It would be strange if there was no problem. However, no one knew what the problem was, nor did they have the guts to investigate what the problem was. I know what the problem is. Hello, boss. Yi Qinghan was suddenly awakened by Xiaohei. His depression from the past few days had lessened a bit and his mood improved slightly. He lovingly caressed Xiaohei's head. Thinking of what Xiaohei had just said, he couldn't help but ask in surprise, Xiaohei, you just said that you know what the problem is with that dragon? Powerful. A holy beast is indeed powerful. It can even communicate through the soul. Yi 17 gave a thumbs up, expressing his astonishment and admiration. Xiaohei's first appearance had already shocked the three of them. Yi 13th and Yi 17th's mouths were wide open and his eyes were bulging. Yi Qingwu covered her mouth. They knew that Yi Qinghan's war beast was a holy beast. They also knew what this holy beast looked like. However, they had never imagined that the legendary holy beast would look like this. Didn't they say that it had been in a weakened state for a long time? Why was it still so small? Other than the slightly exposed horn on its head, it was exactly the same as a lion-nosed dog. More than 100 years ago, there was an alliance between the monster race and the human race. The reason was also because the barbarian god of that generation had an extremely high cultivation. The House of Ares and the monster god's palace were suppressed to the point that they couldn't even lift their heads. In the end, the two prefectures were forced to ally against the barbarian god's palace. No matter what the reason is, no matter what their purpose is, what we need to do now is to gather all the forces of the divine battle abode to fight against the demon race and barbarian race. Let's wait and see. Shui Wuheng was sitting in the seat next to Long Sainan. He was still dressed in white and held a folding fan in his hand, looking elegant and graceful. Yi 13th and the other two raised their eyebrows at the same time. They looked at Xiaohei with even more astonishment. How could this holy beast be so magical? It had been staying in Yi Qinghan's war beast space all this time. It even knew that there was a dragon outside. Most importantly, it even knew what was wrong with that dragon? Yes, this is a big matter. We must investigate it thoroughly. Yes, young Master Shui is right. It is impossible for the monster race and barbarian race to truly ally. Moreover, they will definitely suffer heavy losses in this trip to the Black Dragon Valley, regardless of whether they succeed in slaying the dragon or not. Naturally, their alliance collapsed on its own. There must be something wrong with this dragon. And it's a big problem. Yi 13th was also very tired and listlessly said some nonsense. Xiaohei. As soon as Xiaohei came out, he straightened his body and stretched. He blinked his eyes and threw himself into Yi Qinghan's arms. He sent a message to Yi Qinghan happily. Chapter 111. Laying dragon eggs? It's giving birth? Yi 13th and Yi 17th looked at each other and were even more confused. Yi 13th asked, "It doesn't take days and nights to lay dragon eggs, right? If it's really giving birth, then we have a chance to escape." Yes, Xiaohei. Who would lay a dragon egg for a few days and nights? Yi Qinghan also frowned in confusion as he spoke. Xiaohei jumped out of Yi Qinghan's arms and straightened his body on the stone slab. He stretched his two chubby front paws behind him and slowly circled the stone slab a few times, causing Yi 13th, Yi 17th, and Yi Qingwu to be startled. Xiaohei then transmitted his voice. "Boss, do you remember when we were in the Savage Mountain Range? I told you that us soul-devouring beasts and dragons are natural enemies, and the information about dragons in my inherited memories is very detailed. Therefore, I can conclude that this dragon is definitely laying dragon eggs, and this time it's giving birth to twin dragon eggs. As for why it's taking so long, it's because this little worm actually gave birth to a dragon crystal when it was giving birth. That's right, it must be a dragon crystal. I can even smell the alluring scent of the pure heaven and earth energy in the dragon crystal. Twin dragon eggs? Dragon crystal? What's that?" Xiaohei said that the dragon gave birth to twin dragon eggs this time, and it gave birth to a dragon crystal. That's why it's taking so long. Yi Qinghan frowned. He didn't understand and turned to Yi 13th in confusion. Dragon crystal. Yi 13th's eyes widened as if he remembered something. He stared at Xiaohei, who was standing upright on the ground, and shouted, Xiaohei, are you sure there's a dragon crystal? Oh my god. We're rich, we're rich. 13th, what's a dragon crystal? Yi 17th touched his nose and looked at Yi 13th in confusion. He didn't understand why Yi 13th, who had always been mature and steady, would suddenly lose his composure. Let's go, 17th. Let's go and get the dragon crystal. It's the most precious treasure in the world. This dragon must be extremely weak when it gives birth. If we can get the dragon crystal, our strength will skyrocket. We might even be able to break through to the Emperor realm. At that time we can do whatever we want on the Nether Island. Seeing Xiaohei nod like a human, Yi Shisan didn't explain much. He pulled Yi 17 along and ran out. If you want to die, go ahead. Xiaohei's nose twitched as he transmitted his voice again. Yi Qinghan was so frightened that he quickly pulled back Yi Shisan and Yi 17, who were rushing out of the cave. I can sense that there are 2 little worms outside. With their strength, it's not even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. If there was only 1 worm, I would have gone out to snatch the dragon crystal. Moreover, even if they managed to get their hands on it, they would need to cultivate in seclusion for at least a year or 2 in order to break through to the Emperor realm. By that time, the prefecture battle would have already ended. Hearing Yi Qinghan's words, Yi Shisan wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, shrank his body, and hurriedly walked back in embarrassment. However, he still didn't give up and asked, Xiaohei, are you sure there are 2? Is the dragon crystal that hard to refine? Hehe, if you don't believe me, you can ask him to try. Xiaohei shook his head, turned his head away and didn't say anything else. Shisan, what is a dragon crystal? How can it help us break through to the Emperor realm? You should know that breaking through to the Emperor realm requires one to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. If the dragon crystal contains a huge amount of energy that can help us break through to the peak of the Duke realm, then it's reasonable. However, the barrier between the peak of the Duke realm and the Emperor realm is something that many people can't break through in their lifetime. Yi 17 was still confused as he revealed all the doubts in his heart. That's right. Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingwu also looked at Yi Shisan in confusion. They knew that reaching the Emperor realm required one to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. Just cultivating battle chi alone would only allow one to reach the peak of the Duke realm. How could a dragon crystal be so magical? How could it directly break through to the Emperor realm? Yi 13th shook his head with a look of regret. After a moment of silence he said, What a pity! What a pity! Entering a treasure mountain and returning empty-handed. What a great pity! Actually, I don't know the specific reason. I only found out about it by chance. You all know that once you reach the peak of the Duke realm and comprehend some laws of heaven and earth, you can break through to the Emperor realm. The peak of the Duke realm is easy to cultivate. No matter how talented you are, as long as you reach the Duke realm, you can reach the peak with hard work. However, comprehending the laws of heaven and earth depends on one's comprehension ability. Some people can achieve enlightenment in one night, while others can't even touch the threshold for their entire lives. However, things aren't absolute. There are many magical things in this world. For example, young Master Han's sister Yi Qingyu's jade spirit body, and the dragon crystal that Xiaohei mentioned when a black dragon gives birth. Of course, there are other treasures that we just don't know about. The jade spirit body and the dragon crystal are 2 treasures that have a high chance of helping a peak of the Duke realm break through to the Emperor realm because they contain the laws of heaven and earth. For example, the dragon crystal contains a vast amount of energy that can help you advance to the Emperor realm, as well as a trace of the laws of heaven and earth. You only need to slowly refine it and comprehend the laws of heaven and earth contained within it. Then you can break through to the Emperor realm. This is too magical. Yi Qingwu's eyes were seeing stars as she listened. Her pink little mouth opened and closed seductively. Xiaohei's bright eyes spun a few times. Suddenly he transmitted his voice again. The thing is good, but I can't get it. Ahaha. If I eat this dragon crystal, I can probably reach maturity more than half the time. Moreover, it might even have other uses. What a pity, what a pity. That's right, boss. Xiaohei seemed to suddenly remember something. He blinked and suddenly jumped behind Yi Qinghan. Then he extended his little claws and fiddled with them. Finally, he grabbed a few almost transparent worms from Yi Qinghan's hair. Then he transmitted his voice. What are these worms? I helped you get rid of a few in the barbaric mountain range. Why are there more worms now? Worms? Why do I have worms on me? Yi Qinghan looked at the transparent worms on the ground, which were the size of rice grains. He was a little confused. Although it was normal to take a bath every 10 days to half a month on Hades Island, there shouldn't be worms growing on him. Moreover, they were such strange worms. Yi Qinghan, you are so dirty. You have worms on you. Jianghu said with a horrified and disgusted expression. Bang. San stared at the worms on the ground with hatred on his face. Suddenly, he stretched out his palm and slammed it against the wall. The cave shook and mud flew everywhere. Yiqinghan and Jianghu were shocked and even more confused. I understand now. Damn it. Shui Wuhan, that little bastard, how dare you attack me from behind? Get out of here. I will kill that kid first. Yi Shisan's eyes also showed deep hatred. His face was a little ferocious. It seemed that he had a deep hatred for the worms on the ground. Shui Wuhan? Yiqinghan and Jianghu looked at each other and were shocked. Worms, the Shui family's worms. They were specially used for tracking. Chapter 112. F***CK, we should have killed him at the Yu family. Yiqinghan's face turned cold as he said coldly. After thinking for a short while, he had understood many things. The mystery that had been bothering them for the past few days had been solved by Xiaohei with the help of these bugs. No wonder the monster clan and the barbarian tribe could plan ahead and surround them. No wonder the monster clan and the barbarian tribe knew their whereabouts like the back of their hand. All of this was because Shui Wuhan had planted the invisible bug on him. When they were being chased a few days ago, they had suspected that the monster clan and the barbarian tribe had mastered some kind of heaven-defying technique that could track their whereabouts. Who would have thought that the Shui family's young clan leader, who was also at the House of Ares, would dare to join forces with the monster clan and the barbarian tribe to kill them? No. Yi Shisan thought for a moment and suddenly said, Shui Wuhan is not that influential to persuade Yao Kaka and brute force. Moreover, he has no direct hatred with Feng Zihua, Hua Zhenhua, and Yu Qingqing. Besides, the monster clan and the barbarian tribe killing us, Hua Zhenhua, and the others would only incur the collective anger of the four families. There are too many suspicious points in this matter. Shui Wuhan cannot be killed. I'm afraid there is a conspiracy this time. 17 Qinghan, bear with it for now. Anyway, we have the evidence in our hands and can destroy Shui Wuhan at any time. I think this matter is not that simple. After the house battle, let the clan leader and the others investigate and deal with it. If the Shui family is also involved in this matter, I'm afraid the 5 families will become the 4 families. Papa. Yiqinghan nodded. His face was already gloomy. He did not speak, but the joints between his fingers made cracking sounds. Yi Shisan chuckled and the corner of his mouth twitched. Let this kid live for a few more days. Shui Wuhan, you are dead. Outside the Black Dragon Valley, Yao Kaka looked at the familiar valley in front of him and listened to the dragon roars in his ears. He felt a little complicated. More than a month ago, he had led his men to kill a small team from the House of Ares and had come here as well. At that time he didn't think too much and rushed straight into the valley, wanting to slaughter the entire human team that had stolen his treasure. However, as soon as he entered the valley, he didn't see a single trace of the human team. Instead, he was greeted by a furious black dragon. Fortunately, they didn't venture too deep last time and brought only loyal subordinates with them. Under the protection of their subordinates, they were lucky enough to escape. Although the small team from the House of Ares had gone crazy for some reason a few days ago, they had actually helped the small teams from the 4 families to resist them. They had all been slaughtered, and he had vented his anger. However, he still had a lingering fear towards the Black Dragon Valley. Once again he came to this place to hunt down a kid from the House of Ares called Yiqinghan. He felt a lot of emotions and was about to express his emotions, which meant that he, Monster Kaka, was back. However, Mangon had already begun to gather his men, preparing to enter the valley. He could only retract his thoughts and wave to the subordinates beside him, indicating that they were ready to enter the valley and begin slaying the dragon. The red dot in the transparent crystal ball indicated that Yiqinghan was in the valley. However, they didn't know exactly where he was hiding in the valley. Therefore, they needed to kill that dragon, then slowly turn the valley upside down. Finally, they would find that despicable kid and slowly tear him apart. 2 teams of more than 2,000 people swarmed into the valley. The valley was still as beautiful as ever, and the dragon's roar was still deafening. Yao Kaka was a little agitated, his golden hair swinging back and forth. He waved his hand again, indicating for the demons to speed up. The valley wasn't big, but there were lakes, trees and mountains. The scenery was still as beautiful as before. Both Yao Kaka and Mangon stood at the entrance of the valley. They didn't go deep into the valley. Instead, they each sent half of their men to be the vanguard, while they brought the rest of their men to observe from the back. A starving camel was still bigger than a horse, not to mention a dragon that was just giving birth. Before they understood the situation, they naturally wouldn't risk their lives rashly. Although the scouts they sent out yesterday reported that the black dragon was extremely unusual, to be safe, they didn't foolishly rush into the dragon's cave. The demons and barbarians followed the lake in the valley and walked towards the left side of the valley. After they passed through the dense forest, under the guidance of the scouts, they headed toward the cave where the dragon was entrenched. Yao Kaka and Mangon were a little excited as they walked around. Their eyes glowed as they stared at the forest on the left. They pricked up their ears, listening carefully for any movement in the distance. Roar! Another dragon roar sounded. Yao Kaka and Mangon were both delighted. They could hear the anger and weakness in this dragon roar. Immediately after, the roars of the demons and barbarians could be heard, as well as the sounds of battle. Yao Kaka and Mangon looked at each other and waved their hands. They were about to order the entire army to charge forward and slay this dragon together. Roar! However, before they could wave their hands, an even louder and more furious dragon roar sounded from the left side of the valley. And most importantly, this dragon roar was actually different from the previous one. Yao Kaka and Mangon hurriedly signaled for their subordinates to stop moving forward. They all looked at the forest in front of them in confusion, not understanding what was happening. In the next moment, their confused gazes instantly turned to fear. Their originally slightly flushed faces suddenly turned deathly pale. They saw a completely black dragon that was more than 10 meters long suddenly rise into the sky. Its black scales reflected the sunlight and emitted a cold light. Its pair of cold eyes were filled with anger. Roar! This black dragon roared once again. It opened its huge mouth and a black dragon's breath shot downwards. Its thick and long tail swung violently in the air and then smashed down heavily on the ground. The dragon's tail collided with the ground. A loud sound like thunder from a clear sky resounded and the entire valley shook. Then, countless demons and barbarians began to rush out of the forest, their faces filled with fear and despair. Damn it! Run! Yao Kaka and Mangon, as well as the barbarians and demons beside them, were collectively stunned when they saw the dragon rise into the sky. Looking at the incomparably powerful black dragon in the sky and feeling its violent and ferocious aura, they all held their breaths. When the fiery dragon's breath was spat out, they were finally awakened by the fiery aura. Their first thought was that the information they received was wrong. Run! This black dragon's aura was unparalleled and ferocious. How did it look like it had given birth? When they thought of the two clearly different dragon roars just now, they felt like crying. Why were there two black dragons in the Black Dragon Valley? What did their scouts do yesterday? How did those bastards in the Divine City gather information? Chapter 113. There was no time to consider whether the Divine City's information was wrong or whether this was a conspiracy by the Divine City. There was also no time to pay respects to Tu Qinjuan's ancestors. At this moment they wished that they had 4 legs. They were afraid that they would not run fast enough and become a pile of bones under the dragon's breath or a pile of rotten meat under the dragon's tail. His wife was giving birth, and this group of puny demons and barbarians dared to disturb him. They even woke him up from his deep sleep. The black dragon was obviously furious. Its huge dragon's breath turned the entire Black Dragon Valley into a purgatory. Its huge dragon tail almost raised the entire Black Dragon Valley to the ground. The vanguard of the demon race and the barbarian race obviously didn't have anyone who dared to fight against the furious black dragon. They could only scatter in all directions and hide under the huge dragon's breath and tail. However, the valley was only so big. After being swept by the black dragon, there was basically no place to hide. All the demons and barbarians had become red stars on the target. They were so dazzling and eye-catching. Plop, plop. The lake in the middle of the valley became the last refuge. Countless demons and barbarians jumped into the lake and dove into the water to avoid the hot dragon's breath. Bang! The black dragon did not care. It smashed the barbarians and demons that were running towards the entrance of the valley to death. When it was sure that no demons or barbarians dared to run towards the entrance, it turned around and flew towards the lake. Plop, plop. The remaining barbarians and demons had no way to escape. They could only look at the small lake in the middle and jump into the water. Oh, oh. The black dragon let out a long howl. A cruel look flashed across its cold eyes. Following that, it spat out one dragon's breath after another towards the lake as if it was free. In an instant, the entire lake started boiling. The demons and barbarians hiding under the lake could only hang on bitterly. After all, they would die if they stuck their heads out. It was obvious that the black dragon was extremely furious. It did not hesitate to expend its own energy to kill all these foreign races that dared to offend its wife. The dragon's breath continued to spit out, raising the temperature of the lake. Finally, all the demons and barbarians in the lake were cooked alive. Moreover, half of the water in the lake had evaporated. Looking at the corpses floating up to the surface of the lake, the black dragon shook its head in satisfaction and roared towards the cave on the left of the valley. Then, it turned around and flew out of the Black Dragon Valley. There were still many demon clan and barbarian clan fleeing outside. The Black Dragon decided to leave a deep impression on them. It wanted to let all the creatures on the Dark World Island know that if they angered the Great Black Dragon, they would die without a complete corpse. Dragon whiskers were not something that any creature could touch. After the Black Dragon flew away, a few human heads emerged from the purgatory-like Black Dragon Valley, as well as a small beast whose entire body was pitch black. Looking at the Black Dragon Valley filled with corpses, the 4 humans and 1 beast were completely shocked. When Yao Kaka and Mangon entered the valley and angered the Black Dragon, they had already noticed that something was wrong. They immediately went to the entrance of the cave and began to observe the situation. When they discovered that there were countless demons and barbarians being chased around the Black Dragon Valley, the first thing they thought of was to seal the cave immediately. Otherwise, if this cave was discovered by the demons and barbarians, they would be in big trouble. Taking advantage of the chaos, the 4 of them used their swords and sabers to smash the entrance of the cave, making it look like a cave-in. They quickly used stones and mud to block the entrance of the cave. Then they let Xiaohei begin to sense the situation outside. Fortunately, the demons and barbarians were being chased around by the Black Dragon and did not notice the cave. They only came out of the cave when the Black Dragon flew out of the valley. Let's go, let's go. This is a rare opportunity. When the Black Dragon returns or when the Black Dragon in the valley finishes giving birth and recovers, we will definitely die. E17 shook his head and did not look at the tragic situation in the valley. He waved his hand as if telling everyone to escape from the valley. If we don't go, I'm going to vomit. Yi Qingwu said with a frown as she covered her mouth with her lily-white hand. Ugh. E13 turned to look at the left side of the valley and suppressed the throbbing in his heart. He gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, "Go! Out of the valley." The male Black Dragon had already left the valley to hunt down the demons and barbarians. This was a good opportunity to collect the dragon crystal and points from the corpses on the ground. But, who knew how far the Black Dragon had gone? If they went to collect the dragon crystal, they would definitely be discovered by the female Black Dragon. If he summoned the male Black Dragon and the male Black Dragon was not far away, then they would have nowhere to escape to. Therefore, for safety's sake, Yi13 suppressed the strong desire in his heart and turned to lead them out of the valley. After all, this was the best opportunity to escape. If they missed this opportunity, they did not know when they would get another one. Boss, you guys go first. I'll catch up with you later. However, when Yi Qinghan and the others were about to leave, Xiaohei, who was next to them, suddenly transmitted his voice to them. Seeing the trace of greed in Xiaohei's eyes, Yi Qinghan was shocked. He immediately understood what Xiaohei wanted to do. He shook his head and said, "No, Xiaohei. It's too dangerous." "I don't agree." "Yeah, it's too dangerous. If that Black Dragon is nearby, it'll be too dangerous." Yi13 also looked at Xiaohei in surprise and understood what Xiaohei wanted to do. Although this black small beast was a legendary sacred beast, it was very easy for a sacred beast to die prematurely when it was still young. As the first sacred beast of the Yi family in hundreds of years, it would be a great loss if it died prematurely. Yi13 was also afraid that Xiaohei would bring back the Black Dragon before they could go far. If that happened, they would also be in danger. Therefore, he decisively rejected Xiaohei's proposal. Xiaohei looked at everyone's worried expressions and pursed his lips as his body glowed. Then, his body, which was originally the size of a human head, suddenly grew and finally became the size of a fierce horse. Only then did this magical performance stop. "Boss, I forgot to tell you. During the time I was asleep, my strength has improved further. The most obvious improvement is my speed. Now, my speed is comparable to the first-level Emperor realm of you human warriors. Even if that Black Dragon comes back, I have a way to escape. Watch carefully." Xiaohei raised his head proudly and glanced at Yi13 and Yi17 with disdain. Then he turned his head and said to Yi Qinghan. After saying that, he retreated slightly and his whole body shook. Then he turned into a sharp sword and shot into the distance. In the blink of an eye, he was already hundreds of meters away. Chapter 114. Swish. With the sound of breaking through the air, Xiaohei turned around once again. His black body slowly grew larger in the eyes of the crowd. In an instant, he shot back in front of the crowd from afar. His body trembled once more in midair and suddenly stopped. The four of them looked at each other. This speed was indeed frightening. The most frightening thing was the time it took for Xiaohe to accelerate and decelerate. He did not need any buffer time. With just a tremble of his body, he could suddenly accelerate and decelerate. No one would believe this. It was too incredible. Now you believe me. With my speed, as long as I am in the forest, the black dragon will not be able to see me. You guys leave quickly. I would not do such a stupid thing if I was not confident. Xiaohe stared at Yi Qinghan with a fiery gaze, indicating for Yi Qinghan to believe him. As for Yi 13th and Yi 17th as a sacred beast, he could not be bothered with them. Let's go. Yi Qinghan was silent for a moment. He gave Xiaohe a careful look and said decisively. Then he turned and flew out of the valley. Be careful, Xiaohe. Let's go. Seeing that Yi Qinghan had left, Yi 13th did not say anything else. He turned and said to Yi 17th and Yi Qinggu. Without the male black dragon, the female black dragon's strength had been greatly reduced. They did not have any scruples. They released their battle chi and turned into shadows as they floated out of the valley. Yao Kaka was in a bad mood. Looking at the black dragon circling in the sky not far away and his subordinates being chased by the black dragon, he could not cheer up. Tu Qianjun, that bastard. He has made me suffer. This time his father had sent him 8 demon sovereigns. Now, only a demon sovereign of the Fox clan and a demon sovereign of the Tiger clan were left. Last time when he chased after Yi Yi and the others, 2 were killed by the black dragon. Then, in the Silver Moon Canyon, 2 were killed by the Silver Moon two-headed wolf. Now there were still 2 more in the Black Dragon Valley. He did not know if they were alive or dead. This time he had brought more than 1,000 people with him, including more than 10 demon sovereigns. However, even if all the other demon sovereigns died, he wouldn't feel any heartache. The 2 demon emperors who stayed behind in the Black Dragon Valley were his direct subordinates that his father had given to him. They were loyal to him and would be the foundation for him to become a saint of the demon race in the future. But now 6 of them had died in a small prefecture battle. Not to mention his own heartache, even if he returned to the demon race, he would not know how to face his father's anger. There's a conspiracy, there's definitely a conspiracy. Yao Kaka screamed in his heart as he frantically ran for his life. Now that he thought about it carefully, he felt that it was a conspiracy between the Divine City and the House of Ares. Otherwise, how could the 4 clans' teams be so lucky every time? Last time, a small team happened to pass by, and they even risked their lives to rescue them. And in the end, it just so happened that they were lured to the Silver Moon Canyon, making them suffer the wrath of the Silver Moon two-headed wolf. This time it was even more ridiculous. Was he clearly trying to send them to their deaths? Even the elites of the Netherworld Island would find it difficult to destroy a black dragon at its peak, let alone the 2,000 of them. Run back to the base camp. He decided that he would never leave the base camp again. He didn't want the prefecture battle's sacred weapon anymore. If he lost his life, he would have nothing left. Mangan was also in a bad mood. Of course, anyone would be in a bad mood if they were being chased by a dragon. He was not like Yao Kaka. Every elite of the barbarian tribe was his people. He would be furious if any of them died. But this time, in order to obtain the elusive sacred weapon and to establish good relations with the Divine City, the barbarian tribe had lost so many elites. How could he not be angry? He watched as his people were turned into charcoal by the black dragon's dragon breath and turned into meat paste by the dragon's tail time and time again. He was even more furious. But at this moment he could do nothing but run. He could not do anything. Hence, he was very sullen and angry, but he had no way to vent his anger. Hence his mood worsened. This is all caused by that Yi Qinghan of the human race. If I have the chance, I will tear him apart. Mangan waved his hands in front of his chest and continued to run. The plot outside the Black Dragon Valley was very interesting. It was like an angry child standing on a lawn, and there were frightened ants running in all directions. This child was obviously very angry. He kept raising his feet and chasing the ants. He even stepped on them from time to time. Occasionally, some panicked monsters and barbarians tried to escape through the teleportation formation scattered outside the valley. However, when the teleportation formation was activated, there would be a dazzling light. Most importantly, the activation of the teleportation formation required a few seconds. During these few seconds, those who were in the shining teleportation formation became the black dragon's target. With a dragon breath, the teleportation formation was activated. However, it could only send away a pile of bones and charred flesh. After a few experiments, no one dared to use the teleportation formation anymore. They could only run as fast as they could. Yi Qinghan's group of 4 left the valley. Of course, they did not dare to stop or run in a straight line. Instead, they circled around the valley and spent more than 10 minutes going around the back of the valley. Only then did they start running in the opposite direction. After running for more than 10 minutes, they stopped in a forest at the foot of a mountain. The forest was very dense. Moreover, this forest was actually inside a mountain cave. It was impossible to see their tracks from the outside. Most importantly, they found a teleportation formation in the forest. They were prepared to wait for the soul-devouring beast Xiaohei here. Although Yi Qinghan and Xiaohei had a soul connection, he would not be able to sense them if they were too far away. Therefore, after they discovered the terrain here, they decisively stopped here. They quietly waited for Xiaohei's return. Half an hour passed, but there was still no movement in the valley. There was no trace of Xiaohei at all. Everyone began to worry, especially Yi Qinghan. He could not hide the anxiety on his face no matter what. He paced back and forth in the forest, his eyes scanning everywhere outside the forest. That familiar black figure was nowhere to be seen even after a long time. After an hour, there was still no sign of Xiaohei. However, just as everyone's expressions darkened and they were at a loss of what to do, an angry dragon roar resounded in the valley. It was closely followed by an even angrier dragon roar that echoed in the distance. Xiaohei. Yi Qinghan looked at the sky in shock and cried out in worry. It was very obvious that Xiaohei must have done something in the Black Dragon Valley that made that female dragon so angry that she ignored her body's weakness and roared loudly to call for the male black dragon in the distance. Hearing the male black dragon's roar, the four's expressions became even worse. Although the male black dragon's roar sounded very far away, the four of them could hear it. It couldn't be that far. They would probably be able to rush back to the Black Dragon Valley in a few minutes. And if Xiaohei was intercepted by the black dragon along the way, then he would definitely receive the boundless fury of the enraged black dragon. Chapter 115. Xiaohei, hurry. Yi Qinghan's gloomy face suddenly lit up. Through his soul perception, he discovered that Xiaohei was constantly approaching him. Although it was a little vague, the Black Dragon Valley was not far away. As long as they could reach here before the male black dragon returned, they could use the teleportation array to escape. Gaga. Boss, we're rich. A few minutes later, Xiaohei's voice sounded in Yi Qinghan's mind. Before Yi Qinghan could ponder the meaning of this sentence, Xiaohei's black body shot towards them like a cannonball. At the same time, the male black dragon's earth-shattering roar came from the Black Dragon Valley. Let's go. Xiaohei turned into a black shadow and directly threw himself into Yi Qinghan's arms. Yi Shisan immediately shouted. The four of them jumped into the teleportation array at the same time. The teleportation array's dazzling white light instantly surrounded their bodies. Roar. The male black dragon's huge body suddenly rose from the Black Dragon Valley. It roared 3 times in a row and turned into a blur as it flew towards Yi Qinghan and the others. At the same time, a super earth dragon breath rushed towards the teleportation array. Too late. Goodbye, big worm. Yi Shisan chuckled and waved at the black dragon in the sky. The four of them turned into a white light and disappeared into the forest. Bang! After Yi Qinghan and the others left, a huge dragon breath descended on the forest. The entire forest was almost flattened by this super earth dragon breath. Only the teleportation array remained, and the faint white light from the teleportation array remained. Xiaohei, are you okay? What is that bracelet in your hand? A badge ring? The four of them were teleported into a canyon. After Yi 13 and Yi 17 teleported over, the first thing they did was to investigate the surroundings. After confirming that there were no enemies within a 1-mile radius, they returned to Xiaohei's side with a peace of mind. Yi Qinghan began to ask Xiaohei about the results of the battle. However, he discovered that Xiaohei had actually used an ancient vine to wrap a string of things on his hand. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that they were all badges and rings. Yi Qinggu was also startled by the densely packed rings on Xiaohei's hand. She opened her mouth wide and stuck out her pink tongue, saying, "Ah, they were actually all rings. Xiaohei, you haven't been collecting rings in the Black Dragon Valley for so long, have you? Oh my god. There are actually 5 cyan rings and there should be dozens of green rings." Hehe. What did she think this sacred beast was doing after being gone for so long? Boss, I know you need a lot of points. It just so happens that there are rings everywhere in the Black Dragon Valley. It would be a waste not to take them. However, these are all small gains. The biggest harvest has already been swallowed into my stomach. No, the energy is too strong. I have to go back and refine all the energy in the dragon crystal. Kaka. I've struck it rich. I wonder if I can completely enter the mature stage after refining this dragon crystal. Xiaohei proudly shook his little head. After handing all the rings in his hand to Yi Qinghan, his body flashed and turned into a shadow, disappearing into Yi Qinghan's body. So many points? Yi 13 and Yi 17 looked at each other with a happy expression. They had worked hard for several months and only obtained a few thousand points. However, Xiaohei had actually brought back at least 1 or 2,000 points. Yi 17 was in a good mood. He chuckled and said happily, "Let's go. We'll collect points as we go." 17 checked the map. "Where are we now?" Yi 17 chuckled. The joy of escaping death, coupled with the safe return of Xiaohei and the large pile of rings, made his mood better. He hurriedly took out the map and compared it with the nearby terrain. Finally he ran around to check. After carefully looking for a while, he turned back and said, "We have to go quickly. This time we teleported a little far. We actually teleported to the Scarlet Plains. I'm afraid it will take about 10 days to return to the nearest chaotic battlefield." "Then let's go. 17, you go ahead and scout." Yi 13 nodded and said. The 4 of them were in a good mood. The demon race and barbarian race had been ruthlessly destroyed by the Silver Moon Two-Headed Wolf and the Black Dragon. Many people had died. Although they were not sure whether Yao Kaka and Mangan were also sleeping outside the Black Dragon Valley, at least they had repaid some interest for Yi Yi and the others. A young Master Han, wait. Yi Shisan suddenly thought of something and stopped abruptly. What's wrong? Yi Qinghan paused in surprise and looked at Yi 13 in confusion. Yi 17 and Yi Qingwu also stopped and looked at Yi 13 with puzzled eyes. Take out the insects, crush them all, and leave the corpses as evidence. Otherwise, our whereabouts are in the hands of the demon race and barbarian race. I'm afraid they will surround and kill us again. Yes. Yi Qinghan was suddenly enlightened. He quickly took out a bottle from his bosom and poured out the few hidden insects in the bottle. Then he took out the Azure Dragon Dagger and cut all of them into 2 before putting them all into the bottle. After packing everything, Yi Qinghan smiled and said to the governor, "Well, we probably won't be tracked anymore. Let's go. It will take about 10 days to reach the chaotic region. Feng Ziyue, Yu Qingqing and the others are probably waiting anxiously." Hehe, Yi Qinghan, you are afraid that Yu Qingqing will be waiting anxiously. Yi Qingwu rolled her eyes and said with slight jealousy, It's the same. Yi Qinghan laughed and said in a somewhat embarrassed manner. However, Yu Qingqing's otherworldly beauty and her spirited eyes that seemed to be able to speak appeared in his mind. He couldn't help but become somewhat infatuated. Let's go. Yi 13 patted Yi Qinghan's back and pulled him back to reality. His figure flashed and he strode forward. Yi Qinghan was stunned. His lips curled into a sweet smile and he followed. In the chaotic region of the House of Ares, the temporary base camp. Today, Long Sinan once again gathered all the team leaders in the cave and held a meeting. The latest news is that Yao Kaka and Mangan attacked the Black Dragon Valley this morning. Unexpectedly, there was a problem with the intelligence. The Black Dragon Valley actually has 2 black dragons. Yao Kaka and Mangan suffered heavy losses. They lost at least 4 or 5 demon emperors and barbarian sovereigns. At this moment they are fleeing in disorder. This information has already been confirmed by many scouts. Just as Long Sinan finished her sentence, all the team leaders in the cave were stunned as if they were struck by lightning. They thought that Yao Kaka and Mangan, as the leaders of the demon race and barbarian race, were not idiots. Since they had chosen to slay the Black Dragon, they should have a certain level of confidence. They didn't expect that they would be ravaged by the Black Dragon just a few days ago. Miss Long, are you sure? Shui Wuhan's expression changed. He knew clearly why Yao Kaka and Mangan wanted to slay the Black Dragon Valley. He also knew that Yao Kaka and Mangan were not only going to slay the Black Dragon Valley, but they were also preparing to kill Yi Qinghan who was hiding in the Black Dragon Valley. When he heard Long Sanan's news, he thought about the red dot that suddenly disappeared in the crystal ball in the afternoon. He had a bad premonition. Chapter 116. Yes. Long Sinan nodded affirmatively and looked at the crowd again. Ah, that's good. The monster race and barbarian race? Oh, the Black Dragon race should be completely slaughtered. It would be best if barbarian race and Yao Kaka were all killed. After a leader got Long Sanan's confirmation, he let out a long laugh and said very happily, Good job. This Black Dragon is a good dragon. It's better to kill more of them. The crowd laughed heartily. The gloom they had felt when they heard about the demon race and barbarian tribe a few days ago was swept away. The other leader on the left suddenly stood up and said with sparkling eyes, The Black Dragon is a good Black Dragon. Why don't we go and kill the drowning dogs now? Kill them all? This This suggestion obviously made the people who had been talking heartily stop. All of them stopped talking and looked at Long Sinan. Long Sinan smiled at the leader who had made this suggestion, then turned to look at the crowd. She waved her hand and said, "Ha! Actually, the reason why I called everyone here today is because I want to discuss this with everyone. Although we don't know why the demon race and the barbarian race have joined forces, but since this has already become a fact, we will definitely have a great battle with the demon race and the barbarian race. Since we will have to fight sooner or later, this is the best opportunity. We will take advantage of the fact that they have lost their courage after being killed by the Black Dragon, and we will give them the most painful blow. We will kill all of their elites so that we can gain the upper hand in the final battle." "Good idea, Miss Long. Let's kill them while they are down and avenge our fallen comrades in the House of Ares." Long Shuelu, who was beside Long Sinan, was the first to respond to Long Sinan's call. His handsome face was filled with anger. "This idea seems good, but the demon race and barbarian tribe have the advantage in numbers. We don't have enough information. If we go there rashly, I'm afraid we will fall into their trap and be completely wiped out. Yes, let's think about it carefully. We can't be reckless. Be careful of falling into their trap." "I agree with Miss Long's suggestion. My team suffered quite a lot of injuries last time. I'm afraid we will need to rest for a while." Everyone was silent for a moment before they began to express their opinions. Out of the dozens of teams, half of them expressed their opinions. Only a few agreed while the rest were against. As for the other half, they were just observing. "Young Master Shui, what's your opinion?" Long Sinan didn't take it to heart as she looked at Shui Wuhan. She knew that most of the squads here belonged to the 5 great clans in Dragon City. Needless to say, all the people in Dragon City would follow her. At this moment, the young masters and young ladies of the other 4 families were not here, so they could only adopt a wait-and-see policy. Now, the most important thing was Shui Wuhan's attitude. Shui Wuhan led 2 squads and there were 4 or 5 squads that followed his orders. If he had decided to go, then those people who were watching might have followed the main group. At this moment it was a success. Hee. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Shui Wuhan smiled and stood up. He cupped his fists and waved his folding fan. He said gently, "Miss Long, I'm sorry. There are too many suspicious points in this matter, and the information is unclear. The Shui family will not get involved. After all, I have to be responsible for the lives of more than 1,000 of my men. Of course I will stay here. If the monster clan or the barbarian clan comes to challenge us, I will not be stingy with my battle aura. I will fight to the death." Shui Wuhan's words were beautiful, well-organized, and righteous. What a joke. He wanted him to fight Yao Kaka head-on? If they panicked and exposed the fact that he had worked with them to kill the 4 family squads, then the entire House of Ares would not be able to tolerate him. Of course he had to refuse. He had to refuse. He's a coward. Of course he won't go. He's a real man. Follow me. The onlookers nodded. They seemed to think that Shui Wuhan's words made sense. But before they could speak, a loud, rough voice came from outside the cave. Everyone in the cave was shocked. They all looked at the entrance of the cave to see who it was. Who had the guts to scold the young clan leader of the Shui family? Hearing the voice, Long Sinan and Long Shuelio's faces lit up. They quickly stood up. Beside them, Shui Wuhan's face darkened. He looked at the entrance of the cave from the corner of his eyes. Under the hopeful gazes of the crowd, a tall and majestic figure appeared at the entrance of the cave. His muscles were full of explosive power. On his back was a huge black sword that shot straight into the sky. "Crazy, you're finally back. I knew it. How could a scourge like you die so easily? You'll be a scourge for at least 1,000 years." The first to speak was Long Shuelu. His handsome face was full of sincerity. Long Shuelu and Feng Zi were close friends. Those who knew Feng Zi began to greet him warmly. Only Shui Wuhan stood at the side with a gloomy face. "Haha, before you die, I won't die before you. Greetings, Miss Long. Greetings, everyone." Feng Zi laughed out loud and punched Long Shuelu heavily. He waved to the crowd and turned to Miss Long with his hands cupped together. "Well, it's good that you're back. Where are they?" Long Sinan nodded with a smile and asked. "Hello, Miss Long. Hello, everyone. I Hua Chao have returned safely." As soon as Long Sinan finished speaking, a feminine voice came from the entrance again. After a while, Hua Chao's figure appeared at the entrance of the cave. "Sister Long, Qingqing is back too." A soft voice like that of an oriole came from the entrance of the cave again. Yu Qingqing, dressed in a green robe, swayed her graceful body. She slowly walked into the cave, bringing with her a fragrant wind. Long Xinan raised her eyebrows and smiled sweetly again. She took a few steps forward and held Yu Qingqing's hand. She said urgently, "Yes. It's good that Sister Qingqing is safe. I was so worried." "Greetings, Miss Long." Finally, a group of people walked into the cave. It was Hua Xinfeng and Meng Yu. They nodded at Long Xinan and stood at the side with a smile. "Where is Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingguo?" Long Xinan nodded with a smile. She seemed to have thought of something and turned to ask Yu Qingqing in surprise. "Still, no news?" Long Xianan's question made everyone's face turn gloomy. Although they were teleported to different regions, they finally met up at the previously agreed location. Most of the 4 clans' teams had arrived. However, they didn't receive any news from Yi Qinghan, Yi 17, Yi 13, and Yi Qingguo. After waiting for a day, they had no choice but to go to the temporary stronghold in the disordered region. However, they didn't receive any news from the 4 of them. Chapter 117. They must have teleported to a faraway place. Maybe they'll be back in 2 days. Long Xinan could only comfort herself when she saw their gloomy expressions. Long Xuelu also comforted them. Yes, Yi Qinghan is a womanizer by nature. He might be seducing young ladies somewhere. Don't worry. Screw you. You're the womanizer by nature. You only think about seducing the demon clan's vixen every day. Feng Zi's lips twitched as he forced a smile. He suddenly thought of something and raised his brows. "Miss Long, I heard that you're preparing to attack the demon clan and barbarian clan? It seems like our young master Xue doesn't dare to go?" Long Xinan saw that the leaders of the 3 clans were all present. She smiled and paused for a moment before saying, "Yes, I received news that the demon clan and barbarian clan went to slay the dragon but were utterly defeated by the black dragon. More than half of them died and are now fleeing. I'm going to lead a team to stop them. I want to completely suppress their morale so that the final battle won't be so difficult. As for young Master Xue, I'm sure he has his own plans. I can't force him." Long Xinan briefly explained the situation. When she mentioned Xue Wuhan, although her tone was still calm, the slight contempt in her words could still be heard. "How sure are you about the authenticity of this news?" Feng Zi did not say much. He frowned and raised the question in his heart. Long Xinan raised her brows and answered crisply, 90%. "Good. This time Yao Kaka and Mangan dared to set us up. If it wasn't for the Yi family's sickle teams sacrificing themselves, I'm afraid we'd all be dead. If we don't vent our anger, we won't be able to live comfortably in the future. I represent all the teams in West Wind City to follow Miss Long. If they dare to disobey, I'll tear down their family's doors." Feng Zi thought for a moment and twisted his chest muscles. He glared fiercely at the team leader who was affiliated with his clan and said decisively. Just as Feng Zi finished speaking, Hua Hua's feminine voice suddenly sounded, "I represent all the teams in Luohua City to join the allied forces and listen to Miss Long's command. Of course, if anyone disagrees, the Hua clan's stealth training will be changed to their clan's female bathhouse. All teams of the Yu clan listen to Sister Long's command. All teams present, if you disagree, Silver Moon City will no longer welcome you." Yu Qingqing's gentle voice rang out at the end. Her voice was very pleasant to the ears. It was just that. Yu Qingqing's gentle words, which seemed like a fairy, caused everyone to feel as if they had been struck by lightning. A woman's heart was the most vicious. The saying was right. Silver Moon City didn't welcome them anymore? Your Yu clan's saintess has spoken. She has severed everyone's happiness. Who would dare to not go? Even Xue Wuhan, who had been silent with a dark expression, rolled his eyes. Yu Qingqing was indeed worthy of being the most outstanding woman among the hundreds of elite disciples of the Yu clan. Her words put him in a dilemma. The enchanted town was a holy land for men, especially for a rich and powerful young master like him. If he was not allowed to enter the enchanted town again, he would lose his life. However, he was silent for a moment. Thinking about how to face Yao Kaka and how to act recklessly, he made up his mind not to get involved in this mess. Since young Master Feng is going, I will definitely support him. Yes, I have always disliked those demons and barbarians. This time I can finally kill them. I agree. Seconded. Due to the strong participation of Yu Qingqing, the leaders of the teams in the cave immediately changed their stance. Among the dozens of teams, other than Xue Wuheng's team, there were still 5 or 6 teams. The rest of the teams all agreed with Long Sanan's decision. The speed of the change was breathtaking. I still insist on my opinion. I will stay at the temporary stronghold. Xue Wuhan saw that Long Sanan's gaze was on him. He clenched his teeth and sighed helplessly. I won't force those who don't want to go. Those who agree get ready tonight. We will depart early tomorrow morning. I hope that everyone can make a great contribution to the House of Aries." Long Sinan smiled gently and nodded. She waved her hand lightly, signaling everyone to go back and get ready. That night, the House of Aries started to get busy. This was the first time in the past few months that the mansion battle had a group operation. Of course, all the teams attached great importance to it. On that night, the few hundred people from the 4 families who were on standby in the temporary stronghold also rushed over, ready to participate in the operation tomorrow. This meant that all the forces of the 4 families, except for the Shui family, were invested in this operation. The rest of the teams felt more at ease and their confidence soared. The next day the sky was just beginning to brighten. The temporary stronghold of the House of Aries was even busier. Thousands of elites were equipped with weapons and armors. They were full of ambition and started to gather. They were ready to depart to the center of the chaotic battlefield. Their target was the monster clan and barbarian clan who were fleeing. When the House of Aries opened, more than 10,000 people were teleported to the Nether Island to participate in the battle. In the past few months, more than 2,000 people had died in the battle with the monster clan and barbarian clan. At this moment, other than the 2,000 people who did not participate in the battle under the leadership of Shui Wuhan, the rest of the 4,000 people had all gathered here. In this operation, I need all of you to listen to my command. I can promise you that I will be the first to rush into the battlefield and the last to leave. Of course, Long Qing will not take any points. All of them will be distributed to you according to the proportion of military merits. Moreover, as long as you have outstanding military merits, I will report it to my superiors. After the mansion battle, you will be rewarded according to your merits. Before the departure, Long Sinan started to make a pre-battle declaration. Although it was only a few words, it successfully stimulated everyone's morale. She was the first to kill and the last to run. Moreover, she did not want anything. Her breadth of mind and boldness were incomparable to that of a man. Such a woman, who was not inferior to a man, made all the men feel ashamed. The Yu family will provide you Lu's top-notch service for a month for the top 10 people who have killed the most people. After Long Sinan finished her words, Yu Qingqing once again offered a huge bargaining chip, which made the morale of the entire army reach its peak. Depart. Long Sinan pointed her sword in one direction. Thousands of people marched majestically towards the center of the chaotic battlefield in the north. When the army moved, all the elites of the Hua family dispersed in all directions. Last night, Long Sinan gave Hua a difficult task. There must be scouts from the Hua family in a radius of 20 miles around the army. Although there was a professional scout in Long Sinan's team, now that the flowers and plants had appeared, the responsibility of investigating was handed over to the Hua family. After all, the Hua family's special skill of concentration was unparalleled in the world when it came to scouting. Chapter 118. The army began to march in silence. Thousands of people covered the sky and covered the earth. Due to the large number of people, the terrain of the disordered region was not suitable for the army to set out. In addition, there were countless teleportation formations scattered all around, causing the army's marching speed to slow down. Their formations also changed repeatedly. The busiest person in the army was Wuxia. Not only did he have to be in charge of the intelligence work within 10 li of the army, but he also had to report the nearby intelligence within a few minutes. He also had to arrange for people to mark the nearby teleportation formations, scout the terrain, arrange the most appropriate marching route, and arrange for experts to scout the escape routes of the demon and barbarian armies. The 2 dukes of the Hua clan, in the name of training the future Hua clan patriarch, threw all the matters to him. He only wandered around the vicinity leisurely and chatted with the beauties of the Yu clan, causing Wuxia to vomit blood in anger. Long Sinan was also very busy. This was the first time she had organized such a large operation. Although she looked calm and steady on the surface, she was always nervous and worried on the inside. She was the only daughter of the dragon brute. She was number 1 in the weighbridge. She had the title of a woman not inferior to a man. Moreover, she was very confident in herself. However, the old fellows in the clan had always been biased against her. A few years ago, her father had wanted to appoint her as the young patriarch of the Long clan. However, the old fellows in the clan had always used her status as a woman and could not command heroes as an excuse to forcefully suppress it. This time, she had participated in the prefecture battle with the intention of proving to the clan and the old fellows that she had the ability to become the young patriarch. Therefore, she relied on her valiant strength and incomparable rallying power to gather the elites of the prefecture battle together. She had always had a strong premonition that this was a very good opportunity to cripple the demon clan and the barbarian clan. Therefore she did not want to let go of it. However, this was the first time she was commanding so many people in battle. This was the first time she was responsible for so many lives. She was always nervous and worried. Therefore she was very busy, constantly receiving countless intelligence reports, constantly thinking and constantly issuing orders. Xianxia was also very busy. Although the army was commanded by Long Sinan and she did not need to participate in anything. Although all the things along the way were taken care of by the Yu family, she was still very busy. She was busy thinking of a person. Her mind was always thinking of a person, a delicate and handsome youth who always had a faint smile on his face. Her black pearl-like eyes looked into the distance from time to time, as if waiting for Yi Qinghan to return. Yi Qinghan was also very busy. Of course he was not busy counting points. Although Xiaohe had collected a lot of rings, it only took him half an hour to convert all the rings into more than 1,000 points. He was busy refining the countless energies that had inexplicably surged out of his body. On the afternoon of the journey, he suddenly felt waves of very pure energy surging out of his chest. These energies directly poured into his meridians and mixed with his battle chi. At first he didn't pay much attention to it. After all, it was just a trace of energy and it wouldn't cause too much of a stir. However, the energy in his chest suddenly surged even more cheerfully, and it became more and more concentrated. At this time he didn't dare to be careless. He was about to stop and take a closer look. Unexpectedly he received a sound transmission from Xiaohe in the war beast space. This energy was the energy inside the dragon crystal, so there was no need to care about it. He just needed to circulate his battle chi with all his strength and let it circulate in his body. The faster the battle chi circulated, the better. Hearing Xiaohe's sound transmission, Yi Qinghan didn't think too much about it. Xiaohe was his war beast, a lifelong companion. Of course he would only treat him well and wouldn't harm him. So he began to circulate his battle chi with all his strength and ran. Yi Qinghan's sudden increase in speed surprised Yi Shisan and Yi Qinggu, but they didn't say anything. They thought that he was eager to return home, so they didn't say anything and sped up to catch up. Yi Shisan was a powerful marquis, so Yi Qinghan's speed was certainly not enough for him. Yi Qinggu was also a marshal, so of course she wouldn't show any weakness. So a race between the three of them began, and then the three of them actually caught up with Yi Shisan, who was scouting ahead. The last four-person race had begun. However, after 2 or 3 hours, Yi Qinghan didn't seem to slow down at all. He was still running with all his might. Moreover, he was silently running with his head down. Yi Shisan didn't say much, nor did he express much. This kind of speed was like a game to him. As for Yi Qinggu, she was a little tired. Of course, her body was full of battle chi, so it wouldn't be a problem for her to run for another day. It was just that it was a little indecent and a little boring for a girl to run like this. However, Yi Qinghan didn't pay any attention to her and continued to run with his head lowered. This successfully aroused the competitive spirit in the depths of her heart, and she began to fight against Yi Qinghan in a fit of pique. The setting sun sprinkled its afterglow as it slowly left, leaving the nether island in darkness. Yi Qinghan finally stopped, but he just told the three of them that he was going to cultivate. Then he directly jumped onto an ancient tree, sat cross-legged, and started cultivating with his eyes closed. Although Yi Shisan and the other two felt strange about Yi Qinghan's weird behavior today, seeing that he was cultivating, they didn't ask him anything. They ate something quickly, took turns to keep watch at night and started to rest. Of course, Yi Qinghan was acting tough from time to time. He had no choice. The energy in his chest was becoming more and more turbulent. When he ran, his battle chi would circulate in his body. The energy that was transmitted to him from time to time would wander along with his battle chi and finally accumulate in his dantian. Now that he stopped, his battle chi didn't circulate, but that energy seemed to burst his meridians. Therefore he had to keep cultivating so that pure energy would circulate along with his battle chi and finally accumulate in his dantian. The next day he continued to run. Except for eating time, Yi Qinghan was running all the time. In the evening he immediately sat cross-legged and continued to cultivate. Running, sitting cross-legged, cultivating. Yi Qinghan's life was full and busy. Of course it was a little too much. Yi Shisan and Yi Shisan and Yi Qinggu didn't say much after a brief explanation from Yi Qinghan. She silently accompanied him every day and raised the level of vigilance to the highest. Although they didn't know why Yi Qinghan was cultivating so crazily, they still insisted on it. However, since he was so persistent and found that everything was normal, not only was he normal, but his battle chi was also becoming increasingly dense. They were secretly happy for him. Due to the crazy running every day, the four of them had reached their peak speed. It was originally estimated to take 10 days, but now 5 days had passed and they had covered more than half of the distance. During this period, it was very strange that they didn't meet any monster, barbarian, or elites from the House of Ares. They had a premonition that something big was about to happen, so they became more cautious and vigilant. Every night, they would rest near the transmission array so that they could escape through the transmission array at any time if they encountered an undefeatable situation. Chapter 119. Yi-Shur-san and the rest were right. Something big was happening on the battlefield. After advancing for 3 days, the battle god Abode's army was finally about to meet Yao Kaka's brute force. With the help of the Hua family's scouts, the House of Ares knew the movements of the monster clan and barbarian clan in advance. They set up a net in advance and killed 300 barbarians in the morning. This battle had been fought to its heart's content. Their side had only lost a dozen or so elites, and they had almost completely wiped out the 300 or so people. Long Sinan stood at the side and frowned as she looked at the busy people cleaning up the battlefield. Today's battle seemed to have been fought beautifully, but she understood that in reality, it was a complete mess. There were more than 300 barbarians, while they had a few thousand people on their side. Furthermore, they had predicted their whereabouts in advance. Unintentionally plotting against others, they had the advantage of numbers. In the end, more than 10 barbarians died. Most importantly, the elites of the Battle God Manor, apart from their own subordinates and the 4 clans' own teams, didn't listen to their commands at all. The barbarian tribe actually rushed forward in a chaotic manner. The scene was extremely chaotic, and in the end, a barbarian emperor of the barbarian tribe took advantage of the chaos to escape. It wasn't a big deal to let a barbarian emperor escape. However, Yao Kaka and Mangon's main forces were right behind them. If they knew about this beforehand, their operation would become even more difficult. Sister, don't think too much. It's a temporary army after all. It's good enough to fight like this. Yu Qingqing stood beside Long Sinan and comforted her. Long Sinan turned to look at Yu Qingqing and asked, "Is Hua Hua Xan back yet?" "She's here." Yu Qingqing looked into the distance and smiled. Swoosh. 2 figures dashed over. They were Hua Hua and Hua Xan. After the barbarian emperor escaped from the encirclement, Long Sinan immediately gave the task of killing the barbarian emperor to Flora. Hua Hua knew that Yao Kaka and barbarian clan's troops were in front. He didn't dare to be careless. He ordered the Hua family's assassins to chase after them. He and Hua Xian personally led the chase. What happened? Long Sinan looked at the 2 travel-worn people and asked anxiously. He's dead. Hua Xia's expression was not good, and her beautiful face was a bit gloomy. She paused for a moment before saying, "But I don't know if it was the barbarian emperor who sent the signal. If they knew about it, it would be even more difficult for us to stop them." Sister, don't think too much about it. After all, this is a temporary army. It's already not bad that they could fight like this. Yu Qingqing stood beside Long Sinan. She looked at Long Sinan, who was frowning, and comforted her softly. Long Sinan collected her thoughts and turned to look at Yu Qingqing. She asked, "Flower Heart hasn't returned yet? They're here, isn't that one?" Yu Qingqing looked into the distance and said with a smile, "Shio." 2 figures dashed over from afar. They were Hua Hua and Hua Xan. After the barbarian emperor escaped from the encirclement, Long Sinan immediately gave the task of killing the barbarian emperor to Flora. Hua Hua also knew that Yao Kaka's team was right in front of them. Of course, he didn't dare to be careless. He hurriedly ordered the Hua family assassins to chase after them. Then he and Hua Xian personally led and chased after them. What happened? Long Sinan looked at the 2 travel-worn people and asked anxiously. He's been killed. Hua Hua's expression didn't look good. His beautiful face was a little gloomy. He paused for a moment before he continued, "However, I don't know if the barbarian emperor sent out a signal or if Yao Kaka and the rest discovered something. The troops behind us actually stopped advancing. What should we do? Lady Long." Long Sinan's worries were finally voiced. She raised her eyebrows and her eyes flickered. After a moment, she suddenly made a decision. She turned around and shouted, "All troops, listen to my command. Advance at full speed. The troops of the monster race and barbarian race are just 30 miles ahead. Chase after them and kill them all." Since the situation on her side had been exposed, there was no need to hide anymore. Long Sinan only used a moment to think through everything. After all, there were so many people on her side. It would be very difficult to hide completely. Since sneak attacks didn't work, she would advance directly. With the number of elites on her side, it was obvious that they had double the number of the troops of the monster race and barbarian race. They could definitely defeat them directly. Advance at full speed. Long Sainan's command was passed down by the leaders of the troops. Everyone was still immersed in the excitement of the massacre. Moreover, a few thousand of them killing a few hundred people wasn't satisfying enough. Once they heard that there was more ahead, they rushed forward excitedly. In an instant, the speed of the troops increased tremendously. Yao Kaka and Mangan had indeed received the news. The barbarian race had a unique way of transmitting messages. Before the barbarian emperor died, he burned all the brute force in his body to send a message to the barbarian race army that was tens of miles away. The content of the message was very short. It only mentioned the word, danger. However, a barbarian emperor had risked his life to send out the word, danger. This attracted enough attention from Mangan. He immediately ordered the troops to stop advancing and sent out scouts to gather information. But after a moment, the feedback made Yao Kaka and Mangan's expressions change. The House of Ares had actually gathered a large army to surround and kill them? Although they didn't know how many people the House of Ares had, they didn't know. But since the House of Ares dared to make a move, they should have enough confidence. All of Mangan and Yao Kaka pondered for a moment. Then the two of them started chattering. Although the demon race, barbarian race, and the House of Ares didn't speak the same language, just like in different places with different dialects, the high-level demon race and barbarian race could speak the human language fluently. Because the people of the divine city were all humans, they spoke the human language. Hence, the higher-ups of the demon race and barbarian race had to learn the human language so that they could interact with the divine city in the future. The two of them discussed for a moment and decided to change the route of the troops. Of course they couldn't go further. Who knew if the black dragon that suddenly left would continue to chase after them as if it was crazy? Of course they couldn't continue forward. There was a large number of humans in front of them. After discussing for a moment, they started running towards the left. They also immediately sent out a signal to gather the demon race and barbarian race within 100 miles. They knew that there was a very special terrain on the left. There was a Duanren Peak. There were 3 cliffs there and only one side could go up the mountain. Furthermore, the path up the mountain from this side was very narrow. It could be said to be a natural place to defend. Hence, when they found out that the House of Ares had actually sent a large army to kill them. After a short discussion, Yao Kaka and Mangan decided to play this game. They used themselves as bait. At the same time, they crushed the rescue token given to them by the elders of their tribe to gather the demon race and barbarian race. They started to gather the demon race and barbarian race within 100 miles. This operation to kill Yi Qinghan had been declared a complete failure. They didn't get the divine equipment or the favor. Instead, they continuously suffered heavy casualties. Yao Kaka and Mangan were very angry and also very worried. These were all capable generals after they ascended to the throne in the future. If they returned to their tribe with their tails between their legs, then their status and reputation would be greatly reduced. Thinking about the mocking gazes of their competitors in the tribe, the two of them decided to completely ally with the demon race and barbarian race after a simple discussion. They would fight against the humans of the House of Ares together. Hence, when they received the news that the House of Ares had come to kill them, they didn't think of using the transportation formation to escape. Instead, they decided to use this opportunity to deal a heavy blow to the army of the House of Ares. To give an explanation to themselves, to their dead subordinates, and to their tribe. Since Long Sainan wanted to fight, Yao Kaka and Mangan naturally wouldn't be afraid. They decided to fight Long Sainan. Chapter 120. After running madly for half an hour, Duanren Peak was already in sight. Yao Kaka's eyes flashed with a hint of excitement. He had noticed this terrain a long time ago and had personally explored it. This was a good place to escape. There were cliffs on 3 sides and it was impossible to climb. The only path up the mountain was also very narrow. It was a good place to wait for reinforcements. When they went to the Black Dragon Valley, the two of them brought over 2,000 people. In the Black Dragon Valley, the Black Dragon's body trembled and he was furious. Blood flowed like a river and there were countless casualties. In the end, because the Black Dragon had mysteriously left, they were able to regroup. However, when the 2,000 people were gathered together, there were only 1,000 people left. Although there were only 1,000 people, Yao Kaka was confident that with these 1,000 people, they could fight the army of the House of Ares at Duanren Peak and hold on for at least half a month. He and Mangan had already sent out the rescue signal. He believed that in a few days, all the monster race and barbarian race on Hades Island would gather at Duanren Peak. At that time, they would attack from the front and back and completely defeat the army of the House of Ares. Then they would take the opportunity to lead the army and charge towards the headquarters of the House of Ares and completely secure victory. After the bald man Gon ascended Duanren Peak, his initial doubts were completely dispelled. After carefully inspecting the terrain, he was very satisfied when he discovered that there were a few teleportation formations scattered on the peak. He decisively gave the order to defend this place and wait for reinforcements. When reinforcements arrived, they would completely defeat the army of the god of war. Long Sinan did not know that the monster race and barbarian race were not actually allied. They had only temporarily allied because of a favor from 2 Qianjun and 3 divine weapons. At that moment, the temporary allied army had completely allied with the army of the House of Ares after the army of the House of Ares had attacked. Moreover, they were currently guarding a peculiar mountain peak. Their movements were majestic, and it was obvious that they were waiting for the divine battle abode to attack. Looking at the dangerous terrain, the winding and narrow passage, and the densely packed army of the demon race and barbarian race on the top of the mountain, Long Sinan unconsciously frowned. Damn, there is such a peak? How do we attack? Feng Zi cursed loudly after he carefully sized up Duanren Peak. He could vaguely see the demon clan and the barbarian clan on the peak, and the fire in his heart burned even more fiercely. Hua Chao sighed and felt helpless. In such a dangerous terrain there were so many demon clans and barbarians. Even if the elites of the Hua family sneaked up, they would not be of any use. This is difficult. Young Lady Long, do you have any good ideas? Even if it's hard to attack, we still have to attack. If we don't cripple them, the House of Ares can only surrender in this prefecture battle. There is no other way. Long Sinan didn't say anything, but Yu Qingqing took over the conversation. Looking at the demon race and the barbarian race who were roaring wildly on the mountaintop, thinking of Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingwu whose life and death were still unknown, Yu Qingqing felt an inexplicable hatred in her heart that she had never felt before. Let's rest for a night. The battle will begin tomorrow. Long Sinan didn't say much. She just gave an order indifferently. Her expression was still calm, but her heart was very helpless and conflicted. She understood what Yao Kaka and Mangon wanted to do. She also knew that this mountain peak would be difficult to attack. Even if they managed to attack, they would have to pay a heavy price. However, the arrow had to be fired. In such a situation, the House of Ares could only fight and not retreat. Otherwise, if their morale dropped, the elites of the House of Ares would be consigned to eternal damnation in this prefecture battle. Man proposes, God disposes. Long Sinan sighed slightly, turned around and walked away. On the second day the sky had just brightened and Duanren Peak was bustling with noise. Both sides began to prepare their meals. Once they were full, the battle would begin. Smoke rose from the chimneys. Countless people began to get busy. Countless people began to sharpen their swords and check their equipment. The atmosphere gradually became oppressive and fanatical. Both sides were full of fighting spirit. If looks could kill, the entire Duanren Peak would have been littered with corpses and blood would have flowed like a river. Rumble. The sun rose slowly from the east. The war drums were already beating. All the swords and knives were unsheathed. Countless swords and knives reflected dazzling rays of light under the sunlight. At this moment the wind seemed to stop flowing. The temperature gradually rose and the entire Duanren Peak was scorching hot. Kill? Long Sinan wielded her Dragon Cry sword and fiercely swung it forward. She stepped on the rugged mountain path, her entire body surrounded by battle aura. Like a goddess of war, she took the lead and charged towards Duanren Peak. Following closely behind her were all Marquis Realm experts. Following Long Sinan's roar, dozens of Marquis Realm experts released their battle chi at the same time. Colorful auras revolved around their bodies, making them look imposing. Behind them were all the elite disciples of the Yi family, Feng family, and Yu family. A few hundred people followed closely behind, while the rest gathered at the foot of the mountain, ready and waiting for orders. Due to the peculiar terrain here, there was only one mountain path that could fit more than 10 people abreast. So last night, Long Sinan gathered the leaders of each team and held a pre-battle meeting. She decided that the most elite would attack first. As long as they could break through the defense of the demon race and barbarian race, the elites behind would take advantage of the situation and attack. After all, such a narrow mountain path could only accommodate so many people. Rather than sending ordinary elites to their deaths, it was better to gather all the experts and attack in one fell swoop. This would disrupt the defensive formation of the demon race and barbarian race. The rest of the elites would take advantage of the situation to attack and kill the demon race and barbarian race once and for all. Boom. Boom. When the demon race and barbarian race saw the House of Ares' attack formation, they didn't panic at all. Yao Kaka and Mangon gave a few orders, and the two races' defensive formation changed. More than 10 barbarian emperors took a step forward and blocked the mountain path like 10 tall mountains. On both sides, more than 10 demon emperors stood behind them, eyeing them like tigers watching their prey. More than 30 barbarian emperors and demon emperors formed a fan shape and completely surrounded the mountain path. Behind them, countless demon emperors and barbarian emperors surrounded them, ready to support them at any time. Yao Kaka and Mangon smiled coldly as they looked at the countless human experts swarming towards them. They had carefully chosen the terrain to defend this place. There was a narrow path in front of them that could only allow 3 to 4 people to pass through at the same time. Thus, every time the 3 or 4 experts from the House of Ares charged up, they would face the attacks of dozens of demon emperors and barbarian emperors. Even an Emperor Realm expert wouldn't dare to face the attacks of dozens of demon emperors and barbarian emperors head-on. Long Sinan naturally discovered the terrain where the demon race and barbarian race were stationed. She also saw the narrow path in front of the demon race and barbarian race's formation. She felt bitter in her heart. However, the current situation didn't allow her to retreat. She let out a long roar and the aura surrounding her body became denser again. She suddenly increased her speed. In midair, the sword light of the Dragon Cry sword exploded. It left the sword and slashed towards the barbarians in front of her. Chapter 121. The 3 Dragon City elites following closely behind Long Sinan were so scared that they broke out in a cold sweat. The young lady didn't even greet them before suddenly speeding up and charging straight into the barbarian emperors. If anything happened to them, they wouldn't even be able to atone for their sins by committing suicide. With a shout, they increased their speed and followed Long Sinan. The dozens of marquis behind them didn't want to fall behind when they saw how fierce Long Sinan was. They brandished their swords and blades and followed. Bang, bang, bang. The barbarian emperor's expressions didn't change in the slightest as they faced the surging sword and blade attacks of the House of Ares' marquis. The dozen of them shouted at the same time. Their bodies suddenly lit up with yellow light, and they started to charge back against the countless sword and blade attacks. Countless sword and blade attacks slashed down on the barbarian emperor's heads. However, the released battle chi disappeared when it came into contact with the yellow light on the barbarian emperor's bodies. It didn't hurt them at all, only dimming the yellow light a little. The demon emperors on both sides didn't show any weakness. They used all kinds of demonic techniques as if they didn't cost anything. For a moment, the entire narrow opening shone brightly and explosions rang out continuously. They're actually burning brute force to form a defensive light barrier? Long Sinan's expression changed slightly. The House of Ares and the God of Barbarians residents had fought for many years and knew all the super skills of both sides like the back of her hand. The Barbarian Emperor's techniques that could resist the battle chi attacks were one of the Barbarian's super skills. Burning brute force to form a super defensive barrier. The Barbarians were born with great strength and almost all of them could cultivate brute force. However, their cultivation was extremely slow and it was very difficult for them to accumulate brute force. This amazing skill that burned brute force in exchange for super defense could only be learned by the barbarian emperors. However, normally barbarian emperors wouldn't bear to use this skill. After all, using it once might consume the brute force they had accumulated for a year or two. But at this moment, the dozen or so barbarian emperors collectively used their brute force as if it didn't cost anything. The barbarian emperor's defenses were already very strong. Now that they had activated the light barrier, their defenses increased exponentially. They were like cockroaches that couldn't be killed. No matter how you attacked, you couldn't hurt them at all. Of course, if Long Sinan and the others were given time, they could slowly grind them to death. But how could the demon emperors at the side give them the time to slowly torture the barbarian emperor to death? Be careful. Everyone hold your breaths. The fox demon has released its fragrance. Long Sinan dodged the iron fist of a barbarian emperor. Suddenly, she discovered that the air had begun to fill with a faint fragrance. This fragrance was extremely pleasant. It was faint, but it seemed to have a special magical power that attracted people to smell it. Only after sniffing it, Long Sinan had felt that her battle chi became a bit slower and her movements became extremely stiff. His heart tightened and he snapped out of his daze. But it was already too late. By the time Long Sinan said it was a game, the dozen or so dukes who had charged forward had all sniffed it. For a moment, the experts, who had been able to dodge the attacks of the barbarian emperor and the demon emperor with ease and ferocious attacks, were all stunned. Although they failed to break through the defensive line, they did kill a few demon commanders who wanted to take advantage of the situation to launch sneak attacks. However, at this moment their movements suddenly slowed down. A few of them started to be injured by the sneak attack of the Demon Emperor. Retreat. Long Sinan sighed helplessly and gave the order to retreat. The cooperation between the Barbarian Emperor and the Demon Emperor was quite good. The dozen or so Barbarian Emperors didn't hesitate to burn the brute force they had painstakingly cultivated in exchange for a powerful defensive barrier of light. It was like a wall that blocked their advance. Their powerful defenses could completely ignore Long Sinan's attacks. They only needed to protect their eyes and they could rampage about without fear. Meanwhile, the dozen or so Demon Emperors all hid behind the Barbarian Emperors. Whenever they had the chance they would launch sneak attacks. It was impossible to guard against them. Moreover, the terrain here was too narrow. They could not use their advantage in numbers at all. In the end, they were being suppressed by the Demon Emperor and Barbarian Emperor. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The flying swords of the Feng clan all floated over after Long Sinan gave the order to retreat. Of course, they had the cover of the barbarians. Moreover, they were too far away so the flying swords could not cause too much damage. However, it was best to cover Long Sinan's retreat. Bang, bang, bang. The barbarian emperors directly stretched out their fists and collided with the whistling flying swords, creating a loud noise. Countless flying swords were directly knocked away. However, the Demon Emperor collectively hid behind the barbarians when the flying swords came. They did not have the powerful defenses of the barbarians, so they naturally did not dare to face the flying swords head-on. Among the countless flying swords, the flying swords of the two Marquis from the Feng clan caused the most damage. They were lucky enough to kill a Demon Emperor and break the defensive barriers of several Barbarian Emperors. However, under the fierce attacks of the Barbarian Emperors, the two Marquis swordsmen of the Feng clan were also greatly injured. In the end, they embarrassedly recalled their flying swords. Long Sinan and the others did not stop at all when the flying swords came whistling over. They simply turned around and retreated. As for the Demon Emperor and Barbarian Emperor, they naturally did not dare to chase after the dozens of flying swords. They slowly retreated while blocking the flying swords. In the end, both sides stopped attacking and once again faced each other on the mountain peak and at the foot of the mountain. The battle this time was extremely short, only a few minutes, but the situation was extremely tragic and dangerous. Both sides did not suffer too many casualties. The War God clan had paid the price of heavily injuring a duke, while the Feng family's dukes and barbarians had killed a demon king and several demon commanders in a sneak attack. The result of the battle seemed to be that the House of Ares had a great advantage, but in reality Long Sinan and Feng Zi knew that they had actually lost. They had lost completely. The House of Ares had doubled their fighting strength, so their morale was high. Meanwhile, the Demon Emperor had suffered the devastation of the Black Dragon and was currently a defeated army. Their morale had fallen to rock bottom. One attacking and one defending. The attacking side had sent out almost all their experts, but the defending side still seemed to have some strength left. At the very least, the two Demon Emperors, Yao Kaka and Mangan, did not directly participate in the battle. Most importantly, the House of Ares' ferocious attack only lasted for a few minutes before they were forced to retreat. There was a saying from the ancients, "Fight in one go." Right now their all-out attack was completely useless. They could not even tear a small hole in the Demon Emperor and Barbarian Emperor's defensive line. There was no hope at all. This was a huge blow to the morale and confidence of the House of Ares. Damn it. The terrain of Duanren Peak is 2F** King Strange. How are we supposed to attack it like this? Feng Zi had been observing carefully before and after the battle. He wanted to see if there was any way to break through this dangerous terrain, break through the Demon Emperor and Barbarian Emperor's defenses, and completely defeat them. However, after observing and thinking for a long time, he felt that this seemed to be a dead end. There was no possibility at all. He could not help but curse angrily. Hua Hua's pretty face was also full of worry. She looked helplessly at Duanren Peak and sighed, "Yes. This short mountain road is like a gate. If the Barbarian Emperor stands there, he will be able to hold the pass against 10,000 enemies. The main thing is that I did not expect the Barbarian Emperor to go all out this time. I reckon that after a dozen battles, the Barbarian Emperor's 10 years of hard work will be completely exhausted. It seems like they are going all out." Yu Qingqing frowned slightly. She exuded an aura called Chu Chu and said sorrowfully, "We have to attack even if it's difficult. If we don't completely defeat them this time, we will be chased away by the two clans in a few days. When that time comes, who knows how many people will die. Pass down my order. Take a rest and continue attacking in the afternoon." Long Sinan's expression was still calm and her eyes were still determined. However, the corner of her eye twitched slightly. Yes. The few of them nodded at the same time and looked at Duanren Peak again. In front of them, Duanren Peak was still like a broken blade rising from the ground, piercing through the clouds. Chapter 122. The attack in the afternoon was still as sharp as before. Long Sinan once again led the charge against the formation of the brute race and demon race. This time she also added 3 vassal realm experts from the Feng and Yu families to the center of the group. This allowed them to take the opportunity to launch sneak attacks and tear open the defensive circle. As long as they could tear open a hole and let Long Sinan and the others kill their way in, the army behind them would be able to pour in endlessly and completely establish victory. However, it seemed that the Feng family swordsman's attack in the morning had alerted Yao Kaka and Man Gone. The formation in the afternoon actually changed slightly. The fan-shaped defensive formation in the morning turned into an arrow attack formation. The demons and barbarians actually began to counterattack. Rows of barbarian emperors in front emitted a faint yellow halo. It was still a super defensive halo formed by burning brute force. These barbarian emperors all covered their heads with one hand and held a huge mace in the other. Regardless of whether it was enough, they charged forward and smashed randomly. Behind them were all demon emperors and demon commanders. All sorts of demonic techniques were casually released at the mountain path in front of the barbarian emperors. Long Sanan's battle aura surrounded her. She was just about to give the order to charge when she saw the barbarians and demons start to counterattack. For a moment they panicked and didn't know what to do. As for the Yu family's Duke Realm expert's spiritual illusion, because the barbarian emperors collectively covered their heads and couldn't see their eyes, it was completely ineffective. The Feng family's flying swords were also useless with the barbarian emperors blocking in front. They flew around a few times before helplessly retracting. In the end, the House of Ares' second attack ended with them being chased down by the demon and barbarian armies. After the battle, the House of Ares actually had a few Duke Realm experts injured, while the demons and barbarians were completely unharmed. Wow. And at percent. When the demon race and barbarian race saw the battle god Manners people being chased down Duanren Peak in a sorry state, they shouted together. There was arrogant laughter, disdainful curses and mocking laughter. This caused the morale of the battle god Manners people to plummet. Damn it, stop laughing. Come down if you have the guts. I'll take you all down by myself. Damned ladyboy, come down here and fight me one-on-one. Yao Kaka, your father's son doesn't have an asshole? Get the F***CK down, I'll F***CK you. F***CK my son, your mother is calling you to go back for dinner? Countless elites of the House of Ares couldn't stand the mockery and insults from the demon race and the barbarian race. They stood up, put their hands on their hips and began to scold each other. It was just that the ordinary elites of the 3 sides didn't really understand each other's language. Although they could occasionally understand a little, it felt like they were in a fog. And the people behind them didn't care if they understood or not. They only cared about how happy they were with their cursing. When they were tired, someone else would continue cursing. Human race trash, hashtag, and come on %***** color. Thus, the third unofficial battle began. However, this time it was not a battle of real swords and spears, but a battle of words. The people from both sides had their hands in their hands and exposed their arms. One side was at the top of the mountain while the other side was at the foot of the mountain. Each side was using their own native language to greet the other side's female clansmen. The oldest was an old lady, and the youngest was a girl who was not even a month old. The scolding was so carefree and surging. It could be said to be a great spectacle. Sister Sinan, why didn't you stop them? Listen, the more they scolded, the worse it is. I can't stand it anymore. Long Sinan immediately gave the order to rest on the spot after she started cursing. She immediately hid in the tent and ignored the situation outside. She just leisurely drank tea inside. After Yu Qingqing stopped for a while, she really couldn't stand it anymore. She went into Long Sanan's tent and pouted. They are angry. If we don't let them vent their anger, their morale will get lower and lower. Who cares about them? Fangjing won't die. Long Sinan glanced at Yu Qingqing indifferently. She didn't think much of it and continued drinking tea. Yu Qingqing's quick-witted eyes turned and immediately understood Long Sanan's meaning. In the 2 battles today, their side had suffered consecutive losses. Moreover, they had fought in an extremely aggrieved and infuriated manner. Everyone was angry. Moreover, at this moment, everyone knew that it would be extremely difficult to break through the defense line of the demon race and barbarian race. Therefore, they could only use cursing to extinguish the anger in their hearts. After a moment of silence, Yu Qingqing couldn't help but cover her ears. She shook her head and sighed, but it's too unpleasant to hear. Listen, listen. What are all these? Hee hee. Long Sanan's expression also stiffened. Her heroic face started to turn slightly red. She shook her head helplessly and used her battle chi to directly seal her hearing. When the animals outside saw this, they actually began to describe the female reproductive organs of the barbarian race. They said that it was thicker than a cow's mouth, that the hair at the side was thicker than an arm, and that the hole was so deep that a cow could go in. Both of them were virgins. If you want to scold them, then scold them. How could they endure such insults? This huge battle only ended in the evening. The result was, of course, the victory of the House of Ares, which had many people and had many mouths. Everyone scolded to their heart's content and their moods also improved. One by one they began to cook rice and eat to their heart's content. During the meal there were still sounds of chatter everywhere. It was as if they were bragging about how heroic, how arrogant, and how literary they were in the afternoon. This scared Long Sinan and Yu Qingqing, who were about to come out to eat, so they retreated back in fear. They no longer had any appetite. Yao Kaka and Mangon both had very good appetites. Today they had actually fought two classic battles that could be recorded in the history books of their respective races. They were in a very good mood and of course their appetites were also very good. After finishing a few portions of roasted meat and a dozen bottles of wine, the two of them actually started to put their arms around each other's shoulders and called each other brothers. However, when one of them was more than 2 meters tall and the other was only a little more than 1.7 meters tall, they didn't look like brothers at all. Instead they looked like father and son hugging each other. The two of them were the absolute number one of the younger generation in their respective races. Their status was almost the same. Of course, their status was much higher than that of Yi Qinghan and Feng Zi. Even Long Sinan was a level lower than them. Furthermore, the two of them were almost the same in terms of strength. Therefore, after today's joint battle, the two of them were extremely close to each other. Chapter 123. Young Master Yao, today, your command was amazing. This battle made me happier than getting a few virgins. Come, let's continue. Mangon opened his mouth wide and rubbed his bald head. His voice was unusually loud and clear, causing a few leaves to fall off. Hee hee, young Master Man is really willing to spend. Today's two battles have probably used up all the brute force that your subordinates have been training for a year. Yao Kaka laughed heartily as he swung his dazzling golden hair in a pleased manner. He gave Mangon a thumbs up as he laughed. As long as we can win this battle, it's fine even if we use up all their brute force. Even if they use up all their brute force, can't they train again? When I get back, I'll ask my father for some treasures to compensate them. Alright, do you think the people we secretly sent back to deliver the message will be intercepted by the House of Ares? Mangon waved his hand and said nonchalantly. The hierarchy in the barbarian tribe was very strict. As the young tribe leader of the barbarian tribe, he could not make a dozen barbarian emperors burn their brute force. Even if he asked them to commit suicide, they would not dare to not die. Therefore he didn't feel any guilt. Instead, he was a little worried that the dozen or so subordinates they had sent out yesterday would be intercepted by the battle god's residents when they returned to their own camps to get reinforcements. They knew that today's battle was a complete victory for them. But if there were no reinforcements for a long time, they would be trapped here and die. Yao Kaka gulped down a jug of wine and wiped his mouth. He said nonchalantly, "It's fine. It's fine even if all of them are killed. You and I have already activated the rescue tokens we brought. I believe it won't be long before all the nearby tribesmen know about the situation here. Sending them out is to attract the attention of the House of Ares. If one or two of them manage to escape, then the reinforcements will arrive faster. Don't worry, I have other arrangements. You will know when the time comes. In 3 to 5 days, at most 10 days, the reinforcements will definitely arrive. Let's play with them for these few days. The day the reinforcements arrive will be the day we trample over the House of Ares." Mangon laughed and raised his cup. He was in a good mood. Yi Qinghan was also in a good mood, even though he was physically and mentally exhausted from running and cultivating for several days straight. However, feeling the rolling battle chi droplets in his dantian, he couldn't help but feel bad. In only a few days, the battle chi droplets that he had accumulated before had almost filled up his dantian. Before reaching the general realm, cultivation was very simple. If it was someone with extraordinary talent, they might only need a few months to a year to break through to the general realm. Cultivation before the general realm completely depended on one's physique. Geniuses with very few blockages in their meridians could easily break through them. For example, Yi Dao, Yi Qingwu, and Yi Qingquang. As for cultivation after the general realm, it would depend on personal effort and comprehension. The cultivation of the general realm ultimately depended on one's diligence. Constantly absorbing the spiritual qi in the world and turning it into battle qi in one's body, then compressing the accumulated battle qi in one's dantian and turning it into battle qi droplets that filled the entire dantian. Then, through the battle qi droplets, one would expand the dantian and completely fit the dantian acupoint. Only then would one reach the general realm. This process was very tedious, complicated, and boring. Therefore, many people would stay in this realm for 2 to 3 years. For example, Hua and Fengzi had stayed in this realm for more than a year. After a few months on Nether Island, they were still in the 3rd level of the general realm. Yi Qinghan was much more diligent in cultivation than Fengzi and Hua. However, he had only broken through to the general realm a few months ago. On the way to Dragon City, he had just broken through to the general realm. After coming to Nether Island, he kept cultivating whenever he had time. A while ago he barely reached the 2nd level of the general realm. Over the past few days, with the enormous energy from the Dragon Crystal, Yi Qinghan had actually broken through to the 3rd level of the general realm. As long as he continued to accumulate battle qi droplets, expand his dantian, and completely fuse it with the dantian acupoint, he would be able to break through to the general realm. At this moment, the overflowing energy from his chest was still surging into his meridians. Yi Qinghan believed that as long as this state lasted for one more day, he would definitely be able to break through to the general realm. Xiaohe had obviously made significant progress during this period of cultivation. At this moment he was also crazily absorbing the energy from the dragon crystal. When the time came, the two of them would probably finish absorbing the energy from the dragon crystal at the same time. Yi Qinghan was absolutely confident that he could instantly kill any 1st or 2nd level Duke Realm expert with the body fusion battle skill and soul dizziness. Of course, he wasn't so confident about killing a 3rd level Demon Emperor or Peak Barbarian Emperor martial artist. After all, this kind of martial artist cultivation was already extremely terrifying. Moreover, they had already started to study the laws of heaven and earth. Their soul cultivation was probably very high. Run. Cultivate. Yi Qinghan once again experienced a painful yet joyful life that he hadn't experienced in a long time. After running crazily for several days, his muscles began to ache and burn. His spirit was also very tired, both physically and mentally. However, he knew that anyone would risk their lives to seize such an opportunity. Yi Qingwu was also very tired. As Yi Qingyou's precious granddaughter, she had been treated like a treasure since she was young. She had never been so tired, nor had she suffered so much. However, every time she glanced at the handsome youth in front of her and saw him madly running ahead, she would forcefully lift her slightly swollen legs and continue to follow. She was a 1st-level martial expert. How could she lose to a brat from her clan? Moreover, this brat was a youth that she admired. Yi Shisan was naturally tired as well, but he was only slightly tired. The powerful strength of a 3rd-level duke made this level of running very easy for them. However, such boring running made him feel somewhat tired. However, when his tired eyes glanced at Yi Qinghan beside him, he suddenly felt energized. With his powerful soul perception, he could clearly sense that the battle aura within Yi Qinghan's body was constantly strengthening. In just a few short days he had broken through from the 1st level to the 3rd level of the general realm, and it was still growing. Yi Shisan recalled the time Xiaohe had stayed in the Black Dragon Valley. Although he hadn't discovered the existence of the dragon crystal when he returned, he couldn't help but become suspicious. However, he couldn't help but suspect that Yi Qinghan was refining the dragon crystal or absorbing its energy when he broke through to the 3rd level of the general stage the previous day. That was why he was certain that Yi Qinghan was refining the dragon crystal or absorbing its energy. Chapter 124. This world was very special. There were numerous treasures. Of course, there were treasures that could increase one's battle qi, such as medicinal pills. Snow Panacea of Shui Clan was a famous medicinal pill that could increase one's battle qi absorption speed. However, the only treasure he knew of in this world that could directly elevate a 1st-grade general to 3rd-grade general in just a few days and still continue to elevate was the dragon crystal. Only when a giant dragon laid eggs would there be a very small chance that a dragon crystal would appear. Dragon crystals were very heaven-defying treasures. They contained extremely pure and vast amounts of energy. It could raise a newborn dragon's strength to that of a level 5 magical beast in a short period of time. Furthermore, the young dragon that swallowed the dragon crystal would have a high chance of breaking through its parents' rank after it matured. For example, the black dragon would have the chance to mutate into a holy beast. Now that he had confirmed that Yi Qinghan was refining the dragon crystal and that his strength was increasing rapidly, Yi Shisan was naturally excited. The dragon crystal was obtained by Xiaohe, so of course, they did not dare to hope that Xiaohe would refine it for him. Moreover, even if they obtained the dragon crystal, it would eventually be refined by Yi Qinghan. What? This was a very simple question. That was because Yi Qinghan had a holy beast and a heaven-defying fusion skill. Although Yi Qinghan's current strength was still very weak to them, and they could kill him easily. However, once Yi Qinghan grew up, he would definitely become a figure that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Yi family's founding ancestor, the Night Emperor. Even ancestor Yi Ruoxue paled in comparison. After all, ancestor Yi Ruoxue did not have such a heaven-defying and awesome fusion battle technique. He was imagining how Yi Qinghan would defeat all the experts from the god of monsters and the god of barbarians after he grew to the Saint Realm. His soul was so excited that it was trembling. Therefore, although he was a little tired, his spirit was getting better and better. Even Knight 17, who was scouting in the distance, was running more cheerfully. At this time they were close to the chaotic battlefield. Of course they did not want to let down their guard. They also increased the distance of their scouting. Once they encountered the barbarian tribe or the demon tribe, they would immediately escape with Yi Qinghan and Yi Qinggu. The two of them were at the second or third level of the Marquis realm. If neither of them escaped with another person, no one would be able to stop them. Long Sinan was a little annoyed. Her expression, which had always been calm and steady, also became slightly gloomy. 3 days, 3 whole days. She organized more than 10 attacks, but they were all blocked by Yao Kaka and Brute Gon. After 2 failed attacks on the first day, she changed her strategy on the second day. She decided to forcefully break through the barbarians' defensive perimeter regardless of the casualties. She began to send people to forcefully attack at all times. She mixed the ordinary elites and Marquis realm experts together and took turns attacking the defensive perimeter to exhaust the barbarian king's brute strength. She knew that in order to break through the defense line that was like an iron wall halfway up the mountain, she had to completely exhaust the brute strength of the barbarian kings. Otherwise, as long as the stone pillars were still shining with a yellow light, her people would never be able to break through the defensive perimeter and completely stop the demon tribe and the barbarian tribe on the mountain. Therefore, she began to carry out the bloody battle plan. Regardless of the casualties, she did not care about the price. Through continuous fighting, she exhausted the barbarian king's brute strength. Only 3 days had passed, but the dozen or so stone pillars at the waist of the mountain were still shining with a faint yellow light. They stood there like 10 insurmountable mountains. Therefore she was very angry. Her expression was no longer as calm and collected as before. Instead, she began to feel slightly anxious. In 3 days she had sacrificed the lives of hundreds of elite disciples. She had only killed a few dozen people from the demon tribe and the barbarian tribe. Moreover, most of these people were disciples of Dragon City. How could she be in a good mood? How could her expression not be bad? Swoosh. A figure flashed by and pulled Long Sanan's thoughts back to reality. She took a few deep breaths and twisted the muscles on her face so that she did not look so bad. It was Flora. She had a beautiful face, but she looked travel-worn. Furthermore, she did not look too good. Flora did not exchange any pleasantries. Her face darkened and she said anxiously, "There is news from 100 miles to the left. A large number of the demon tribe and the barbarian tribe have begun to gather. I estimate that in at most 5 days, a large number of the demon tribe and the barbarian tribe will arrive here. We only have 3 days. After 3 days, regardless of whether we succeed or not, we must retreat." The news brought by Flora made Long Sinan, who had finally calmed down, change her expression again. Although she had expected that the demon tribe and the barbarian tribe would definitely know about the situation here and would come to help. However, she did not expect that the demon tribe and the barbarian tribe would receive the news so quickly. Moreover, they did not come alone but gathered together. It was obvious that the news here had been leaked immediately. Thinking about the dozen demon tribe and the barbarian tribe scouts that were killed a few days ago, Long Sinan shook her head helplessly and said, 3 days? Do your best. I hope that the god of war can protect your people. Attack, attack. Attack at all costs, attack at all costs. That night, the House of Ares held another pre-war meeting and reported the latest information to the leaders of the teams. When everyone learned that the demon tribe and the barbarian tribe would arrive in a few days, their expressions changed. At the same time, they unanimously agreed to annihilate the demon tribe and the barbarian tribe in the valley at all costs. Most of the higher-ups of the demon tribe and the barbarian tribe were gathered on Duanren Peak. The only way for the House of Ares to ensure the failure of the alliance between the demon tribe and the barbarian tribe was to annihilate them. Otherwise, all the elites of the House of Ares would be consigned to eternal damnation. They had no choice but to fight and burn their boats. If they did not win, they would die. They had no choice but to use their lives to pave a way out. The low and dull sound of the war drums disturbed the tranquility of the morning. The sun had not risen yet, but the nether island was foggy. Through the thick white fog, the Duanren peak in front of them was faintly discernible. It was like a giant beast baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It sat there cross-legged, revealing its ferocious claws and teeth. Kill. Long Sinan was dressed in a red robe, looking valiant and heroic. She suddenly pointed the dragon cry sword in her hand at the peak. Countless elites of the House of Ares began to surge towards the winding path in the middle of the peak in the thick white fog. At the foot of the mountain, rows of elites were all equipped with sabers and armors, ready to replace the troops in front of them at any time. They continued to pour out their hot blood and use their bodies to pave a way for the elites behind them. Young master, help me summon my old parents. Brothers, remember to burn more paper money for me every month. My expenses are very high. I heard that the price of goods in the netherworld is rising rapidly. Tell my second sister-in-law next door that I've always had a crush on her. Also, tell her to close the windows when she showers. Old 6, remember to pay off the debt from the lovely spring brothel. Also, tell Fang Fang not to let her guests owe money in the future. Not everyone has a conscience as good as mine.